biodiversity, and community participation, key aspects for sustainable mangrove management. Mangrove teach us resilience, thriving where land meets sea against all odds. Now, moving towards today's first session, it is my privilege to invite Dr. Nehru Prabhakaran, Scientist D, Wildlife Institute of India, Dehradun, who will be giving a presentation on mangrove restoration techniques and practices. Dr. Nehru Prabhakaran is a scientist at the Department of Landscape Level Planning and Management, Wildlife Institute of India since 2018. He completed PhD in the year 2012 from Bharatiyar University. His PhD focused on the natural recovery and succession of mangroves after tsunami in Nicobar Islands. He has number of prestigious awards to his credit. He is a recipient of the Leibniz Dad Postdoctoral Fellowship, Germany, and DST Inspire Faculty Award of DST India. He has published over 50 research articles in prestigious international and national scientific journals. His research spans across the coastal states in India. His research extensively focuses on the impacts of various ecological, environmental, and anthropogenic factors on species that inhabit coastal and marine ecosystems, including mangroves, seagrasses, and salt marshes. His most recent work involves understanding the habit interrelationship of mangrove fauna and marine megafauna, including dugongs and marine turtles. Sir, I request you to kindly take the stage.
Thank you for this opportunity. I begin by, it's a really heartwarming to come here and present certain things that means a very lot to us. A morning, me and Nagarajan sir was just having a conversation that, okay, it's a Sunday morning, the crowd going to be thin, so let's be prepared to it. And to my surprise, 8:50 when I entered the hall, it's like the whole seats were full and the students are so seeing this on a Sunday morning is really encouraging, and I'll try my best to do justice to this participation of all of you. And moreover, coming to Andaman and talking about mangrove is something I could never get tired of, because I've been spending something like 17 years in these islands studying various aspects, and my journey started in 2009 studying how the mangrove ecosystems and the coastal vegetation in the Nicobar group of islands are shaping up after the devastating tsunami and the land submergence and all. Anyway, this session following my talk, there are going to be series of talks by my own students looking into different aspects of how the mangrove ecosystems across Andaman Islands are thriving or successfully re-establishing themselves after tsunami. So I'll be largely restricting to the mandate given to me is talk about the restoration, but I try to kind of stretch my boundaries a little bit and try to come back to the restoration story again. When you're looking at this picture on the screen, what you are seeing is, yesterday I remember one of the speaker was talking about the mangroves in Nicobar Islands are also very tall. You go to North Andaman, you will see as tall as 35-40 meter tall mangroves as well at places. And mangroves in Nicobar also is very lofty trees. So what you are seeing is all the vast stretch of lofty trees largely belongs to this genus Bruguiera. These are all Bruguiera gymnorrhiza trees. After the subsidence of the landmass, this picture is from the central Nicobar group of islands, the island called Kamota. So this is from that place. So almost you will see some 2 square kilometers of mangrove area is completely dead. Okay, and the beginning when the comparer was talking about mangroves, where the land meets the sea or the sea meets the land, this is where they are thriving. So the sea level change events are not something new to the earth. Sea levels are changing, sea levels are constantly changing, and the world is never been static. It's always dynamic, and coastal areas are the most dynamic places. right? And these mangroves are thriving there. That means they are also, wonderful resilient plants. And this picture is of, the mangroves existed before tsunami. And just last week I had an opportunity to be in the Nicobar Islands, and I'll just show you one picture. So, does it look like a mangrove? You feel like you've been in a evergreen forest, right? No, this is a mangrove. So this particular picture is upstream mangrove. It's a Soneraceae hybrids. So one of the very interesting aspect about island mangrove is, especially the Nicobar group of islands, we have a few hybrids, hybrid mangroves. So natural hybridization lead to some species. This is particularly a hybrid called Soneraceae urama. Okay, so these hybrids have colonized into many places. After tsunami, you had so much of mudflats opened up. Okay, so much of areas after the submergence, lot of terrestrial areas become intertidal, and these intertidal areas are devoid of any vegetation. And the first ones to colonize these places were Soneraceae. And to my surprise, these Soneraceae, last 20 years of colonization, they are now almost 25-meter tall. Okay, almost they are, in 20 years time they reach to the height what existed before tsunami. And their growth forms are also very massive. They are already 140 150 centimeter in their girth. Okay, so you don't very often see this kind of a lofty mangroves, and also seeing that such a lofty mangroves in just 20 years of successional habitat is something phenomenal. So this only symbolizes that mangroves are very resilient, and they evolved this resilience because they are always in the dynamic habitats. Okay, so with that I want to take this talk to restoration and what interventions we can do or we should not do, because already you have a glimpse what could happen by a natural disaster, and within 2 decades how mangroves can recover themselves. So these sites, no human interventions happen. It just they naturally colonize, they naturally taken over this entire place. Uh, mangroves, when you talk about mangroves, of course one of the most endangered ecosystem that's we've been talking about it for the past few decades, at least in the last 2-3 decades. The voices against mangrove deforestation becoming more stronger and stronger. I will also show you some of the international policies, how it is shaping up in the favor of mangroves. But this picture is a very interesting aspect. It gives you a perspective. One side you have mangroves, the other side is completely a human converted sites, right? So mangroves, as you all know, it's all in the tropical and subtropical coastlines across the world. If you look at the human population densities, the tropical coastlines have the highest population densities in the world. So obviously the pressure on the resource is also very high, and the pressure on the land is also very high. So hence a lot of mangroves been converted for various reasons, especially post 1980s. Post 1980s, a lot of mangroves got converted, and now thankfully tsunami was one of the important reminder to the humankind, the importance of mangroves and the role that they can play in mitigating the property laws or the human laws. So recently we have come up with one paper looking into all the mangrove research published in India. So we came up about some 1070 articles, research articles in international peer reviewed journals. So what we looked at was one of the trend that was very evident was after 2004 there is an increased interest in mangrove research, and it's the same across the world. And the policies that has changed in favor of mangroves is also, there is a phenomenal change after the 2004 tsunami. Okay, so that's the one positive aspect about tsunami. So what has contributed to this phenomenal decline in mangroves? So if you see the mangrove loss across the world, almost 50% of the mangroves been lost in the years between 1970s to 2000s. Okay, just in 3 decades we have lost phenomenal amount of mangroves across the world. India is of course ranks something like 8th or 9th in terms of area under mangrove cover. So we have something around 40,000 square kilometer of mangroves across the world. We have only just some 5,000 square kilometer of mangroves in the country, right? So the majority of the mangrove loss in the 1980s and 1990s were contributed by the aquaculture, conversion of mangroves for aquaculture, especially in the Asian continent. Your Indonesia, the nearest landmass to us, Indonesia is one of the largest country with, country with the highest amount of mangroves. And entire Southeast Asia, Philippines, be it Philippines, Malaysia, or all these islands, all these places had taken up this aquaculture to a completely a different way, and so much of mangroves been lost for the aquaculture. Even in mainland India, if you go, be it west coast of India or east coast of India, everywhere the situation is the same. We have lost a lot of mangroves to the aquaculture transformation, and obviously after tsunami the things are slightly slowed down. And this is anthropogenic influences. One of the important anthropogenic influence that has contributed to mangrove loss is aquaculture, but there are other factors also. Whenever there is a developmental activity happens, so the hydrology of the mangroves are altered. Okay, even in the recently, one of my students was sending me some pictures from Goa. So the land pressure on land is very high. The land's been reclaimed so much in many places. So how they do it is, so you cannot legally cut mangroves, right? So you cannot, having mangroves mean that is a ecologically sensitive area. So you cannot legally cut mangroves. You need to have permissions, right? So what they do is they just create bunds, and in some so they kind of completely cut off the tidal inundation into that habitat, and in some 2-3 years the mangroves die. After some 3-4 years they fill the land and the land is reclaimed. Okay, so and there are also places where the roads been built without considering the hydrology of the site, and the hydrology is choked, and that means the mangroves will die off in a year or two. So this is anthropogenic activities. And then second thing is the natural disturbances in the ecosystem, the coastal ecosystems. So this particular graph that you see in this image, you see this, the natural disasters across the world. There is a spike in natural disasters post 1980s, right? So now we are in a kind of a asymptotic situation where it is kind of a natural, now neutralized, you have more or less similar. But one of the things that contributed, there are two things that contributed heavily to this increase in natural disasters across the world. Okay, so one is cyclones. So the number of cyclones that the world is experiencing today is far more higher than how it was in around 1980s. Okay, even in Indian coast, if you see, even in Indian coast, we are very used to have just one cyclone in an entire monsoon in the Bay of Bengal. Now it is very common that we get more than 2 or 3 cyclones in the Bay of Bengal itself. And it's not only the increase in the cyclones, but also increase in the intensities of these cyclones. So there is a, across the world, the data suggests that 15% increase in high intensity cyclones. The other event that contribute to this spike is the flooding events, the erratic rainfall contributing to the high flooding events. Okay, so these are the two things that contribute to this sudden change. But how it is matters to the mangroves. Okay, mangroves, of course, where the land meets the ocean, that is exactly where they are. And during the cyclones, there is one thing that happens is the salt spray. When cyclone pass through a mangrove can still survive if there is a heavy rainfall that coincides with the landfall of a cyclone. Because when the cyclone hits the land, it carries a lot of aerosols. Okay, it carries droplets, the water droplets, minute water droplets that has concentrated salt in it. Okay, when it passes through the landmass with less rain, the entire salt get sedimented over the mangroves, and within no time the mangroves wilts within 2 days or something, because the entire mangroves are now swarmed with the salt. So in just 1 or 2 days the tree will wilt. Okay, and there are many incidences in mainland India. I can show you this particular site. This is one of the cyclone 2018 Gaja cyclone in Tamil Nadu. So after this landfall of this particular cyclone, this entire mangroves have completely wilted. But it doesn't. It's not only the the salt that get accumulated on the plants, but also there are other situations that contribute to this massive mangrove loss. So this particular site, what has happened is, with the cyclone, you also have a lot of sediment depositions on the coastal areas or sand depositions on the coastal areas. So in this place, in this particular site, the entire creek got blocked with a lot of sand depositions. That means the entire hydrology of the site has changed. So the natural water is not moving in and out. So the water is kind of stagnant. So that means the mangroves have no chance. But once the water is there, then the hypoxic conditions in the soil. So the hypoxic condition means the amount of oxygen that is present in the soil layer. The amount of oxygen in the soil layer is very critical for the mangroves to survive. So that is only happens if there is a gaseous exchange during the low tide. So here it is permanently inundated, that means there is no gaseous exchange. So hypoxic condition, there is no oxygen in the soil layer, the trees will die very quickly. So this is another situation in central Nicobar Islands. After this land got subsided, the drowned, these areas once it was intertidal, now it is completely a subtidal zones where the water is there always. So the mangroves eventually they will die off. But like I said, mangroves are also very resilient plant communities. They also come back. They have seen these kind of natural disasters. They can come back very much. So this particular image, what you are seeing is, after the land is lost, where the mangroves they kind of lost their habitat, they are also re-establishing in what supposed to be terrestrial areas in the past. What you are seeing here is coconut groves. Okay, the dead coconut trees. Even in South Andaman, this is not something unusual. Even in South Andaman, it is very usual. Many of you may be in your early 20s or less than 20. So you may be just after tsunami you may have born. Okay, so in your childhood you might have seen these kind of things. So it's now fast disappearing. So many places it's the same thing. So the terrestrial areas are now colonized by mangroves, and there is a phenomenal colonization by them. North Andaman, on the other hand, you go, there are going to be specific presentations on what is happening in the North Andaman. So this is one area where the entire coral reefs got uplifted, where the mangroves are now coming up, and now they are colonizing really quickly. And this kind of unusual events, how it kind of completely changes things for mangroves. This particular one image is West Bay in Kachal Island. It's again in Central Nicobar. You could see that in the 2003 image, there is a mangroves and the bay area is there. It's very well defined. On the other hand, you have 2019 image. You see that the bay area is expanded. Now the intertidal areas, the slightly pinkish tinge mapped areas, it's all, we call it as a potential area for mangrove colonization. These are all intertidal areas. And then there is already some mangrove areas colonized. Okay, so it's kind of completely the geomorphology of the site has changed. So in this place, you will not be able to do any kinds of intervention in terms of restoring mangroves. Rather, you have to just map the areas and find out how the natural colonization is going on. Why I am giving you this background is, when we approach mangrove restoration, there are so many things we should consider. Our background need to be very strong before approaching. And many a times what happens, without having this knowledge of the site, the entire mangrove restoration is being visualized and being taken up. That leads to a lot of chaos. I'll show you some data also. So there is a huge difference between restoration and plantation. Okay, not all the plantation can be restoration, but plantation can be part of restoration. Okay, so what is restoration? Let's get the definition correct. It may be like a college lecture, but I want to move away from the college lecture kind of a talk. But just to give you a background, what is restoration? Process of assisting the recovery of an ecosystem that has been degraded, damaged, or destroyed. And restoration or rehabilitation may be recommended when an ecosystem has been altered to such an extent that it can no longer self-correct or self-renew. Okay, so this is very important aspect of restoration. Restoration, you are trying to bring back what existed before it was degraded, right? So many sites, it's not possible to bring back to the originality, but rather you can bring back to certain amount of minimal change happening in the system. Okay. Um, and as far as mangrove is concerned, there are a lot of interesting things happening in the global level that is pushing the mangrove restoration across the globe, and India is also, of course, part of it, right? So, one of the milestone event is the Paris Agreement 2015, where every country has to have their own nationally determined targets, right? How we going to offset the carbon footprints, how every country going to balance their development and carbon footprints. And one of the important discussions around it was restoration of lands, restoration of forest, and of course mangrove being one of the carbon rich environment, it had the major part in those discussions. And followed by the 2018 Ramsar Convention Resolution 8, wetland restoration to support biodiversity and mitigate climate impact. So the all these global policies are now targeting mangrove as one of the important discussion point, and the climate COP 26 had specifically mentioned mangrove breakthrough initiative was launched, aiming to conserve and restore mangroves to at scale supported by financial and technical commitments. Now the countries are also now a lot of global pool of funds being created for carrying forward the mangrove restoration in many countries. And as far as India is concerned, India is also signatory to many of the environmental um, MEAs, multilateral environmental agreement, whether it is convention on biological diversity, whether it is convention on wetlands or Ramsar. So there are a lot of MEAs where India is also signatory. So India is also need to respond to this mangrove restoration, right? So one of the important milestone event for India in terms of this policy is the G20 meet that happened in Indonesia back in 2023, where India also become member to the Global Mangrove Alliance. Okay, the Global Mangrove Alliance is now a global body that is kind of looking after the entire mangrove kind of issues and restorations across the world. Uh, so, in response to, after becoming a member to the Mangrove Alliance, India has to now pledge, or India has to show progress what we are doing in terms of mangrove protection and restoration. So that is when the government of India has launched this particular mission, MISTI, they call it MISTI, Mangrove Initiative for Shoreland Habitats and Tangible Incomes, where India pledged to restore something like 540 square kilometers of mangrove areas across the country in a decade's time, or in 5 years time. Okay, so now we are in the third year. So not very significant progress has been made, but this is at the policy level, right? So a lot of states, even before MISTI, there are a lot of states that taken up mangrove restoration, and they've been doing really good, especially the states in India, something like Andhra Pradesh or Tamil Nadu, or even Odisha for that matter. These some of the states, they are really front runners in terms of mangrove restoration in the country. And so with the MISTI scheme came up, now everybody has to work together and improvise on mangroves. So and even in the international community also, so I've been part of this particular scientific committee or scientific process in mangrove science. Every 4 years there is one mangrove conference happens. Okay, the global mangrove experts come together, we discuss about, we present our talks, all these things. For the first time I have seen that there are 12% of the talks out of some 500 research published or presented in that conference, some 12% of talks exclusively focusing on restoration. It never happened in the past. 2019 event also I was there, 23 there was a phenomenal change. So it kind of, even the science is responding to the global level policy developments, right? So is it that easier when we talk about mangrove restoration? Is it that easier? And there are various pros and cons in taking up mangrove restoration. Even the government of India's goal to achieve this 540 square kilometer of mangrove restoration is kind of criticized in many forums, and also there are people for it and against it as well. But one of the major concern is, where do we have this 540 square kilometer of land for mangrove restoration? So in search of this 540 square kilometer, we are also doing certain mistakes when we are considering the mangrove restoration. I'll show you some examples. India is pledged for 540 square kilometer of mangrove restoration in the next 5 years. But what the global data suggests, the global data maintained by this GMR itself, Global Mangrove Alliance, right? So that suggests India has something like 150 square kilometer of area restorable by mangroves. Okay, that's the global data based on all the algorithms that they use, based on all kinds of information that they have in their disposal. So this is what the global data suggests, but we are having a target of 540 square kilometer, right? So there is a lot of places where we can go wrong. uh, before So one of the important things that we need to first consider whenever we are approaching a mangrove restoration is we need to ask certain very hard questions before moving further. One is the most important question to ask when assessing the suitability of a mangrove restoration site is, have mangroves naturally grown here before? Because we see that many places the mangrove restoration is being done, or the mangrove plantation is being done on areas that are not suitable for mangroves, or the environmental conditions are not yet conducive for mangrove restoration, right? And then there are series of other follow-up questions. What happened to the mangroves that were there? Because we are talking about restoration. Restoration means it was there, something happened, it got degraded, now you need to do intervention to restore it, okay, bring back to the state it was, how it was before disturbance. And why have they are not recovered naturally? We've been seeing some of the slides where they have naturally recovered, they are resilient systems. Then you need to address why they could not naturally restore themselves. What are the factors that are affecting their natural recovery itself? And then how these factors, or how this chronic disturbance that is acting upon its natural recovering potential can be eliminated. Once you eliminate this naturally, once you eliminate these factors that are restricting their natural recovery potential, then you will see that mangroves are naturally colonizing. We don't need to do any interventions there. And then addressing these questions becomes very important for mangrove restoration in any sites. For example, the site that we have talked about, the Gaja cyclone impacted site, you don't need to do any plantation there. All you need to do is just dig up the channel and ensure the hydrology is restored. That's good enough intervention. But what the following up questions would be, even after restoring the hydrology, whether there is a propagules are moving in, or naturally the propagules are getting dispersed into the system or not, so that it will enable the system to naturally recover itself. If after your after you restore the hydrology, if there is no regeneration, then what you should do is introduce propagules there. So allow the propagules to naturally go and settle and let them grow. And then very often I see that the sites where the hydrology is not an issue, but the issue would be either largely it is cattle grazing across across the east coast of India and west coast of India. Many places the mangrove natural recovery is being hampered by cattle grazing. Okay, so unless until you stop the cattle grazing, no point in doing any plantation in that site. Okay, and a lot of sites you see that especially in east coast of India, you will see this fishbone channels being dug up to improve the hydrology of the site and bringing in natural tidal inundation, so that it kind of give a enabling environment for the mangroves to colonize. This is one of the good approach, but also this particular approach has been misused in many places. I will also show you how this fishbone technique is being misused at sites. Once you restore the hydrology, there are two approaches you can do. One is allow the site to naturally recover, or if you want to do the fast track the recovery, then introduce the propagules and plant propagules. That is one approach. But in some of the sites, I also see that across the globe, if you see, sometimes it's not necessarily the hydrology, but even the wave energy is being very high, especially in the front mangrove areas. So especially in the cyclone affected sites, or sites that are vulnerable for more coastal erosion, these kind of sites, since the wave energy is very high, The mangroves are, every year you see the shift in mangrove line, 1 meter, 2 meter shift in mangrove line towards the land. So in this kind of sites, if you want to really make any interventions, then what the better approach is, reduce the tidal energy in these places. So there are certain very interesting examples where, especially in Southeast Asia, people have planted bamboo poles close to each other. So it's basically, it breaks the wave energy, and after whatever the site that is behind the wave energy breakers, you have a very less wave energy. That means whatever the propagules that you plant doesn't get affected by the too much of wave energy. Often what happens is, the wave energy is keep disturbing the propagules. It does not allow the propagules to root properly. That means after some time the propagules will vanish. So establishing this wave breakers and then planting is one of the successful technique that been followed majorly in the Southeast Asia, and allowing the natural regeneration. Um, this is a passive restoration. You just ensure that hydrology is fine. You ensure that all the threads in the sites are taken care. Then you allow the site to naturally recover. If the natural regeneration doesn't happen, usually what happens is, wherever you have seed stock, natural seed stocks, you have some old trees around. That old trees will enable the site to naturally recover, because they are sending out its propagules. The propagules will find its place, they will naturally recover. So this is one site where in Car Nicobar, where the natural recovery is happening. The site is fine, there are a lot of old trees are there. These old trees are sending out propagules, and the propagules will settle down and naturally recover. So I am showing one of our results in Nicobar Islands. So on the left side you have this Car Nicobar Island, one of the site in Car Nicobar Island. What happened in these two sites is, the site with remnant vegetation, after tsunami some 70% of the mangroves degraded. Still we have some 30% of the mangroves, but within some 15 years, without any intervention, it recovered by 70%. Okay, because there is propagules availability and it naturally recovered. On the other hand, another site in Nicobar, we lost all the mangroves. There is not even a single tree survived. So in that site there is potential area, but the mangrove recovery is very slow, simply because there is hardly any natural propagule is coming into this site. Okay, seed is not coming, that means there is no regeneration in this site. So in such a situation, what is usually suggested is assisted natural regeneration. That means here the problem is propagule availability. Naturally the propagules are not moving in. So what we should do is collect propagules, dump the propagules into the creeks, allow the tidal water to carry these propagules. So the propagules will have the natural course. They go settle down wherever they found suitable habitat. They will grow from there. So this is called the assisted natural regeneration. And then the part of another restoration that is very highly we follow is the active restoration. That means that involves plantation, right? You have propagules either collected directly from the forest, or you have nurseries to grow the certain species and go and plant it in places wherever there is a environmental condition is suitable. Many a times the active restoration or active plantation is very successful. There is no denial to it. Within few years time you see that mangroves grow very quickly in these places. But there is also a lot of downsides to this restoration, active restoration. You have, of course, you have nurseries. There are now new techniques in nurseries being evolved, like Nagarajan sir has mentioned, this automated nursery systems where you simulate the hydrology of the ocean into your nurseries. So the propagules are very much acclimatized to the natural conditions. So when you transfer the young ones from the hatchery, from the nursery to the field, they are very much comfortable in growing in those places, because they are adapted already to the natural recovery. But many places what we see is the involvement of communities are grossly lacking in many places. Department is one of the custodians of the resources, but many places the forest department, the collaboration with the community is a bit of a lack. Many places it is done, and there are still a lot of sites in India where the local communities are not involved. And in India, if you see, there are very good examples of mangrove restoration. In Koringa, for example, the east coast of India, Koringa in Andhra Pradesh, in last 2-3 decades, they have restored so much of mangroves. All that they did is they eliminated the threats, they improved the hydrology, and they also actively planted. So this is one of the site in India where you have seen a phenomenal increase in mangrove cover when they followed all the three methods. And also in Nicobar also. So in Nicobar, particularly one particular site in Great Nicobar Island, Magarnala, if you go, you'll see that active intervention is being done there. Lot of plantation is being created. One of the beauty of creating this plantation is that once these plantations, the available area may be some 5 square kilometer, but every year the department is doing some 2 hectares, 3 hectare plantation. But the beauty is after some 10 years, these 1 hectare plantations grow up, they produce propagules. These propagules are now allowing the natural recovery. These propagules are now, if you go to this particular site in Great Nicobar, you will see that so much of young propagules are colonizing without any human assistance. So you just produce the propagule base for that site, then the site takes care of itself. So in mangrove restoration, we have a lot of failures than success, to be honest. That's what the global data set suggests. Only 2% of the planted mangroves survive after 3 years. Okay, this is not something without any scientific base. The scientific base suggests across the globe only 2% of mangroves survive after 3 years into the restoration initiatives. And why this very meager amount of success rate? So this meager amount of success rate is actually contributed by unscientific approaches followed in the mangrove restoration drives. I'll show you some examples in Sri Lanka and Thailand and Philippines, especially after the tsunami. Lot of money being pumped in for mangrove restoration. All these sites that were chosen, and you can see many of the results. In Sri Lanka, 54% of the total planting showed no surviving plants. If you had done some 50 sites, almost your 26-27 sites, not even a single propagule survived. Only some 24 sites there are some surviving propagules available. And in Thailand, only 26% of survival rate has been recorded after 2 years. Okay, if you track this for next 5 years, the numbers will further decline. And in Philippines, the survival rate is only 11%. You put some 100 plants, only 11 plants survive after a year. Okay, why this kind of very meager number of success? And to be honest, 80% of the restoration initiatives across the globe is a failure. The simple reason is either the threats to the site is not removed. Even for example, if there is a cattle grazing is a threat, removing cattle grazing, you do any number of plantation, it's not going to help. And second important thing is the wrong choice of species. Every mangrove has a different microclimatic preferences. Some require high amount of inundation, some require less amount of inundation. Disregarding these aspects, if you're going to plant them randomly in many places, it's not going to work. So the species choice is very important, and planting them in an unsuitable habitat, that is very common. I will show you some images what it means. This image, what you are seeing is there are different mangroves in India or everywhere in Southeast Asian scenario. There are certain species are having high tolerance to inundation. You have Rhizophora and Sonaracea, they are very good in growing in places where there is a high inundation. Whereas you have other species, Xylocarpus, Exocaria, Heritiera, Nipa, even Bruguiera for some extent. They are all places where the tidal inundation is very less. Only during the spring tide, the water reaches. Now we are very close to spring tide, right? Now Badapani, right? In Andaman now it is Badapani, that means spring tide is coming. So during spring tide, when the water rises really high, that is when certain mangrove areas get any inundation. So in a month, they just have some 3-4 days of inundation. That is good enough for the mangroves to survive. The problem is, if you put this landward mangrove into the seaward zone, or the seaward mangroves into landward zone, it's not really going to help. So one of the important thing that contributes to this mangrove restoration failure is this wrong choice of sites. So this particular place, this particular image, what you are seeing is mangroves being planted on seagrass meadows. Okay, it's not something uncommon in Southeast Asia or even in India. instead of seagrass, you will see plantations on something else. And mud flats especially. If you go to Gujarat in India, Gujarat if you go, lot of plantation is being carried out on mud flats. Mud flats are not places where the mangroves would grow, because the tidal inundation is so high, even for the mangroves to survive there, you will not have any mangroves surviving there. So planting mangroves on a mud flat is not really going to helpful. And second thing is very common in Indian east coast is planting mangroves on salt marshes, salt marsh habitats. These salt marsh habitats, they have inundation only during the monsoonal tides, when the tides are really high, and these are depression in lands where water comes and kind of accumulates there during the monsoons. As the summer approaches, the water kind of declines and the salinity goes really skyrocketing, right? So these places, the major problem is all these restoration initiatives in the east coast. If you see, a lot of places, not all, lot of places, this fishbone channels been dug up in places where salt marshes were there, and now it's neither salt marsh can grow there nor mangroves will grow there. Okay. And like I said in the beginning, aquaculture ponds are one of the major reasons how the mangrove decline happened across Southeast Asia and India. And now of course there are new techniques are evolving. These aquaculture ponds are now being used for integrated mangrove restoration. That means they just open up the aquaculture ponds, allow the natural hydrology to take place, and then they grow shrimp or they grow fishes in the aquaculture ponds. This is one approach in the recent time getting some momentum in places like Odisha and Andhra Pradesh in Tamil Nadu, Andhra Pradesh and Tamil Nadu. And like I said, there are certain things that are already available, and mangrove restoration techniques is not something very uncommon. It's been so many guides are available, mangrove restoration guides. IUCN has produced one mangrove restoration guide, and international ICFRE, our Indian institutions also created, and MSSRF in India, one of the pioneering institution in mangrove restoration across India, they also came up with one mangrove restoration guideline. And recently in India, we also through BIS, Bureau of Indian Standards, me, Dr. Nagarajan, and some more our colleagues, we came together and produced one mangrove restoration guideline for Indian scenario. So that these kind of documents are already available. So considering these documents and consulting some scientific expertise would actually help any management intervention in terms of mangrove restoration. So this is something I already spoke about. Species selection is something that you need to be very careful where you are planting what, and ensuring these threats are removed, so that whatever the plantation intervention that you do, they are not impacted by any further degradation factors. And active community involvement. And one of the things that is grossly lacking is post plantation care. So you plant, you forget about it, right? That is largely the case. That should not be the proper way. Rather, every year the post plantation monitoring should be there. Wherever the propagules are dying, you need to have a replant those areas, right? So these kind of approaches are, if you just correct these kind of approaches, this 20% of success can definitely go up to at least 50-60% of success in mangrove restoration across India. And more importantly, the capacity building. So this is something that we try to do across India, getting in touch with the forest managers and give them these trainings, what you should do in the field, what you should not do in the field, so that whatever the intervention that you do makes sense or be more meaningful. So with that, I conclude my talk. Holistic responsible restoration, a way forward despite all the challenges in the mangroves. Thank you. Whether any questions are allowed, or we'll take it later.
Thank you, sir, for that enlightening presentation. Now, I would like to invite Ms. Shamna Keti, Research Scholar from Wildlife Institute of India. She will be presenting online on mangrove carbon dynamics and sediment elevation changes, implications on coastal protection in Andaman Islands. I request you to kindly present your presentation.
Hello, am I audible?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, everyone. I'm Shamna Kiti. I'm currently doing my PhD in Wildlife Institute of India, Dehradun. Today, I'll be presenting our work on mangrove carbon dynamics and sediment elevation change implication for coastal protection in the Andaman Islands. And in this presentation, I'll briefly cover the background, objectives, methodology, and the key findings of our study. So we all know that mangroves are among the largest natural carbon sinks, and they are an important part of what we call as blue carbon ecosystem. The blue carbon ecosystem refer to the coastal system like mangroves, seagrass meadows, and salt marshes, which have the ability to capture and store large amount of carbon over long periods. And among these ecosystems, mangroves are known to store the highest among carbon both in their biomass and especially in their soil. And this is mainly because of their high productivity and the presence of waterlogged and anoxic soil condition, which slow down decomposition and help in the long-term carbon storage. And however, despite their importance, we know that mangroves are highly vulnerable to climate change, and one of the major threat is the sea level rise. So as sea level continues to rise, mangroves need to maintain their surface elevation in order to survive. So if they are not able to keep pace with this rise, it can lead to submersion and eventually lead to the death of these mangroves. And so now coming to how mangrove actually survive under the sea level rise, the survival mainly depends on their ability to maintain surface elevation relative to the sea level. The mangrove respond to sea level rise in two main ways. Two main ways. So, first, through the landward migration, where they move inland if space is available, and second, through the sediment accretion, where the soil surface build upward over the time. Now, the sedimentation process is very important. The tidal waters bring in mineral sediments, and at the same time, mangrove themselves contribute to the organic matter through the roots and litter, and these materials accumulate on the forest floor and gradually increases the surface elevation. So basically, sediment accretion helps mangrove keep pace with the rising sea level. At the same time, the sedimentation also plays a very key important role in the carbon storage. The higher sediment enhances the carbon burial and helps preserve carbon in anoxic conditions where decomposition is very slow. So mangroves and sediments are very closely linked. Mangroves help trap sediments, and sediments help maintaining the mangrove stability and enhance the carbon storage. But if this balance is disturbed, for example, if the elevation change is lower than the sea level rise, it can lead to the submergence of mangroves and loss of the stored carbon. So understanding the sediment process is essential to understand mangrove resilience to the sea level. Uh, Now, coming to our study area, the Andaman Islands represent one of the most diverse mangrove regions in Asia, with around 608 square kilometers of mangrove cover. However, this region was significantly impacted by the 2004 Indian Ocean tsunami, and this event caused major geomorphological changes, particularly the coastal uplift in northern Andaman and subsidence in the South Andaman, while in the middle Andaman remained relatively stable, and it is considered as the control site. And these changes had several important implications, like there were hydrological changes which affected the tidal flow and water movement, and also this led to the shift in vegetation, with some species expanding and others declining. At the same time, there were alteration in sediment dynamic, including both erosion and accretion patterns, and all of these factors can directly influence the carbon storage and the overall stability of mangrove ecosystem. So this makes the Andaman Islands a very important and dynamic system to study the interaction between geomorphology, sediment process, and the carbon storage. So coming to the knowledge gap, We know that most of the studies on mangrove carbon estimation depend upon the generalized allometric equations rather than the species specific equations. This can lead to the uncertainties because different species have different biomass and carbon storage capacities. And also there is a lack of standardized protocol which make it difficult to compare these results across different study sites and regions. Another important gap is the lack of long-term data on sediment accretion and erosion, especially in the Andaman Islands. And finally, there is still limited understanding of how this geomorphology influences the carbon storage in mangrove ecosystem. So overall, these gaps highlight the need for an integrated study that links the carbon dynamic with sediment process and geomorphology settings. So based on this knowledge gap, this study was designed with two main objectives. First is to quantify the above ground carbon stock across different geomorphological settings in the Andaman mangroves. And second is to evaluate sediment elevation dynamics using RSET monitoring, that is the road surface elevation table monitoring in the South Andaman. So by combining these two aspects, we aim to better understand how geomorphology and sediment process together influence the carbon storage and mangrove stability. So for the assessment of carbon, we used the assessment of above ground carbon stock. We used Kaufman and Donato et al. 2012 SWAM protocol, which is an internationally accepted protocol for measuring the mangrove carbon stock. And we had 26 site and 156 vegetation plots. And in each sites, we laid a 250-meter linear transect, and every 50 meter, a 7-meter radius circular plot was established. And within these plots, we measured parameters such as tree density, basal area, species composition, and diameter at the breast height. And these measurements were used to estimate above ground biomass, which was then converted into carbon stock. And the total carbon stock in our study included multiple components, that is live trees, dead trees, and saplings and downed wood. So for the live trees, were calculated the above species and genus specific allometric equation were used for calculating the above ground biomass of live tree, and then it is converted into carbon using the standard conversion factors. The dead tree we have divided into three status: status 1, status 2, and status 3. And status 1 were the recently dead trees. Status 2, the trees have secondary and primary branches. Status 3 applies to the standing snags, where most of the branches have been lost. So the dead tree biomass was calculated relative to the live tree biomass. Status 1, 97.5% is reduced, and status 2, 80%, and status 3, the trunk volume is calculated, and then the carbon conversion factors are applied to estimate the carbon. And for the downward wood, we used planar intersector method, and the biomass for the downward wood was calculated by using species specific gravity values for mangrove genera and converted to the carbon mass using the factor of 0.50. For the sediment dynamics and elevation change, we used the road surface elevation table, or RSET, which is standard technique to measure changes in soil surface elevation over time. And this method provides a very stable reference point, allowing us to accurately detect whether the surface is building up or getting eroded. And in this study, monitoring was carried out at 3 sites in South Andaman: Redskin Island, Namanagar, and Radnor Creek. And the measurements were taken during 3 different periods, like the pre-monsoon, which is considered as the baseline, and early monsoon, and the representing the late monsoon. So now coming to the results on above ground carbon stock. In this study, we carried out a comprehensive inventory of 156 vegetation plot and covering a total of 2,531 tree individuals. This included 2,361 live trees and 170 dead trees and 218 saplings. Overall, we recorded 22 mangrove species belonging to 16 genera and 14 families, which reflect the rich diversity of mangrove ecosystems in the Andaman Islands. Now, in terms of carbon stock, the mean above ground carbon stock was estimated to be 298.72 megagram carbon per hectare. And when we compare across different geomorphological settings, control sites show the highest carbon stock followed by the uplifted site, while subsided site had comparatively lower values. And looking at the contribution of different components, most of the carbon was stored in the live trees, while saplings contributed only a very proportion, and other components such as dead trees and woody debris also contributed to the total carbon stock, but to a very lesser extent. Now, looking at to the species contribution to the above ground carbon, among all the recorded species, Rhizophora apiculata was found to be the dominant species across all the site categories, contributing to the largest share of carbon stock. And apart from this, other species such as Rhizophora mucronata and Cereops thungal and Bruguera gymnorhiza also contributed to the carbon stock, but to a lesser extent. Overall, and coming to the soil elevation change, overall, we observed that most of the stations showed sediment erosion, and this erosion was more pronounced during the late monsoon period. So now looking at the site-wise pattern, Redskin Island showed sediment accretion with an increasing during early monsoon, which slightly reduced in the late monsoon. And in contrast, the Namunagar showed initial accretion, but later shift to erosion during the late monsoon. And in the right Mio, all the stations consistently showed erosion during both early and late monsoon period, with relatively higher erosion rate in the later monsoons. Now, coming to the discussion part of our study, summarizing the key findings of our study, the mean carbon stock observed from the Andaman Islands is 298.72 megagram carbon per hectare, which is equivalent to 1096.30 megagram CO2 per hectare. And we know that the total mangrove area in the Andaman Islands is 608 square kilometer, and the total carbon stock, so the in that the total carbon stock is estimated to be around 18.17 tetragram of carbon, or roughly 66.67 tetragram of carbon, and these values are comparatively higher than that the carbon stock reported from many other mangrove regions in India. And this indicates that the Andaman mangroves are highly efficient carbon sinks and play a very significant role in the climate change mitigation. So, like overall, these findings highlight the ecological importance of Andaman Islands, both in terms of carbon storage and their contribution to the global carbon balance. And the seasonal erosion observed in our study appears to be influenced by several factors, including the tidal inundation, hydrodynamic condition, and sediment supply. These factors vary across sites and season, especially during the monsoon, leading to differences in erosion and accretion patterns. Now, linking this to the site-wise observation, we found that control sites, which are relatively stable, showed higher carbon stock. In contrast, the subsided site in South Andaman, which are more dynamic and experience greater sediment disturbance, showed lower carbon stock. So this clearly indicates that sediment stability and geomorphological condition play a key role in regulating carbon storage in mangrove ecosystems. So coming to the conclusion of our study, like the high above ground carbon stock observed in Andaman mangrove highlight their significant role as a blue carbon ecosystem. So we also found that the dominance of Rhizophora species contributes substantially to the carbon storage, reflecting their strong biomass accumulation potential. And importantly, our study shows that geomorphic settings and sediment process together regulate carbon storage in these ecosystems. And this emphasizes the need of site-specific assessment, especially when planning conservation and climate mitigation strategies. So with that, I conclude my talk. Thank you. Thank you all for listening.
Thank you for that insightful presentation. Healthy mangroves are natural carbon sinks, silently fighting climate change. I now invite Mr. Tirumurugan V, research scholar from Wildlife Institute of India, who will present online on mangrove community structure and recovery of mangrove vegetation in the Nicobar Islands. You may start. Sir, I request you to kindly start with your presentation.
Yeah. Very good morning. Is my screen visible?
Yes, sir. You may
Hello.
start.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So very good afternoon. A very good morning. I'm Tirumurugan. I'm a research scholar and researcher working on the mangroves of Andaman Nicobar Island. Today, I want to talk about the mangrove community structure and recovery of mangrove vegetation in the Nicobar Island. This is part of my PhD dissertation. So the 2004 tsunami, which is one of the devastating event in the recent past, it's almost impacted all the low-lying areas of the South Asian countries. So especially the low-lying areas of Andaman Nicobar Island, which is very close to the earthquake epicenter. So the low-lying areas and coastal forests have been highly impacted by this event, and also the mangrove forest. As you can see in this picture, nearly like 2 kilometers of the mangrove vegetation have been died. So what really happened during the event? So the Andaman, the Australian plate and Eurasian plate collided at the Sunda Trench. It caused a tectonic subduction, which is a geological process, which created upliftment in the North Andaman region and subsidence in the Nicobar and South Andaman region. So due to that impact, 97% of the mangroves have been lost in the Nicobar Island. So priorly, Nicobar Island, and before the 2004, as per the IAS report, it is about 37 square kilometer of mangrove areas, and nearly 90% of the mangroves have been tightly packed, high density mangroves. So the basal area is about 18 meter square. So what happened after the tsunami? The mangroves have died up to 97%, because not only because of tsunami force, also by the subsidence impact up to 2.85 meter. Wherever there were mangroves have been washed up due to the uh, due to the due to the due to the inundation. Wherever there are intertidal zone, it becomes sea, and wherever there are terrestrial forests, it becomes a conducive environment for the mangroves to colonize. So my talk is about the new intertidal areas, how the mangroves have been colonized. So the earlier studies from the Nicobar Island, which exclusively worked on the initial patterns of mangrove colonization, which collected data from 2009 to 2014. So that's the time period they collected the data, and it is almost 20 years after the tsunami. We should have a proper contiguous data to understand how mangrove colonize over a period of time. So with this background, my objective is to understand the present status of species richness, diversity and composition in the mangroves, and also to understand the major factors influencing the mangrove succession recruitment in the new intertidal areas. So my study is Nicobar Islands. I have selected 25 mangrove sites. Within that, 13 sites have been selected for intensive sampling. So these are the sites. So Nicobar Islands, we all know it's a part of Sundaland biodiversity hotspot. So major 90% of the forest have been have the forest cover. So I used linear transect method. 34 transect have been used in the 13 sites. So data is collected from 2021 to 2023. So minimum mangrove width of 300 meters selected using all the trees in the 10-meter plot. The transect will follow landward, ecotone, and seaward to understand the mangrove zonation pattern. So the first two are landward, and the second are ecotone, and the last two are seaward mangroves. It's arranged in a way in each 10 into 10 plots. All the trees, saplings are enumerated based on the standard protocol. So the data analysis I followed vegetation, density, frequency, and the IV value are calculated for all the plots. So diversity indices, I followed Shannon and Simpson diversity. For species patterns across the different zones and different island groups, I used a multiple response permutation procedure. And finally, for mangrove recruitment, influence of factors determining the species recruitment of sapling and seedling were analyzed using generalized linear models. So what are the parameters which I took was salinity, pH, temperature, tree density, canopy height, and distance of motion and distance from human habitat. So all the data analysis were conducted in R, Microsoft Office, and maps are produced in QGIS. So what we found is 27 true mangroves from the Nicobar Islands. Out of this, 5 species were new distribution records to the islands. So Aegiceras corniculatum, Avicennium alba, Avicennia marina, Bruguera cylindrica, and Pempis acidula are newly distributed when compared to the earlier studies. So as you can see in this picture, so zonation wise, there are specific species which are present in seaward, specific species which are present in landward, and specific species which are present in ecotone regions. So, but the density were higher in the landward and ecotone area. So there were no proper zonation happen in the Nicobar Island. All the mangroves are emerging mangroves. The abundance were, as I mentioned, landward is the highest, followed by the ecotone and seaward. So wherever there was tidal accretion in the higher elevation areas, the higher density was observed. And also, as per the tidal sorting hypothesis, the smaller propagules like Sonaricia and Avicennia have the higher chances of settling in the landward habitats. So the tree density is 425 individuals per hectare, sapling is 626, and seedling is 2896 individual per hectare. So the basal area, which is 8.12 meters square per hectare, as I mentioned earlier. So the before 2004, the ISR report shows it is 18 meters square per hectare. So as you can see, the mangroves are slowly gripping up and colonizing the habitats, new habitats. So trees have the highest density, followed by the sapling and seedling, and the Central Nicobar Islands have the better evenness and diverse among the 3 groups. So, and also the vegetation wise, all the mangrove groups, island groups, and the zonation and habitat wise, all are significantly different across the groups and also for the habitat wise. So you can see the picture. So the Car Nicobar, which is having the highest density among the 3 groups, because of the remnant vegetation of Rhizophora, and as you can also see the Dolichondros pethecia in the islands. Whereas in the Central Nicobar, it's mostly colonized by Sonaricia cassiolaris, Sonaricia alba, and Lumnizera racemosa. In the southern group, it's a mixed composition of Rhizophora, Bruguera, and a newly emerging Avicennia marina and Avicennia alba in the southern group of islands. So the dominant species wise, the northern Nicobar, which is having the Bruguera and then Rhizophora dominance because of the remnant vegetation which survived during the 2004 tsunami. And in central Nicobar, it's completely new mangroves. The Sonaricia lanceolata, Sonaricia cassiolaris, and Sonaricia alba, and Lumnizera racemosa are the dominant. And in southern Nicobar, Bruguera and Sonaricia alba and Sonaricia cassiolaris are the dominant species. So overall, you can see there is a shift, like as the earlier report from the Nicobar Island, which clearly says the high intact mangroves having the dominance of Rhizophora species, whereas a new recruitment which are shifting towards Sonaricia dominance. Even you can see the earlier speaker which mentioned Rhizophora epiclata was a dominant in the Andaman group, whereas in the Nicobar group, there is a shift in species composition. Sonaricia is dominant among the species. So the new trees, the small size class trees from 10 to 30 have the highest size class, and also these are the emerging mangroves. It shows an inverted J-shaped curve, which is denoting a healthy mangrove forest. So what are the factors influencing mangrove recruitment? So from our study, so we can see salinity, disturbance, ocean, distance from ocean, canopy height, and tree density have the major influencing factor for mangrove recruitment. As also the model suggests a good fit of 0.32, and these are the positive predictors, whereas the basal area and near to the settlement, which have the higher pressure and pH, temperature, and road influence of road have a negative impact. So overall, what I found is the recovery pattern, which is surely shifting from the Rhizophora community now towards the Bruguiera and Soneraceae dominance because of the large pile of debris which is accumulated during this tsunami event. Soneraceae have the highest possibilities of the emerging mangroves, and also trends which also shows after the tsunami from the neighboring Southeast Asian countries, Malaysia, Singapore, and Indonesia, having the Soneraceae dominance after the 2004 post-tsunami event. So all the Nicobar mangroves are the emerging mangroves. So there are new species which are distributed. To the takeaway message is just after the tsunami, there were all the mangroves in the Nicobar group have become a ghost forest. All the mangroves have been died and washed out because of the subsidence impact and also tsunami impact. So 97 mangroves are coming up. 97 mangroves have died off, whereas the new mangroves, it's completely recovering at a very slow and gradual pace. So the rhizophora is shifting towards the Soneraceae dominant, which is more particularly in the high saline condition. So also the saline, the condition of mangroves have been changed in this islands, whereas it's more towards the saline tolerant species are emerging in the islands. So with this, I just want to conclude with a message. So there are many plantation practice which have been followed in the Nicobar Island. Even my supervisor, Dr. Nehru, also talked about the restoration problems in the islands. So we have observed there are plantation in the seagrass habitat, and wherever there are habitats which are not suitable have been planted across the Nicobar group. So there is a specific focus of Rhizophora were planted across the sites, whereas the Soneraceae, which is colonizing in the Nicobar, having given a very low plantation practice in the islands. So with this, I would like to acknowledge the following people. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for the valuable insights. Now, I invite Shri Anup Raj Singh, research scholar from Wildlife Institute of India, to present online on spatio-temporal trends in mangrove cover following the 2004 tsunami and coastal uplift in the North and Middle Andaman Islands. Sir, I request you to begin.
Yes. Is my screen visible?
Yes, sir.
And my slides?
Yes, everything is visible and you are audible also. You can start.
Yes. Yeah.
Kindly put in
Thank you so
slideshow.
much. Yeah. Now is it fine?
Yes.
Yes. Uh, Thank you so much for the introduction. Very warm morning to all of you. And thank you to Jojo sir and his entire team, the entire forest department, for giving this opportunity. I am Dr. Anup on behalf of all my co-authors. Today I'm going to present one of our work where we try to assess the spatio-temporal trend in mangrove cover following 2004 tsunami and the coastal uplift in North Andaman Islands. So, as my previous, as our previous speaker and my colleague, Mr. Tirumurugan has talked about the impact of tsunami in islands, it has eased in one of our all of our lives, and also especially the people of Andaman. Since the epicenter of this earthquake was close to Indonesia, and Nicobar being close to it bear the maximum burn, followed by Andaman and the other eastern coast of India and other part of the world. So the waves were as high as 20 meter, and it killed around 230,000 people across 14 countries. And the event has also degraded several ecosystems, including seagrass, coral reefs, and was responsible for the livelihood of local people. Now, let us understand how the earthquake has happened. Basically, there was interaction between Burman and Indian plates, where I would like to draw your attention to this particular graphical representation on your right side, where the area where this plate is, this is the Indian plate, and the upper plate is the Burman plate. And the interaction, during the interaction, the Burman plate actually moved little up, and the Indian plate slipped below, which caused the change in geomorphology of the entire islands. So this black line in this particular image is the fault line, and the red dotted lines are the North Andaman and the area which was uplifted, and these blue dotted lines are the area of South Andaman and Nicobar which was subsided. So this is consider this as a Andaman and Nicobar Islands before tsunami, and right after the earthquake, the northern part, which is around northern part, which was uplifted by around 1.4 meter, and the southern part and the Nicobar part was subsided by around 2.8 meter, and there was no change observed in terms of elevation in the middle Andaman. So the uplift is kind of mimicking the sea level drop scenario, and the subsidence is mimicking sea level rise scenario. Overall, this gives us an excellent XC2 laboratory to understand how these global phenomena are happening in the island setup. So, as we know, mangrove is a tide-dependent system, and it receives tides twice a day in Andaman Islands, where with high tide and low tide. So now the implication of land uplift, what happens in the Andaman. So this area, particularly the subtidal zones where the corals were there, now this area has came out of water, and came out of water because of the land uplift, and the tide which was reaching until this point during the spring tide, which is the highest high tide, is now no longer reaching here, and tide is maximum, it's going up to here. So the question is, what is happening at this place? So in totality, it has created three situations where there is this land uplift which has came out of water after the tsunami, and there is this area at the back end of the mangrove where no tidal water is reaching, and there is this remnant mangrove where the tidal water is reaching. So there is three scenario happening. So this is what is happening at the back of the mangrove, where entire now mangrove is gradually dying off because of no tidal water, and this is the scenario happening at the seaward edge of the North Andaman Island, where the entire area is now acting as an intertidal and paving way for mangrove colonization. So this is the GIF representation of what happened after the land uplift in North Andaman. We have taken two images, one from 2003, which is before tsunami, and one from 2019. And I would like to draw your attention towards the edges of the islands of this is North Andaman. And if you see, there is this dark green color in 2003 images is now completely turned into bare land because of the retreat of tidal water into the mangrove system. This is one example from Radhanagar, Diglipur. You see the 2004 images where this place is full of pristine mangrove, and now in 2013, the entire area is wiped off, and barring a few patches of mangrove remaining there, and then there is this uplifted area, which is the new area has came out of the water towards the seaward and is now suitable for mangrove colonization. So with this background, we did a literature review and tried to find out the knowledge gap, and we found that mangrove degradation. These studies have studied the mangrove degradation in the island, but they are in the small patches. So, and also there is a study by Ramakrishnan et al. They said that there is a continuous degradation of mangrove. So the mangrove has degradation has not stopped yet. And also these studies lack how the degradation is happening across the years, and what is the potential area available for mangrove colonization, and what is the rate of mangrove loss and gain in the island. So with this question in mind, we formulated three objectives. First one is to understand the spatio-temporal change in mangrove cover, and second one is to estimate the potential area available for mangrove colonization, and third one is to find out the rate of mangrove loss and gain in the uplift site. So with this, we selected North and Middle Andaman Island as our study area, and we divided this North Andaman area into two parts based on the gradient of uplift. The west coast were uplifted by around 1.4 meter, and the east coast was relatively less uplifted, that is around 0.6 meter. And then there is this Middle Andaman, which was there is no elevation observed, so it is acting as a control site for our study. So for this special temporal analysis, we selected a high resolution satellite image. So for 2004 and 5, we selected Landsat 5 image with 30-meter resolution, and for 2010 and 2016, we selected Landsat 8 imagery with 30-meter resolution, and for recent analysis, we selected Sentinel with 10-meter resolution. And these images were selected for the month of February, just to ensure the minimal cloud. So after taking the images, we did pre-processing and selection. So for the crowd removal, we use CF mask method for the Landsat image, and QA60 for Sentinel-2 in Google Earth Engine, and then we use a random forest to classify our image. So post-processing and validation we did by balance training and validation point, and we did manual corrections using the Google Earth overlay on our images. So as a result, we found that there is around 453 square kilometer of mangrove existed in North and Middle Andaman Island before tsunami. But right after tsunami, there was 13 square kilometer of, that is 3% of mangroves were immediately died off. Imagine the event happened in December 26, and this image what we analyzed was of February. So in 60 days, around 13 square kilometer of mangrove were died off. And then the trend even increased in 2010, where the degradation of mangrove even increased sharply with 119 square kilometer of mangrove loss. But then there is good news also. We observed there is a small uh, new colonization, that is around 2 square kilometer in the island. So as you see in the image below, this is 2004 image, where our mangroves green color, represented in green color, is a pristine mangrove patch. But in 2005, right after the tsunami, then this gray part, which is the uplifted area, is now acting as mangrove, new intertidal habitat for mangrove colonization. And this green part is having some pinkish, like this pinkish color, which is showing that the degradation has already started. But if you see in 2010 image, the entire green is changed to a light pink color, which says that a lot of mangrove cover has is by 2010 is died off. So similarly, we found that in 2016 the cumulative loss was around 173 square kilometer, and it continued to 2020. But the degradation was slowed in 2020, and overall we found that there is 40% of mangrove were lost, that is 183 square kilometer compared to the original cover, and total of 14 square kilometer of mangrove were covered. So you can see here this dark pink color is pretty much visible here, and that new mangroves are colonizing in these places. To coming to the next objective, to find out what is the rate of mangrove loss and gain. And as you can see in the picture, initially the rate of mangrove loss just after the tsunami is too high, and then it gradually slows down, and currently it is around 2.24 square kilometer of mangrove is still dying off in North Andaman. But if you see the colonization rate, it was barely nothing at the start, but now it's going gradually increasing, and it's going in upward direction, and now we can say that around 1.4 square kilometer of mangrove is colonizing this new intertidal habitat each year. One thing also here it's very interesting to see is that the gap between the rate of degradation and the rate of colonization is kind of coming close to each other, which says that the mangrove of North Andaman is in a sense it's marking its stabilization phase. Uh, and then later what we also did is we compare the previous study from with our study, and see try to see what are the differences we found. And then what we saw is that total we found that around 2020 150 square kilometer of mangroves were gone, but in the Ramakrishnan et al they just mapped the North Andaman. So our North Andaman meaning that it includes Mayabandar and North Andaman, but Ramakrishnan et al it's completely the North Andaman part, where it says that around 65 square kilometer of mangrove were died off, and Majumdar et al. Mapped the Mayabandar part, which says that around 70 square kilometer of mangrove were died off. So if you add both of these, it's coming to 135, which is still lower than what we found in our study. Later, Vettil et al. Also studied North and Middle Andaman part, and this is that up to 2018, around 100 square kilometer of mangrove were gone, which is way too less than what we have found. Which is in our study we found 178 square kilometer. So, and also the Chakravarti et al. They did not directly measure it, but they have said that around 47 square kilometer of mangrove were lost, which is comparable to what we have found. And also in the recent ISFR report by FSI says that North and Middle Andaman has around 418 square kilometer of mangrove cover, which is around 55% of overestimation. So we don't have this much of this much of mangrove cover in North Andaman Islands. So with this, we can say that around 40% of mangrove cover, that is 183 square kilometer of mangroves, were lost in 2 decades just because of the land uplift and tidal retreat. So the rate of degradation post 2 decades is 2.24, and the rate of colonization is 1.14, which mark the phase of stabilization as already discussed. And the gradual recovery of 14 square kilometer by 2024 is still way too less, but it's showing a positive sign that these areas is being now colonized by mangroves. We also observe site-specific differences that recovery varies sharply, as East Coast with lower uplift, that is around zero point 0.6, supports better colonization compared to the West Coast, which has a high uplift and shows near total loss of mangrove and less recovery. So as Dr. Nehru, my supervisor, has also mentioned that Indian government uh, has launched a ambitious project called MISTI, which aim to uh, you know reach to around 540 square kilometer of mangrove in the coming years. So the 150 square kilometer of potential area identified in the North Andaman could be uh, you know uh, could be the advantageous place where we can achieve this ambitious goal of government of India, and it gives us suitable sites area for restoration of mangroves. So, with this, I would like to thank the Forest Department, who helped extensively us in conducting the field work without I mean endless support from them throughout our study, and to my mentor, my PhD supervisors, my friend, my colleagues, and our teammates in the Mangrove Lab here in WI. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your informative presentation. Restoring mangroves is not just ecological work, it is an investment in our future. We have one more speaker for this session. Now I invite Dr. Praveen Kumar from GIS-led Dakshin Foundation, NET, to kindly present a presentation on mapping mangroves for supporting coastal protection and climate action. So you may please take the stage.
Good morning, everyone. So, am I audible?
Green forward, reverse, and spotlight.
Okay,
In
thank you. So I'm Dr. Praveen Kumar, working as a GIS lead at Dakshin Foundation. So basically, 2 years back, we have got one funding project from ICF for acclimate. Yeah. So 2 years back, we have got one funding project. So from acclimate grant. So in that project, we aim to map the prepare a blue carbon atlas for entire Andaman. So this is actually a national level project. So at a beginning, as a pilot project, we have considered Andaman as a study region. So within that project scope, so what we decided was we have initially prepared a database for all the blue carbon where people, whoever researchers, whoever reported the mean carbon values. So we have prepared one sort of India level database, so including all sort of what you can say, above ground, below ground, soil, all that stuff we have prepared. Afterwards, we also try to look at the various spatial level mangrove areas data sets which are available at at national scale. For example, global data sets we have mangrove watch, global mangrove watch, and also at national scale. So we don't have any geospatial data set, but we have like two different sources of information. One is National Wetland Inventory Authority, which is mainly by Special Application Center of Ahmedabad. Another one is Forest Survey of India. So all three data sets we have compared, and we try to look at what are the major changes, all the stuff. So, and after reviewing all those details, we try to look at our own, try to build our own data set, which is we have actually developed an algorithm to map the mangroves, particularly in Andaman. So we have prepared a model. So while developing those methodologies as well as the data sets, so the challenges that we have actually mainly faced, so which are mostly important within this mapping sector. So I'm going to present now. Yeah. So like I mentioned, the broad context here is, so globally we have almost 1,37,000 760 square kilometers mangrove area. So in India we have 4,991 square kilometers, particularly in Andaman 616 square kilometers mangrove area. So so we know that mangroves offer different what you can say services. So when it comes to mapping challenges, the first challenge is like clouds. So that is because, so as if you look at the figure, so left side we have the some regions in the North Andaman, Middle Andaman, as well as the South Andaman, where we couldn't find the cloud-free imageries because of the pattern, like this region enjoys both onset of monsoon rainfall as well as the offset also. And also we know that, so almost in a year the average number of rainy days were extended to 132. So because of all these challenges, so getting a cloud free image for the whole Andaman Nicobar region is nearly impossible. That is the reason, so we approached multi satellite approach to overcome this particular issue. So that is the left side we have primary data set, which is a Sentinel. The other side we have cloud free list imageries. So those list imageries we have observed acquired only to fill the cloud gaps. So when we look at the second challenge is we have different methodologies. For example, if you wanted to map the mangroves, different indices researchers have developed. So okay, so by researching, for example, if you look at the the right side figure, so this is clearly evident that, so if you wanted to map the mangroves, we supposed to at optical bands, for example, green, red, and near infrared, we couldn't clearly differentiate difference between the mangroves as well as the other forest cover. So what we are actually did was, so we focused on mid infrared bands where we could find the more difference in the spectral reflectance values. So that's we actually identified. So the we have plenty of indices, but out of which we consider total 9 indices. So to effectively map the, replicate the, all sort of, features within the, methodology. So since, these mangrove species are, mainly located at the, waterfront, areas, so we included 2 indices from, water based, and again 3 indices from vegetation based, and 4 indices from mangrove based. So the main target here is to clearly distinguish between the, mangroves from the other vegetation cover. So total 9 indices we have considered. So the methodology is initially, we have considered, data acquisition, which is, primary data set, like I mentioned, Sentinel. The alternative is to fill the gaps, set list 4. So since we have, multiple bands, which comes at a different spatial resolution. Okay, so we did interpolation, resampling. So brought down, all these, bands into 10-meter resolution. And of course, we actually, developed a trained actually, random forest model on, 1,000 decision trees. So we also applied post-processing techniques, and, finally we have prepared full-length, mangrove map. So if you look at the methodology, so this is, right from the beginning. So after considering the, input imageries, so we are actually, doing cloud masking, and again, clipping up to the Andaman land region. So estimating various indices after resampling. All the indices were resampled at, 10-meter spatial resolution. So we are going to check whether the cloud gaps are present or not. If there is no gap, we are actually moving ahead with the Sentinel data to estimate, to train the, random forest model, and of course again, to map the, mangroves. So if it is, if there exist any sort of, cloud gaps, where actually, goes into a subloop, so where we actually, map the, mangroves using the list 4 data set. After, mapping everything, again, we have entered into the main loop, and, estimated the, all the, overall accuracies, and, etc. So from our analysis, what I observed is, so out of, considered 9 indices, so the outperforming indices were like, so which is the MNDW, so which is a water-based indices. Next NDVI, SAVI, which is, vegetation-based. Next, mangrove forest index, as well as the CMRA, combined recognition mangrove forest index. So these are the, top 5, indices which are actually, outperform. So if you look at, our results, so we have achieved actually, almost 92% of, mangrove, rate in mapping. So our precision is around, you can see here the precision is 92% with F1 score of, 0.89. So which means that this algorithm is clearly, differentiated the mangroves from the, other vegetation patterns. And so we did that, mapping of every year from 2016 to, 2025. So next actually, we are going to discuss the results. Yeah. So here, if you look at the, why actually, we have considered multiple indices, not, going just because within a single indices. The question here is, if you look at the, CMRA, for example, these are all, 3 different mangrove patches, prominent mangrove patches. So where you can see, so there is no clear difference between the, other vegetation as well as the mangroves, if you only depending on the, single indices. So even, REMI, Red Edge Mangrove Index also. So that is the reason what we try to do is, we actually, moved ahead with the multiple indices with the, robust methodology. So our, analysis showed, like, in 2016, we estimated around at, 677 square kilometers area. So, and again, in 2023, we observed 643 square kilometer area. The net decline is around, 35 square kilometers. So, and of course, here I wanted to draw your attention. So, as far as the, IFSR report is concerned, so they have reported 616 square kilometers as an area for the entire, mangrove area in Andaman. So the main difference from, this result and, those numbers are the data set behind, that Forest Department, survey is. So list 3 data set, which is available at 23.5 meters, resolution. Whereas, we what you can say, mapped all these, developed all these data sets at 10 meter spatial resolution. The main difference is what, my observation is here. So unlike like, Sundarban patches where the mangroves are, prominently exist at a single location, so the mapping, what you can say, errors will be, very less. When it comes to, areas like, Andaman, we have, plenty of patches and also, extended very narrowly to, now what we can say, North Andaman to as well as in Nicobar Islands. Even if you look at the, if you miss, one particular pixel around, mangrove boundaries, all the patches, which, altogether, if you combine actually, that entire area, which leads to a large number. So now you make sense like, what, 23.5, meters resolution to, 10 meters resolution pixel size is, impacting the, mangrove areas. So, and of course, in the right side, if you look at, so the difference, this is the mangrove gain and loss between the, 2016 to, 2023. In Kishori Nagar, for example, if you look at, so this is the actually, one, what we can say, backwater, area where the mangroves are, surrounded. So in 2016, this entire area is actually mangroves. But, after, around, 9 years of time, so this entire water area is occupied by, so some sort of, anthropogenic activity like settlements and, people converted those lands into, cultivated areas. Now this entire area is lost. And similarly, Herbetabad and, Havelock Island, Mathura. So these are the, few prominent patches where, mangrove is completely, lost because of, anthropogenic activities. We also observed one, aerial bay where, mangroves are, actually clearly regenerated. Like, in the previous, presentations, people have mentioned. So the uplifting of the, North Andaman region created actually, new islands over there. So that actually, allowed the, mangroves to, regenerate. And this is the, prominent areas where we found actually, regrowth of, mangrove areas from 2016 to, 23. So this is the, various features, at site level conditions we have, discussed. And so overall actually, this algorithm actually, this is going to be all our, as, we are from, NGOs. So all our, data sets and, methodologies with the scripts and, everything is going to be open source soon. In our Dakshin, web portal, we are going to post all these layers. So people, whoever want to, researchers and, everybody, they can easily download all these data sets, in a single click. So, and of course, at these methodologies frequently we are going to update. So with, cutting edge, adding the, cutting edge methodologies going forward also. So the overall conclusion is like, we actually, approached in a multi-satellite, approach to overcome the, various issues like, cloud gaps and, all that stuff. So next, we actually included the, various spectral indices, mixture of, both vegetation, water, as well as the mangroves to clearly identify the, mangroves, separate the, mangroves from the other vegetation patterns. And also, we observed, clear difference in the, anthropogenic activities where, actually, those are activities are thriving the mangroves, to degrade, further and further. So all these, with, having said, all this information, so it is very important to, note that, so transparent, what you can say, mapping approaches and mapping methodologies are very important if you wanted to, address the, carbon, uncertainties in the carbon estimation, because ultimately, if you account, total carbon stock, so which is going to be a multiplication of area with respect to its mean carbon value. So if the areas are going to be wrong, ultimately, the entire, error is going to accumulate in the carbon stock values also. That is the reason initially we have actually, considered this particular approach. So, and thank you so much. So I just wanted to announce one important, announcement. So now in the first phase, we have finished the, mangrove mapping part. Now we are moving ahead with the, identifying the various species within the mangroves. Like, yesterday I have asked, question also to Nagarajan sir and all. So what we are facing is we are actually facing a lack of data. So like where the different species are located throughout the Andaman. Right now we have only one particular data sets from Raghavan sir and few other research studies also. So I strongly request like faculties from Pondicherry University, other researchers who actually work in this domain. So we are actually going to provide a various internships also, paid internships again for students. So and of course as a lead, so I am actively looking for students to develop a carbon, what we can say, this data set. Okay, so maybe whoever is interested, they can approach us, and we can take the initiatives forward. Yeah, we are also open for various proposals also, since I mentioned like we have also plenty of funding, so we are open for collaborations also. Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you, sir, for your insightful presentation. Every mapped mangrove is a step closer to stronger coastlines and a more climate resilient future. Now, I have the privilege to invite our distinguished panelist for the panel discussion. May I request Dr. S. Dinesh Kannan, IFS Chief Conservator of Forest Research and Working Plan, Dr. B. Nagarajan, Scientist G, IFGTB Coimbatore, and Dr. Nehru Prabhakaran, Scientist D, Wildlife Institute of India, to kindly move forward and join us on this dais.
The forum is open for discussion. You may please put up your questions to the panelists as well as to the speakers.
Any questions towards the speakers? I can take up the questions. So I'm also involved in majority of those studies. Yeah, go ahead, please.
Hello, good morning, everyone. Sir, myself, Suchitra. I'm a PhD scholar from Pondicherry University, Port Bay campus. Sir, the previous slide, sir, has mentioned about the destructions of mangrove due to the development of aquaculture. So, with that regard, I want to know what actions can we take up to support both sustainable aquaculture as well as mangrove restoration. Since I'm from aquaculture background, so I just want to know about that, sir.
So, to my knowledge, so those trends are no longer, in place now. So the aquaculture, the mangrove conversion for aquaculture is now kind of a past legacy. So no longer the mangroves are kind of compensated for creating aquaculture. But now more and more aquaculture ponds are getting abandoned. They are no longer being very productive. So in those kind of places, now the mangrove restoration is being taken up in many places. Actually, the Mangrove Action Project, it's a global organization kind of. So they are driving the mangrove restoration across majority of Southeast Asian countries. So they have pioneered certain methodologies how to rehabilitate mangroves in these abandoned shrimp farms. Okay, so the recent trend is having mangroves as well as aquaculture go hand in hand. So there are methodologies now people are trying to develop where you grow mangroves on the edges and have the shrimp pond or aquaculture pond for fishes. So there are quite a number of research is happening on this aspect now. And not in Andaman. Andaman, I don't think it is very conducive for aquaculture yet, unlike the mainland. So here you don't have much of such issues.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, please.
Good morning, sir. It was indeed an insightful session. Myself, Simi, and I am a student of Department of Botany, JNRM. And as I study botany, I do have a keen interest in history as well. So I want the thing which I want to know is the paleobotanical site of mangrove. And as so when we talk about tracing the evolutionary lineage, the fundamental idea that I keep returning to is that mangrove perhaps exist in one of the most hostile environment, and sir has mentioned that it is the dynamic tidal environment that it plays the role. So, and archaeologists, sir, they have at least an undisturbed layers to excavate. But here, the thing is, it gets different. So, it's the same water that gives the mangrove identity, and it's the same water that erases its history as well. So, the question that I have are, number one is that, what all the challenges that do you face while excavating the mangrove fossil records? And how different is your job from the terrestrial paleobotanist? And second is that, how confident can we actually be in the evolutionary narratives that we have constructed from the mangrove fossil records till today?
Thank you. Actually, there is global body of researchers who are working on mangrove paleobotany. Okay. Even in Andaman, there was a study sometime back, 2019, 2016 to 19. There was one scholar from our own paleobotany institution, Birbal Saini Institute of Paleobotany from Lucknow. So she had come here and she had collected some soil cores to understand what is the mangrove vegetation look like in the past. So in paleobotany, in mangroves, what they do is they extract the sediment layers. You take up to 1 meter, 2 meter, and then try to see the pollen that are deposited, because pollen is a big indicator of what has existed in that place. So many of these mangrove sites in Andaman that they done this analysis had lot of evergreen forest pollen or terrestrial forest pollen. That means these areas in the past were terrestrial forests, and now it's kind of these islands. Interestingly, Andaman Nicobar Islands, geologically speaking, they are called vertically unstable islands. They go up and down. So what we know is only the 20 years back what has happened, but it is not something new. This has been happening in this island for past so many thousands of years. Okay, even you go to Car Nicobar or some places, you'll still see a lot of coral sediments. You go to even Havelock, if you just dig up a well, you'll see a lot of coral deposits in the wells. Okay, that means the land is kind of going up in some places, land is sinking some places. So there is as such, there is not much of a difficulty for paleobotanists. It is all you need is you just need to extract the cores, and in mangroves as much as 18-meter soil cores been extracted. So even our own research for the mangrove carbon stock assessment, we have extracted 3-meter cores, soil cores. So there are equipments, there is not much of a difficulty as such extracting. Only thing, we have shortage of researchers who are working on that aspect.
I wish to add that please check the particular site, which is French Institute Pondicherry. Yeah, one of our seniors, Dr. Tanigai Mani. Yesterday also we were talking with Dr. Nehru. While we certainly think that specialists are very important, we have too many generalists in mangroves also. Very unfortunately, Tanigai Mani was the only scientist who published species-specific pollen research. And Michael Karatini, then Vasanti. These are the three people who contributed a lot of information to the pollen research. And all these paleo records of India, it is available in the French Institute, almanac. You can go and download it for free. Very recently, French Institute made it a point that it was earlier sold for a particular royalty amount. Now it's free. You can access it, you can download it. So 3 names, what I would suggest is Dr. Tanigai Mani, Dr. Vasanti, and Dr. Michael Karatini.
Interesting. Thank you, sir.
Hello, sir. My name is Dr. Manu Assist, and I am here from Government Engineering College. So, I am senior lecturer chemistry. So, whatever I am listening only chemistry point of view. So, these mangroves has a variety of important chemicals which we can explore is going to be very useful. One is they could be a potential source of biosurfactant. And I was reading, if we can only use the fallen leaves and the dead biomass, then we can extract the good amount of biosurfactant. And the application of this biosurfactant can be in oil spill. So you must be hearing that September 2025, Andaman Basin has a huge resource of crude oil also. So fortunately or unfortunately, we don't know if drilling is started, and obviously there will be an oil spill. So initially I want to take up that study one, the extraction of biosurfactant, which obviously a commercial viability from the Andaman point of view. So, and the second is I want to use the natural polysaccharide present in it, like natural gum, which is coming out without harming the plant. And I want to use to make them as hydrogel. So, and hydrogel for drug delivery application. So these two, three parts I want to collaborate, and how I can jump into this area. So I'm in Andaman from 2016. So basically I'm from Meerut, Uttar Pradesh. And lastly, after doing my PhD from Gujarat and postdoctorate from IIT Bombay, I am here. So these are my strengths. So I work in drug delivery system, I work in crude oil chemistry, and natural surfactant. So these three things always fascinate me since it is a endangered species. And so I saw your World Mangrove Conference yesterday in newspaper. Yesterday I was preoccupied, so I came today. So maybe I was not officially invited, but being a scientist, I did not resist myself and come here. So and I'm finding very interesting the session and the right platform to raise this question, because this is going to be a joint proposal, whatever Mangrove Society, whatever it is, I don't know. The chemistry part, I will look after it. And the species, whatever the mangrove side thinks is there, is somebody can collaborate. Then definitely you already have vast information in mangrove. But the chemistry aspect, we are ready to explore here, sir. Kindly help in this matter.
We appreciate that insight. Certainly, it's a wonderful area to work upon. We shall keep in touch, and as such, we see the biomolecule side is mostly on drug delivery systems, and CDRA Lucknow is into process. We'll be glad because surfactant part of it, rather, it's new to me as well. So we'll keep in touch, and we'll see how we can work into as a working group.
So,
Yeah, just I want to add it from the department point of view. Annually, we are from Andaman and Nicobar
thank you, sir.
Islands only.
Yeah.
We are having a research advisory council. If you have any proposal in hand immediately, you can place it before the research advisory council. The council will discuss in detail. SAR is also a member in that RAC. So we will have a detailed discussion, what may be the pros and cons, how effectively we can give permission to you. This is number one. Number two, with respect to the funding, if you are getting from your institute, or if you are getting from some other ministry, then it is fine enough. We will give only permission from our side. If you are having your project in hand, if you are not having any fund in hand, then whenever we invite, yesterday also I told in the meeting, we are having a separate plan under National Coastal Mission. So we are planning to invite papers from the interested people. The funding will be from department side. If that comes in, then we can also give you some kind of funding so that you can initiate your proposal. Okay, that's what I understand. Your request is only to Yeah, so permission as well as to get the approval from the department, because being a mangrove area, it is totally under the management and control of forest department. So first we need to know what you are intending to do. For that we need experts from IFGTP and also BSI, ZSI, all the institute heads will be there in the RAC, Research Advisory Council. So you place your proposal, it will be deliberated how effectively, even every scientists may have their different opinion. They can suggest in a better way also, so that your proposal can be modified and it can be effectively being taken up in due course of time. Okay, hope I answered your question.
Ah, yes, sir.
Okay.
This is what I needed, sir.
Okay, right.
This is
Thank
what,
you,
yes.
thank you, thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Such an informative session till now. And myself, S.R. Shraddha from Pondicherry University. Sir, I had this question. We all know about Great Nicobar transshipment project which is happening in there. I'm sorry, that's a sensitive issue. But I want to know that is it destructing our mangroves forest that is in there? And if it is, and how development and natural restoration can be balanced? That's what I wanted to know.
Yeah, thank you very much, ma'am. But I don't think this is the right platform to discuss about that issue in a lot. However, I can give only one information that the Department of Environment and Forest has prepared a separate management plan for conservation of mangroves in Great Nicobar Island. So that's what we are trying to do it. So whatever damages will happen, what will be the situation, that can be seen after if the project is being implemented. As of now, we are ready with our management plan and everything. Okay. Till date, the project is not yet started, so it's too immature to discuss about that issue. Okay. Okay, right. Thank you. And one more small information. I was discussing with Dr. Negru just now. During his presentation, he said about Goa. Goa, there is some issue. Mangroves are coming in and they are drying upon and other thing. Goa has a peculiar kind of agricultural farming that is known as Gazan farming. In Goa only, as of now, we are having salt tolerant rice variety. They are having a specific system. What they do, this system started from 6th century onwards. That means it's 700-year-old more or less, I can say. So during that time, what they will do, they will saline water used to come to the coastal area, so they make a kind of a sluice gate kind of thing. They will make the bund and sluice gate. During the paddy cultivation season, they won't allow the saline water to enter into the agriculture land. After the harvesting is over, then they will remove the sluice gate and the bund will be removed, so the saline water will come again, it will go back. So the area soil will be having some salinity. During harvesting during the paddy cultivation season, there won't be any saline water. That was happening from 6th century onwards. For the past 20 years, because of some issue with the agriculture department, the sluice gate was not properly maintained, so the bund was also not being properly maintained. What happens? Throughout the year, saline water started entering into the agriculture, Gazan farming agriculture land. So as usual, if the saline water is there, so the next succession, like we can say, next succession, mangroves started coming up in that place. So that's why mangroves are seen. Then in between what happened, then when the bridge is made and road is made, so they blocked the sluice gate and the bund is completely closed. That's why the saline water stopped coming into this agriculture land. So earlier it was agriculture, afterwards it was converted into mangrove, that was closed. That is the issue. If you have traveled in Goa, you might have seen in few places, you will be seeing the dead mangroves on the left side of the road. That is happening because of this issue only. This is the agriculture practice which was done earlier, was stopped in between. So these are all, I can say that incidental mangrove patches happened in Goa area. Okay, okay, right.
Thank you very much. if there are not any more questions. Is there a question? No. Yeah, can we move? So now I thought we'll move on to the next session. Thank you very much.
Thank you to all our esteemed panelists for such an engaging and interactive discussion. Mangroves are nurseries of the sea, supporting life from the smallest organisms to large marine species. Now moving towards the second session, it is my honor to invite Dr. Shiva Peruman, Scientist F and Additional Director, Andaman and Nicobar Regional Center, Zoological Survey of India, Port Blair, to deliver his session on mangrove biodiversity and associated marine life. Sir has received his doctorate degree in ecology of wetland birds in the Vembanad Coal Ramsar site from the Kerala Forest Research Institute, Kerala, and Forest Research Institute, Deemed University, Dehradun. Recently, he has been awarded Doctor of Science from Madurai Kamaraj University, Tamil Nadu. He has served as expert consultant in the Committee for the Purpose of Control and Supervision of Animals, Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change, Government of India. Sir, we look forward to an expert insight. Please take the stage.
Forward, reverse, spotlight. Your presentation is also visible there.
Very good morning to all. Respected Chief Conservator of Forest, Dr. Dinesh Kannan, IFS, Dr. Nagarajan, Senior Scientist, IFGTP, Dr. Nehru, Wildlife Institute of India, participants of the 2 days workshop on mangrove ecosystem, ladies and gentlemen. I'll be talking about biodiversity of mangrove ecosystem of India, and I'll be covering some extent on the Nicobar Islands what we have. So before coming to the biodiversity of mangrove ecosystem, I'll brief few slides you might have heard about from other speakers. I'll cover few slides about Andaman Nicobar group of islands. If you see the map of Andaman Nicobar group of islands, we had a connection with the Asian mainland and Southeast Asia almost 100 million years ago. Due to tectonic movement, it got detected. Now it is separated from the Asian mainland and also Southeast Asia and it is a floating island in the Bay of Bengal and Arabian Sea. Look like camelback structures. We have 836 island, islet and rocky outcrops, which is extending 800 kilometers from southernmost tip of Indira Point to northernmost tip of Landfall Island. We have two group of islands, that is Andaman group and Nicobar group of islands, which is separated by 10-degree channel. You all might be knowing, those who have traveled to Nicobar group of islands, particularly by ship, where we'll get a lot of turbulence because of heavy rain during monsoon, particularly June, July, August. Our landmass is 8,249 square kilometer. Andaman is 6,408 square kilometer, and Nicobar coming 1,841 square kilometers. So this is a, sorry. So Andaman group and Nicobar group, which is separated by 10-degree channel, which is 150 kilometer wide channel, 732 meter depth. So we can classify Andaman group, South Andaman, Middle Andaman, North Andaman, and Little Andaman group. Nicobar group, there are three groups: Car Nicobar, Central Nicobar, that is non-Kauri group, and Great Nicobar and Little Nicobar group of islands. I don't know how many of you are familiar with how the name derived. Andaman and Nicobar. Anybody? So name Andaman is derived from the Malay word of Handuman, and Nicobar is very interesting. It's a Tamil name, Nakavaram or land of naked, which is written in the during Chola period. Still, it is in the Tamil Nadu Tanjavur temple. So we don't have a peak like mainland, where we have highest peak in either Western Ghat or Himalayas or Northeast. Our peak, very small peak, that is 732 meter peak. So North Andaman, that is Saddle Peak, and Mount Tullier is a Nicobar, Great Nicobar is the second highest peak. Then we have another few more peak, that is Mount Harriet, then Narkondam also one of the highest peak. So our coastal length is cover with, compare with our other coastal states and the Union Territory, our coastal length is the longest coastal length, that is 3,083 kilometers stretches of coastline, which covers sandy beaches, rocky areas, mangroves, and other beaches. We have 2 monsoons and 3 seasons. We have summer, we have monsoon, we have winter. And compared with the other part of our country, we are receiving highest rainfall, that is 300 centimeter rainfall. Compared with Andaman group, Nicobar get more rainfall than Andaman group of islands. We have 2 volcanic islands, that is Barren Island and Narkondam Island. We have mud volcano, which is Middle Andaman, Baratang and Diglipur. So we have limestone cave also. You all familiar? We have 6 tribes. I will not go in details. Coming with plant diversity, according to Botanical Survey of India and other available literature, as on date, more than 3,560 plant species reported from Andaman Nicobar group of islands, which cover 305 families and 1,299 genera, which covers angiosperms, that is flowering plants, gymnosperms, cone-bearing plants, then pteridophyte, ferns, bryophytes, non-flowering plants. We have lichens, and also we have algae. So these are some of the dominant families which are reported from Andaman group of islands, that is Poaceae, Fabaceae, orchids. Also we have good number of orchids. We have 156 orchids we have in our islands. Then we have Rubiaceae, there is a coffee plant also, wild coffee plants also we have. Then we have Euberbiaceae, Cyberbiaceae, Moraceae, Anonaceae, Ericaceae and Melicaceae. So these are some of the common and dominant families among the reported families of Andaman and Nicobar group of islands. With reference to forest ecosystem, compared with our mainland, either Western Ghat or Himalayas or Northeast, we are also equally good or equally good number of different kind of forest we have. We have tropical giant evergreen, we have hilltop evergreen, we have semi-evergreen, we have moist deciduous, secondary moist deciduous, mangroves, littoral, cane, brake, bamboo and plantation. We have teak plantation, also we have paddock plantations. So we have mangroves, though we are in the third position compared with Sundarbans, Gujarat, but our mangroves very tall and thick branches of mangroves. If you travel from south to north, you can see Middle Andaman, North Andaman group of island. We have thick and tall patches of mangroves where you cannot have either Gujarat or Sundarbans, where we will have only sparse vegetation, but the extent of areas is more. So see almost 30 plus meters height mangroves you can see in Middle Andaman and North Andaman group of islands. So various type of mangroves. So in this picture we have three ecosystem in single place. We have coastal and marine ecosystem, we have mangrove ecosystem, we have tropical evergreen forest. So these are the three ecosystem you can have only in Andaman or Nicobar group of islands. If you go to mainland, you can have coastal and marine and mangroves, but you cannot have tropical evergreen forest in a single place. So that is another beauty of Andaman Nicobar group of islands. So not only one place, if you travel from south to north or from Port Blair to south, you can see everywhere you can see all three ecosystems. So this is another type of pictures. So this South Andaman. So this also thick patches of mangroves. Then mangroves, you all heard about the last one day from various talk. So mangroves normally we do consider as a kidneys of earth. And read the sentence, mangroves are kindergarten, seagrass are secondary school, coral reef are high school and college for fishes, and once graduate from the university, they return to kindergarten to spawns. Because the mangrove, so within the marine ecosystem, we have mangrove ecosystem, we have seagrass ecosystem, we have seaweed ecosystem, we have coastal and marine ecosystem. So these all ecosystem are very, very important. So along with the mangrove ecosystem also. So we do call keystone of coastal ecosystem, mangroves. And normally we do call tidal forest, coastal forest or oceanic rainforest. They, mangroves, provide protecting shore from winds, waves, water currents, preventing soil erosion and siltation, protecting coral reef, seagrass beds and shipping line, supplying wood and other forest product, providing habitat and nutrient for varieties of organisms, and supporting coastal fisheries and livelihood. So in the world, 75% of world mangroves found in the tropical coastlines. And if you see our countries, fifth of Indian population living in the coastal area, that is more than 20 major cities, including Mumbai, Chennai, Pondicherry, Trivandrum and Kochi. They are all along the coastal area. These are the coastal areas protected by the mangroves during various natural calamities. They are the linking between sea and land, and they are also acting as a filtrant. So whatever runoff during the monsoon or rainy season coming out from the land, so they act as a filtering to the marine ecosystem. And also local communities use mangroves for their own benefit, such as food, medicine, fuel wood, and also because of over exploiting of the resources, we are also losing some extent of mangroves in various parts of in the globe. So this is a worldwide distribution. You can see the map, all tropical areas. See all tropical areas, you can see the distribution of mangroves, and we have all coastal states and union territories. So mangrove distribution, this is another pictures. Total we have world 15 million hectares of tropical mangroves in the world. 40% of world mangroves cover in the Southeast Asia, and 6.8 in South Asia, and 3% of total mangroves found in the South Asia. In India, we have all coastal states and union territory covering the Andhra Pradesh, Goa, Gujarat, Karnataka, Kerala, Maharashtra, Orissa, Tamil Nadu, West Bengal, Andaman Nicobar Group of Islands, Daman Diu and Puducherry. So that number indicates the extent of area available in the various states and union territories. See, if we see the mangrove ecosystem, each and every portion of mangrove ecosystem is very, very important. So, if we see the table for tree canopies used by various bat, birds, insect, mites and spiders, when higher part of mangroves used by some other beetles, then lower part also used by some groups. Mud flats also used for some other fishes and mud crabs and some other crab, even some other lower group of animals. Then coastland mangroves, mangrove edge, also some other marine fauna, particularly polychaetes, bivalves used. Then dead trees and stumps also used by other wood borers and other animals, and even shrimps and prawns used in the creeks and bays. So each and every portion of mangroves and associated areas used and important for any other faunal diversity in different ways. So these are the extent of areas and the number of species of mangroves reported from various states and union territories. As of now, as per the report of Zoological Survey of India, recent publication, 4,822 faunal species reported from the mangrove ecosystem across the country, of which 3,205 species from the invertebrate group, which include insects. Then besides 1,344 species are vertebrates, which are reported from the mangrove ecosystem of our country. So if you see the pictures, as I said, each and every portion of mangroves are important. Either top canopy or middle layers or root system and adjacent muddy areas. So each and every portion of mangrove ecosystem are very, very important for any of the faunal groups, either fishes or birds or crabs or invertebrate or insect or pollinators. So this is another pictorial view. See again this canopy, some of the mammals and birds using the canopy, mid layer used by some mammals, and even intertidal area used by where we have Royal Bengal tiger in Sundarbans, and underwater also we have good number of marine faunal species, including our saltwater crocodiles, which we have distribution from eastern coast of our India to Australia, which we have longest distributions. Again, this mangroves used as a nursery habitat for some fish species and a foraging habitat for birds and other small mammals. The nesting habitat used by birds, various group of wading birds and waders, also some of the passerine species. Then some species like prawn, like crustaceans, some reptiles, some of the fishes, entire life cycle they are using in the mangrove ecosystem. So this is the list. I have not presented a full list of 4,822 species just for information, but you can get in the full publication which is available on the SRSA website. So these are the number of species from the various faunal group. If we take invertebrate, crustacea and are one of the very, very important faunal component in the marine ecosystem, like giant mud crab, prawns, shrimps are highly abundant in the mangrove ecosystem. Then we have crab. Crabs are play a very, very good, excellent role, nutrient cycling and soil aeration in the mangrove ecosystem. Then mollusca, we have gastropods, good number of gastropods. If you go to mangrove ecosystem, you can see other invertebrate like horseshoe crab and polychaetes or diversity of insect also you can see in the mangrove ecosystem. With reference to vertebrates, we have good number of species of species. We have birds, we have reptile amphibians, also mammals also in the mangrove ecosystem. So according to Zoological Survey of India publication, there are 5 species of sponges exclusively reported from the mangrove ecosystem. Of the 540 species reported in India, and the cnidarians, there are 73 species of cnidarian in the mangrove habitat, which is 1400 against the 1428 species in India, and the ctenophore, 19 species of ctenophore reported from our country, of which 4 species from the mangrove ecosystem. Then we have rotifers, 53 species of rotifers against the 466 species reported from India. Then gastrotritch also reported only from Andaman Nicobar group of islands, a single species reported by Das and Devarai in the year 1989. Then we have chinorhynchs, only 1 species reported from mangrove ecosystem. Then we have nematodes, 125 free-living nematodes reported mangrove, of which 249 species reported from our country. Then we have spinoculans, 156 species, and annelids, 269 species. We have arachnid also, good number of species, like 148 species of mites, 160 species of spiders, and 1 species of scorpion also reported from the mangrove ecosystem. Then we have crustaceans, 3,835 species in India, of which 624 species of crustacea reported from mangrove of India. Then columbolans, also one of the important group, 33 species of columbolans reported. We have insect, highest diversity of insect we have, 1422 species of insect against 65,000 plus species of insect in India. Then we have 3 species of chylopods. Then we have bryozoans, only one species of bryozoa reported. Then we have mollusk, we have scamopoda, then we have echinoderms. Echinoderm also a good number of species reported from our country in the marine ecosystem, but particularly mangroves, only 8 species only reported. Then fishes, as you know, Andaman alone we have 1500 plus species of fishes we have, of which 659 fishes reported from mangrove ecosystem. Amphibians, only 14 species against the 407 species in India. Reptile also only 57 species. Birds, we have 523 of the 1300 plus species of India. Then mammal also up to 430 species, 86 species of mammals reported only from the mangrove ecosystem. So these are some of the available information on the faunal diversity of mangrove ecosystem. So if you go to any mangrove ecosystem, you can see good number of wading birds, that is heron and egrets. You can have large egrets, median egrets, median egrets, grey heron, little green heron. Then we have reef egret, then we have chestnut bittern, then chestnut pond heron also you can see in the mangrove ecosystem. So these are some of the median egrets. Then we have Chinese pond heron, commonly you can see the mangrove ecosystem. Then Pacific reef egret, coastal normally rocky area associated with the mangrove areas you can see wherever you go. We have 2 marb, that is white color and dark marb. Then open bill stock also you can see in the mangrove ecosystem. But parakeets, all mangrove, wherever you go you can see good number of mangroves. Even we have Parrot Island in Baratang alone. So, that is a Nicobar parakeet and Andaman parakeet, Andaman red-cheeked parakeet, long-tailed parakeet, all 6 species of parakeet you can see in the mangrove ecosystem. Then we have nightjar. So if you go to some of the mangrove patches in the north and middle Andaman group of islands, commonly you can see nightjar also. Then we have 11 species of kingfisher. Of the 11 species, only 1 species, that is exclusive species, that is Rudy kingfisher, you can see only in the mangrove ecosystem. The remaining species, they are associated, they will go and come and other mangrove or marine or coastal areas you can see. But we have Rudy kingfishers found only in the mangrove ecosystem. I will show the pictures. We have dropped kingfisher, we have white-throated kingfisher, then cuckoo shrike. Then we have good number of wading birds, waders, which are coming from Central Asian countries. We have 90 plus migratory species we have from September to March they are coming. So these are the birds you can see in the mangrove ecosystem, otherwise open wetland also you can see. So white-collared kingfishers, then we have striated heron, then even bulbul also commonly you can see, then common sandpipers, then we have minivets, then rocket-tailed drongo, Andaman rocket-tailed drongo, then reddy tunstone, we have Pacific gold plovers, then great egret, pied imperial pigeon. In Andaman group, sorry, Nicobar group, particularly Great Nicobar, you can see commonly, you can see the pied imperial pigeon. You can see forest area as well as mangrove areas also. Then Eurasian whimbrel, then Nicobar hill myna, then Nicobar crimson sunbird. These all associated species, but the maximum you can see forest area. But whenever you go mangroves also, sometime you can see Nicobar striated garan. This is a species. Rudi kingfisher, exclusively found only in the mangrove ecosystem. You cannot see outside the mangrove ecosystem. So even if you go to Shoal Bay mangrove, commonly you can see, and middle Andaman, the Daninala mangroves, there are particular site is there. If you go, definitely you can see, or you can take a photograph also. Then Munias also. Then we have mangrove visceral also, one of the commonest species in the mangrove ecosystem. Then bats, some of the bats also we can have in the mangrove ecosystem. So these are some of the grazing. Because of grazing also we are getting some of the threats from the anthropogenic threat for the mangrove ecosystem. So some area you can see cattle grazing or goat grazing. Some locations our spotted deer also feeding the mangroves. So this is one of the interesting species. You can see in the mangrove ecosystem as well as open wetland area, that is called bar-tail godwit. They are traveling almost 30,000 kilometers non-stop. That is Alaska to New Zealand, single stroke, non-stop flying. And while returning journey, they will take a stopover. So this is a migratory route. So from Alaska to New Zealand, single route, single stroke they will come. But while returning, they will take some few stopovers. So this species also very commonly you can see the all mangrove areas. Even if you go to South Andaman, particularly Sipigad, Ograf branch also you can see commonly. So some of the beauty of our wetland ecosystem. So this is a species I told. It's a very, very interesting species. You can see only in the mangrove ecosystem, that is Andaman Rudi kingfisher. So these are some of the common crustaceans, limulus, then we have crabs, then some mollusk and fishes you can commonly see. Butterflies, odonates and other common insect also you can see. So we have good number of amphibians also reported from our Indian mangroves. Then commonly you can see our water monitor lizard. Wherever you go, mangrove areas or creeks, commonly you can spot mangrove water monitor lizards. Then we have saltwater crocodiles. We have three species of crocodiles. One is freshwater crocodile, which we have in mainland, freshwater reservoirs, rivers, and another one's Gangetic gavialis, we have in the central India. And this saltwater crocodiles, we have largest distribution from east coast of India to Australia. Then if you go to Sundarban's mangroves, you can see good number of birds, mammals. You can see spotted deer, you can see wild boar, then water monitor lizard, even red jungle fowl. Commonly you can see where you have the northern part of India, in the forest area you can see red jungle fowl. Southern part of our India we have green jungle fowl. So, but Sundarbans also very commonly you can see. Then otter, recently when I visited last year, good number of otter also we can be sighted in Sundarban mangroves. And the Royal Bengal tigers, which is king of Sundarban tiger reserve. And we have, as I said, saltwater crocodile also very commonly you can see in Sundarban mangroves. Besides, you can have good number of fishes and birds. So these are the birds commonly you can see, which already I showed some of the pictures. We can have egrets, sandpipers, then cormorants, shag, and other species of water birds. Then kingfisher, pied kingfisher, very, very common. this one, the Sundarban mangroves, and we don't have pied kingfisher in Andaman. Even this eagle also. Mainland is very common, but we are only recently reported. Then we have our set. Then we have pied imperial pigeon. Then even Morgan also very commonly you can see in the mangrove ecosystem. Then eagles, then cormorant and shag also very common species. And recently this available literature that mangroves of Calabacus they act as a key ecosystem for species. It's scientifically proved in the recent literature. I can see there is a good number of young and fishes in the mangrove ecosystem, and the mangroves also acting as a nursery ground for several species of fishes, mammals, birds, and other invertebrates. So from the mangrove ecosystem, we are getting lot of ecosystem services. So we have a lot of service, 4 services: provision service, supporting service, cultural service, and regulating service. So all 4 services we are getting from the mangrove ecosystem. Not only mangrove ecosystem, other forest ecosystem also we are getting. So we are getting the coastal protection. We are getting reducing the erosion from the various calamities. Then they are act as water cycle regulation. Also serve as a biodiversity conservation, reprotection. Then they are also act as a sources of income in various ways. So this another the pictorial representation. The mangrove can reduce up to 66% of waves height, reducing erosion and flood risk, and they act as a carbon storage, and they provide clean water, and also provide fisheries. Mangroves are fish factories for 210 million people in the globe. Also, they act very good ground for wildlife habitat for various animals. Also provide ecotourism services under the bird watching and also they provide a lot of income generation for the local communities. So these are the 4 service, that is the supporting service, we have provision service, we have regulating service, we have cultural service. So this is only example. So under the provision we are getting fishing, we are getting medicine, we are getting fuel and timber, we are getting honey, and under the regulating service we have coastal protection, we have water quality, carbon sequestration. Then cultural service, we have tourism, education and research, and nursery ground also, as I told initially, and nutrient cycling stabilization also they are providing through 4 different services. So thank you.
Thank you, sir, for that enlightening session. Every mangrove root shelters life, making it a cornerstone of coastal biodiversity. Now, I invite Mr. Mayur Fulmali, research scholar from Wildlife Institute of India, to present online on response of mangrove-associated crabs to coastal geomorphic alterations, insights from the 2004 Sumatra-Andaman earthquake. Sir, you may start with your presentation.
So the slides and my voice are clear, right?
Yes.
Okay, I'll begin. So this was our study. It was a very simple and very straightforward study we did in the Andamans. So we had one basic question, like how the earthquake has impacted the mangrove crabs. We have a lot of information on the mangrove aspect, like how it impacted the species diversity and a lot of layers to it. But regarding the coastal engineers, the mangrove crabs, we have very less data on it. So myself, Mayur, I'm a doctoral student at Wildlife Institute of India and currently working with Dr. Nehru. I work on a diverse topics regarding restoration, functional diversity, habitat fragmentation, and crab ecology. Okay, so I'll give you a little bit of background about our work. So this is the tsunami, the 2004 Andaman Sumatra earthquake. So if you see on the left, you can see the animation of how the waves were moving through the water and through the islands. So it was a quite a devastating impact on the overall island system. It not only impacted the coral reefs, seagrass, mangroves, but the life of many people who are dependent on the ocean and the resources. And on the right, you can see these famous images, the Indira Point and one in Indonesia. So you can see how drastically it has altered the landscape in a very dramatic way. You can see that the lighthouse was once on land and now it has in water. So you can see how the change has been on a very, very huge scale. And we never know how it impacts the life of very small coastal inhabitants like mangrove crabs. So this is a very simple pictorial representation of how the land and the water has changed. So if you see the land mass, there was coastal uplift, and we also have coastal subsidence on, especially on the South Andaman and the Nicobar Islands. So if you see, it has drastically altered the landscape. If you see on the bottom left, you see the North Andaman one side. So it was full of mangroves, but now it's completely like the mangroves are gone. And if you see on the right, there are mangroves, but they are slowly dying out of like choking out of air, because now the tide inundation is quite more like quite high for them to sustain. But in Middle Andaman, there is not much of a change, but still there are a lot of things we might never know. So this is how the habitat has got transformed. So if you see the top images, these are from the uplifted sites. There are a lot of things going on. You see a lot of different plants, like there's some small creek is there, some mangroves are there, and there is one uplifted reef bed is also there. And the plant community is changing, and it's rapidly changing. There is a lot of ecological succession is also happening. And if you see on the bottom, these are the subsided sites. You see a lot of woody debris there, and there is a lot of mangrove regeneration is happening. And yeah, but regards to the mangrove crabs, we don't have much of a knowledge how it has impacted the overall their diversity and their species composition. So if you see this simple food web, you see a lot of arrows coming toward the mangrove crab. So yes, they are integral part of the food web, and they are the uh, ecosystem engineers. And if you see on the left hand side of the screen, you see a lot of colorful crabs. We have herbivores, we have carnivores, we have wood burrowers. So they have a lot of different roles to play in ecosystem. And in this study, we had several factors. So we had one question like how these factors are impacting these crabs, specifically how this geomorphic alterations, uh, hydrological alteration, and also the biotic alteration. So there are three major factors we have, and we wanted to know how it is impacting the mangrove crabs. So for this, we wanted to study two main components. One is the zonation pattern, and second is the species richness. So why we chose these two factors? Because zonation pattern we have understood about the mangroves, but regarding the zonation pattern of crabs, we don't have much of an idea. And regarding the species composition, we wanted to know how these factors, those three factors, have influenced the species composition. So for this, we chose uh, three regions, North, Middle, and South Andamans, based on the how the site is like elevated. So in uplifted side, we chose Hara Tikri, Jal Tikri, Austin, Gandhinagar. In control, we have Yereta, and in South Andaman, we have Guptapara and Talmugli, Hobday, Redskin. So these are the places we chose for our study. And all of these sites vary with regards to the elevation. And for sampling, we do a very simple and very straightforward sampling approach. So if you see this pictorial representation in the mangrove, we have landward, we have middle, and the seaward zone. We lay plots and we try to find what are the crabs present on these plots. We also do burrow counts, we also do visual counts, and we use a binocular and we sit there for a while, we observe the crabs, and we move on to the next plot. So for every plot, we'll be like spending some 15 minutes time, and we record basic parameters, pH, temperature, what is the vegetation present there, and then we come up with this. So for mangroves, this is the zonation pattern. If you see this uplifted and subsided sides, there's very drastic change in plant community and how they are arranged in terms of the zonation pattern. In uplifted side, you see there are a lot of patches of mangroves and a lot of bare land on the landward zone. And in the seaward zone, if you see, there is small mangroves are coming there. And if you see on the subsided side, there's a lot of woody trees there. So these are the changes which are happening regards to the uh, mangroves. And for mangrove crabs, what we found is that the species composition was changing across the uplifted and subsided sites. Of course, in subsided sites, the diversity is quite high, but compared to the uplifted side, but it's quite more. So those red circles are the uplifted sites, and the blue ones are the subsided sites. So you see the species diversity has been impacted. And if you see this one small plot, it shows that Update, Tarmugli, and Redskin Island, they are having similar species composition. But in terms of uplifted side, the species composition is quite different. So we found some 71 different crabs belonging to 32 genera and 14 families. So it was quite a lot. And we could not identify a lot of species. So we have done just up to genera level we have identified. So there are a lot of challenges regarding the taxonomy and identification of crabs because we don't know much about the crabs in general. In terms of species composition, if you say this plot, we have three major families: the Ossipodidae, Sesamidae, and Varunidae. So they are the ones who lives in the mangroves. They are associated fauna, and if you see the plot, their numbers are quite variable. But there's a problem. If you see all of these three sites, those colorful bar plots, they look almost the same. The species composition might vary, but in terms of family-wise, they're all somewhat similar. And there are certain crab species which are absent in some sites. We don't know why it's happening. Certainly, those factors are there: geomorphic alteration, hydrological, and biotic alteration. But still, we don't have much clear understanding of what is going on in the field. So that's where our zonation, the study comes into. So if you see on the left, this is a subsided site. So on the y-axis, we have the species, and on the z-axis, we have the distribution along the zones. So you see in the subsided site, we have much broader dispersion or distribution in the zones itself. And if you see on the uplifted side, they're kind of a patchy. So you see the community is like responding to these changes. And wherever there are plants or wherever there are a body of water is there, you can see the crabs are confining to that region. So these are the trends we found in terms of zonation of crabs. And we started with some basic question, but we wanted to get some answers, but we end up having a lot of questions in terms of how the species are responding and what actually drives, because we don't never know what are the confounding factors. Because in nature, we have a multitude of factors, and which one is playing an important role, we never know. Of course, we have statistics to get some insights on too. But yeah, so we found two species, this Cardisoma and this Thalassina. So these are the two model species we identified to study how this alteration in water level is impacting them. And we also found like what is the zonation pattern in these altered habitats. So tidal lineation are the strong governing factors which drives the community. There are some crabs like varunid crabs in the uplifted sites. So hard soil conditions and desiccation threats determine what the species composition would be in this particular family. And to conclude, this is the first step in understanding how this mangrove crabs have responded. We have this first baseline data on crabs of the Andaman from these uplifted subsided control sites. We have also provided data on the zonation pattern, but the zonation pattern and species diversity doesn't tell the whole story, what is going on. So for that, we conducted one study regarding the functional diversity. So if you see on the bottom right hand side, you see this paper. So if you search for this paper, you can get a comprehensive idea how the functional diversity has got impacted. So it gives a larger picture of how tectonic alterations can impact the crab. And if you see on the bottom left, there is our first paper, which this presentation is all about. It's about the zonation and diversity. And if you search through this YouTube channel, Exclusively Marine, you can get a really nice video presentation of this entire these two papers. And I would like to thank there are a lot of people on the field because we need a lot of people to work on this challenging landscape. So I want to thank Sarah Morgan, Nikun, Justin, Seiko for field support, and Forest Department for engineering workshop, and Director Dean, Wildlife Institute of India, and the funding agency. This is for the students. So feel free to reach out. We have a very strong team of mangrove researchers, and these are topics in which we can help you. We work on a diverse theme, and feel free to reach out to us. And you can also email to us. Nerusa is there in the workshop, so you can also meet him regarding dissertation ideas or anything. So regarding mangroves, of course. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you for that informative presentation. Mangroves connect land and sea, creating a delicate balance essential for ecosystem health. I now invite Ms. Maheshwari, researcher from BNHS, to present on Tintinnids, abundance and distribution in mangrove associated coastal ecosystem of South Andaman. Kindly take the stage, please.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Maheshwari. I'm working as a researcher in BNHS Mumbai, and I'm an alumni of Pondicherry University. This study was carried out during my MSc dissertation, and this study details about the abundance and distribution of Tintinnids in the mangrove-associated coastal ecosystems of South Andaman. Coming to the introduction of this species, these species, as we all know that Andaman and Nicobar Islands' key attraction is the mangrove ecosystem, and these ecosystems create distinct physico-chemical gradients that shape various planktonic communities. Among these communities, loricate planktonic protozoans are ubiquitous in ocean epiplankton. And these species have a distinctive structure called lorica or shell, and the size of the shell ranges from 20 microns to 200 microns. And this shell protect them from the predators, as well as they use for filter feeding also. And they primarily inhabit upper 30 meters of the water column, and they actively graze on phytoplanktons like diatoms, dinoflagellates, picoplankton, nanoplankton. And because of their grazing habitat, they act as an base for the marine food web, and also they play a main role in microbial loop system also. And their populations respond rapidly to the environmental changes such as temperature and salinity. In addition, chlorophyll A also play a major role in shaping the community, and dissolved oxygen acts as a disperser barrier, which leading to allopatric speciation in isolated habits. This study mainly elucidate about the distribution patterns of the tintinnids over the proximal regions of the mangrove ecosystem, and as well as highlight their interactions with the key environmental variables. Coming to the objectives of the study, the study details about the distribution patterns of the tintinnids over the proximal regions of the mangrove ecosystem, also analyze variations in the environmental parameters and as well as evaluate their influence on the biota, and as well as it assess the species composition and quantify the species diversity within the study area. Coming to the study area, the study area is categorized into 3 regions: Bay, Eastern and Western region. The Bay region includes a site station as Sippigad, and the Eastern region includes Bermanella and Carbinskau, and whereas Western region includes Manjeri as a sampling station. Coming to the methodology, by using the standard protocols followed by Gons et al. 1996, 10 liters of the surface seawater samples were sequentially filtered through a 200 microns and 20 microns mesh size, and then the residue was transferred into a 1 liter filtered seawater, and fixation is done using a 4% formaldehyde, and it is concentrated to 10 ml for the and during the study, the physicochemical gradients were also measured using the standard protocols, and for the identification of the tintinnids were done using the compound microscope, and species diversity indices and multivariant analysis like CCA analysis and Spearman rank correlation were computed using the statistical software. The results, a total of 21 tintinnid species from the 7 genera were recorded across the 3 regions, and when we check the abundance of the dominant tintinnid species across these 3 regions, in the Bay region, Favela ehrenbergii, Leptotintinus nordisqui, Tintinidium primitivum and Tintinopsis dadi were dominant in the Bay region, and coming to the Eastern region, Tintinopsis species and Tintinopsis tubulosa were the dominant species, and in Western region, Tintinidium and Tintinopsis tubulosa were dominant. And the physicochemical parameters were recorded during the study, like maximum temperature was recorded in the Eastern region, and the maximum salinity were recorded in Eastern and Western region, and the maximum pH and DO were recorded in the Eastern region, and the maximum chlorophyll E were recorded in the Bay region. And coming to the species diversity indices, it shows that the Bay region have a higher diversity and as well as species were evenly distributed. And it also states that the Western region has only fewer species, and it states that it has a least diversity and also not evenly spread. And coming to the Eastern regions, there is a dominance of species, but there are only fewer species are dominant, and moderate evenness was shown. And these several Tintinopsis from these studies were overlapped with the records of the Sundarbans, and also due to their ecological adaptation, they persisted under oligotrophic nutrient conditions. And the multivariant analysis shows that the Bay region, the highest diversity of the Bay region were supported by dissolved oxygen, pH and chlorophyll E, and species like Favela ehrenbergii is positively correlated with DO and temperature. And coming to the Eastern region, for the species Tintinopsis is like the main driver is like salinity, and in the Western region we had a negative correlation, strong negative correlation with the Tintinidium species and Tintinopsis tubulosa. And also this study indicates that especially DO, temperature, salinity and chlorophyll A regulate their assemblages and influence the mangrove ecosystem productivity. I conclude that the tintinnids distribution in the mangrove ecosystem is like region specific, and it region specific environmental drivers, and also by the multivariant analysis I state that salinity, DO and chlorophyll E were the major key drivers for their assemblation, and the further research will put forward for the seasonal dynamics, anthropogenic impact, and also gathering the sustainable resources for the future research. And also from these studies I state that what are the different types of species that stay in the mangrove ecosystem like tintinnids, and also These species acts as an indicator for the water mass condition so that we can find the coastal water health and we can protect them. Thank you.
Thank you for your informative presentation. I may now invite Dr. Marimuthu, Assistant Professor at the Center of Ocean Research, Satyabhama Institute of Science and Technology, Chennai, to present on mangrove-associated marine wood borer, biodiversity in the South Andaman Islands, environmental and substrate drivers. He'll be presenting online. So you may start with the presentation.
Good morning, all. Can you all see my slides?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for the introduction. Myself, Dr. P. Mariuthu. I'm going to present you about the marine mangrove borers in mangroves. Okay, so these mangroves are ecologically unique marine flora. This used to be found in that intertidal region. It is used to be in the coastal border protecting forest. It is also act as a nursery and feeding ground for marine fauna. India has a mangrove cover of 4,992 square kilometers, representing 3.6% of global mangroves and 0.5% of its total geographical area. The east coast contributes approximately 56% of the total mangrove cover and supports approximately 89% of the species diversity, whereas the west coast accounts for 32% of cover with 63% of species diversity. These mangroves of the Andaman and Nicobar Islands account for 13% of the total Indian mangrove cover. The Andaman and Nicobar Islands have the mangroves belonging to the 12 families and 19 genera. So mangroves are threatened basically by habitat conversion for agriculture and aquaculture, pollution from anthropogenic activities, and climate change impacts such as sea level rise and increase in the cyclone frequency. However, the biological destruction to mangroves are such as bacteria, fungi, and marine wood borers. The damage caused by bacteria and fungi is very low comparatively to the marine wood borers because the marine wood borers are mainly two types. One is from mollusca and other is from the crustaceans. So these molluscans further divided into two types based on the bivalves. One is Pteridinidae, shipworms, and other is the Pollididae, spidox. The crustaceans, under the crustaceans, there are two types, Spiromatidae and Limnoridae. So these are all the study areas I have carried out. Bamboo Flat, Vandoor, Manjari, Chidiatabu, Barmanala, Carbon Flat Bay, and Sepicut. So my sampling strategy is around, like I have collected from triplicate samples from dying and dead mangroves and live quadruplicate samples. So I have collected the abiotic factors such as temperature, salinity, pH, and dissolved oxygen during my field study. So this is my overall average value. So the study carried out during 2013 to 2015. So overall, the highest range of temperature showed in Chidiatapu. For in seawater temperature, it is in Barmanala, and salinity also it is high in Barmanala, and soil water pH is also high in Barmanala. So the duo is higher in the Carbonsco Creek. So the species occurrence during my present study, background of Forastorocytes, Nostra headley, Spathodoptusa, Disacifermani, Bankia gracilis, Bankia species, Lerodus pediculatus, Lerodus marsa, Matricia striata. These all are belongs to the molluscan family. Spiroma triste and Spiroma terribens is the crustaceans. So this is my overall passionate composition of marine wood borers by the dying mangroves of the Rhizopora apiculata species mangroves. So overall, the high value was shown in Nasitora headley, followed by the Bankia gracilis, then Spathodoptusa obtusa and Disacifermani. Spiroma terebrans was high only in the live mangroves because it is only attacked by the live woods. So this is my overall species diversity of the diversity indices of marine borers from dying wood in the South Andaman. So overall, the high was noticed in the Chidiatapu region, followed by that dominance was high in the Barmanala region. In Rhizopora mucronata, Barmala shows the higher value than the Manjari station. So this is my dendrogram of the marine woodborers. So if you see here, Spiroma terebrans and Martisia testae and Spiroma testae, these all are so different clusters due to it is found in the very rare or very rarely occur with that dying and dead mangroves. However, in live mangroves, only Spiroma terebrans shows the dominance. So these are all the form different clusters all the molluscan species formed one different group and crustaceans group form the different one. So if you see here, this live is formed a different cluster. It shows above 90% similarity. However, these Sipicard, Flat Bay, Carvin Scow, Chidiatapu and Manjari, these are all forms the different clusters. However, the rest of the areas form different clusters because the dying and deadwood shows the difference in the species occurrence. Based on that, it formed the different clusters. So these are all the key findings of my study. A total of 11 species were recorded during the study, showing that distinct spatial and subset specific distribution patterns across sampling stations. A total of 4 species, namely Spathodoptisa, Bankia crassilis, Bankia campylenta, Lerodas massa, have been observed as new records from the Andaman mangroves, of which Spathodoptisa was new record to the Indian mangroves. Live wood was mostly attacked only by the isopodborous Spiroma terebrans, whereas dying and dead wood was dominated by the molluscan forers. That shows that difference in that dendrogram image. So these landward mangroves saw no borer infestation, while creek regions were dominated by isopodborous. Notably, isopodborous were absent in coastal mangroves. Thank you all.
Thank you, sir, for that informative session. We will now move into the second session of panel discussion. May I request our respected panelist, Dr. S. Dinesh Kannan, IFS Chief Conservator of Forest Research and Working Plan, Dr. B. Nagarajan, Scientist G, IFGTB, Coimbatore, and Dr. C. Shiva Peruman, Scientist F, Assistant Director, ANRC ZSI, to kindly join us on the dais.
The floor is open for discussion. Is it specific to someone?
Yes, sir. Yeah. So, good afternoon, sir. Sir, actually, my question is, in your slides, you have shown the tigers are present in the Sundarban forest, right? So, but still, in spite of having tigers, so we have successful, tourism, ecotourism activities in the Sundarbans. So, similar way, we have, saltwater crocodiles, many places in Andaman. So, but, those areas are under, what we can say, restricted, areas. So still we don't have any sort of tourism activities or. So what is your take on that? Like, is there any possibility of our ways to explore the tourism activities? Like, because generally tigers are not what you can say, it avoids humans in general. But Sundarban tigers, there are many incidents that so it human conflict is present. But even in spite of having such incidents, we are successfully organizing the tourism activities. That is the reason, like I'm asking, so why don't we explore tourism activities in these saltwater crocodile areas?
See, crocodiles are there, but they will not come and attack regularly. They do come to the shore area during only breeding season, particularly October, November, December. Those season only when they, for example, turtle, they will come, lay the egg and go back. But in the case of crocodiles, they lay the egg nearby. They will be watching, and even after hatching, also they will safeguard the young ones. Uh, in that case, a tiger not like that. So always they will not come and attack. But the same case crocodiles. Every time they will not come and attack. Whenever we are going and they are the sit and wait predators. We had done detailed studies in Kerala. Whenever you are going and you are if you are out of mind, out of sight from the crocodiles, they will come and attack. And they are the sit and wait predators. Normally they do attack only lower animals, and whenever get the opportunity, they do attack human beings. So we can do the tourism in phased manners, but administrations they have to take.
Yeah, Mike.
So recently tourism department has already started. So in Bandur we have opened that glass bottom boat and all. Tourism has already started in Bandur, that creek with minimum human crocodile conflict. And we have multiple projects also coming up in these areas also, sir. Okay.
Being a manager, I want to add up some of the points with Dr. Shiva Perumal. From tourism department also madam has given the input. First of all, we have to know the basic difference between tiger and saltwater crocodile. The tiger is a land animal. If you sight an animal, if it is threatening to life or anything, you can corner the animal and you can capture it and you can translocate it. Whatever you want to do, you can do it. But with respect to saltwater crocodile, the problem comes in the saltwater crocodile lives in both the places. It comes from the water, it shows its face, again it gets down into the water. So it's very difficult to trace the crocodile back. So the fear among the people will always be there. Someone has sighted the crocodile, so they don't know whether the crocodile is there or not. So it takes time for them to psychologically to get into it. So crocodile may not be there. So that is one of the issue over here. The psychosis, we can say, fear psychosis there with the people with respect to saltwater crocodile. And what Dr. Shiva Perumal said it very clearly, we are also not used to know the characteristics of the crocodile, when it will attack, how it will attack. Because many places crocodiles are around. Even if you move in a boat in the creek, you may not know how many crocodiles are down below. Maybe 10, 20, 50, maybe. Even in Calicut Creek, North and Middle, or Right Mew Creek, or whatever bigger creek, even in Baratan Creek, we are going for tourism over there. So there also crocodiles are there. At times people are sighting the crocodile which are basking on the shore. So that is normally happening. Here the tourism and this one linking of both the things, we cannot exactly correlate what is happening in Sundarban, what is happening in Andaman. In Sundarban, I can say that in Sundarban, the crocodiles are very much restricted in the Sundarban area, which is totally coming under the protected area, whether it may be a national park or tiger reserve or the wildlife sanctuary. With respect to Andaman and Nicobar Islands, the presence of crocodiles not only restricted to the protected area, it is available everywhere, from Diglipur to Campbell Bay. Wherever you find the marshy land, whatever the creek is there, there may be a possibility of crocodiles. And one more thing, in nowadays people used to say that after tsunami the frequency of crocodile encounter is more, but that is not the exact reason, I understand. There is a change because today's morning 2-3 presentation you have seen, the land change has happened, subsidence and upliftment has happened. So the breeding ground of the crocodile has also shifted. That maybe the earlier agriculture land may be suitable for the present crocodile to come and lay their eggs. That may be the breeding ground for them. That may be the reason which we are not very clear. That is one thing. Number two thing what I want to insist in the sense, as the population is slowly increasing, the disposal of animal waste in the water, that is also equally increasing. So because animal waste is one of the main attraction for the crocodile to invite or to the particular place. In many of the places, wherever we are doing, because from the forest department side, we are also taking our survey and everything. Many of the places the attacks are happening mainly in those places where we are keeping the waste. A simple example I can say you that Shoal Bay 19, the beach was open for tourism with a good mangrove boardwalk. That happened only 2 years back. Within 6 months, crocodiles started coming over there. The reason is so simple. We allowed the people to go to the beach. So people went, they started cooking the food there. They started eating, they spread a bed sheet over there. They sat and they started having the chicken, fish, and they just threw the waste in the sea. Automatically it started attracted the crocodile. Now we put a board over there saying that crocodiles are sighted here. So now the tourism is totally stopped. So to whom to blame? How to go ahead? It is individual mentality. There the tiger, bigger size animal, we are scared of that animal. So always we maintain a distance, and also we are very clear that I can see a tiger if it comes from a distance. With respect to crocodile, that is not the case. That is always in the water. So it is there or not, I am not sure.
Actually, I asked this question because you might be aware at NET, we recently secured a project from SBI Foundation on saltwater crocodile. We are mapping that, those all those areas and everything. Yeah.
So what tourism department said, that is also an information to every one of you. Vandoor beach, which was not opened earlier for getting into water, is opened as of now. So Vandoor beach, that is an information to many of you. Because yesterday also when I was discussing with other people, as on date in Sri Vijayapuram area, no beach is allowed for the people to get into water. That may be the reason people are moving to Havelock. Nowadays, many tourists, those who are sitting in mainland, they are booking ticket to land in Port Blair. Immediately they will catch the next boat to reach Havelock. No one is interested to stay in Port Blair because in many beaches we are sighting the crocodile and we are not allowing them to enter into the water. So this is one of the good initiative taken by the tourism department. That is for the information of the crowd present over here. Thank you.
Do we have? Yeah. No questions. I leave the forum to. Yeah.
Thank you to all the esteemed panelists for the insightful discussions. As we conclude this session, just as mangroves sustain life, a short pause helps us recharge and continue with renowned energy. We will now break for lunch. Please be back on time as we resume with session 3. And kindly move as table-wise, may not make crowd at the exit door. Thank you. I request all the participants to be seated, please. We will start in 2 minutes. Welcome back after the lunch break. I hope everyone is refreshed. Mangroves not only protect nature, they also support livelihoods and communities. We now move forward with the fifth and the last session of the 2 days workshop. It is my honor to invite Dr. T. Ramanathan, Director, Center of Advanced Studies in Marine Biology, Annamalai University, Tamil Nadu, to deliver his session on community participation and livelihood potentials linked to mangroves. Dr. T. Ramanathan has done PhDs in environmental education and marine biology. He has received several honors from the elite communities such as IUCN Switzerland, National Biodiversity Authority, MOEFCC, Convention on Biological Diversity, etc. He received 19 awards and 87 honors. He has 302 scientific publications, 11 patenting and copyrights, 26 projects, and many more. Sir, please kindly take the stage.
Very good afternoon, experts of our, especially in this Indian mangroves, and then all the dignitaries, then research scholars and my dear students. Very good afternoon, all of you. Actually, this is a tough time for me as well as you, Okay, because the organizers, the forest department people, they gave that very good feast. Okay, so you are sitting in very good environment in AC room condition. It's very difficult to face this issue. Anyhow, I will try to my level best. Okay, yeah. Our Center of Advanced Study in Marine Biology is a pioneer marine institute in India. So after that only our alumnus only established in all over India. They established their own institutes in all over India, not only in India, in foreign countries also. So uh, with the blessings of Lord Nataraja, I will start my lecture. Yeah. Before going to that subject, just I want to attend, so you should be, I should impress at least 1 or 2 slides with the, you should not sleep, no? Anyhow, sleeping is not a issue. Sleeping is actually, it's a kind of yoga, Nitra yoga, okay? So during my class, I used to inform my students, dear students, those who are very much interested to attend the class, no issues at all. If you want to sleep, please sleep without snoring. Okay. So like that I used to say that thing. So here dancing, clapping, laughing therapy. That is in our body we have very good hormones with that different feelings, right? So laughing, then dancing, hippocampus. Okay. Nowadays, some of the people, they are doing that Zumba, right? In terms of exercise, music with dance, everything will be there, right? In Zumba. So it's a kind of exercise, right? Like that, clapping also. Why we are doing that clapping? 39 acupuncture points are there in our hands. That's why those who are sleeping also, if they may hear that clapping, automatically they will be awake and then they will do clapping, right? So why I am telling you, in each and every part of our body, we have the points, acupoints, even in foot also, in the feet also. Foot reflexology you must be knowing. So a lot of points are there, right? So here, you please be cheers, be happy, right? My professor used to say, Jalio Jimkana, right? Yeah. One Japanese scientist, he found this discovery. In our whole body, 50 to 75% of the waters are present in our human body. So, in that body itself, uh, if you are appreciating one person, if I may appreciate him, automatically his body's water molecule, it will be spreading like that. See, like this. See, this is before prayer and then after prayer. Even if you have any pets also, dog or cat or whatever it may be, just you can touch them and then, hi dear, how are you? Like that, if you will do like that, so the water molecule will be expanding. Okay. So see that flaccid and flaccid here. If you will say like this, I will kill you. If you are not taking food or something else, I will kill you, like that. If you do anything else, even for plants also, plants are also having that sense. Okay. Even in our Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose, he delivered a lecture in Netherlands. And then during that meeting, one girl asked the question, Ji, daily I am pouring that water to that 5 plants, but they are not growing. What is happening? I don't know. Should I should I add any biofertilizer or something else? No, dear. Just if you are very much interested to grow that plant, you please talk with her. You please talk with that plant. Then automatically the plant will be growing. See, after finishing his speech, next day she practiced that one. Within 1 week, she saw that surprising things. Okay, all the plants were grown, and then she sent a letter to Subhash Chandra Bose to India. So, in all the all the life, all the organisms are having that own sensitivity. So, please cooperate with that. That's why in each and all the religions, you are having their own charms. In Hindus, Om, 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 like that. And then Allah, like that. Those who are doing that, no? So automatically our mind will get that peacefulness. Like that, we can do it. Now we are entering the subject. Already you know very well SDG goals. Here in our India, see that totally 163, among 163 countries, see, we are in that 99th rank. We are in the 99th rank. So as a young minds, it is in your hand, our country is in your hand. Please take care of this one. Please take this torch towards that Indians development on whatever it may be. So please do this this kind of, you please focus on this aspect. And then here, blue economy, the promise for our future. See, according to UN SDGs, see, tourism and recreation, and then fishing and aquaculture, then food, medicines and cosmetics, then shipping. 95% of the trades are in shipping, and then mineral extraction, which includes oil, salt and gas, then renewable energy is also there. So here today we are celebrating International Water Day. Today is a Water Day, March 22nd, right? So in this time, I wish to share this information. No ocean, no life. No ocean, no biodiversity. No ocean, no economy. Most valuable asset. So in each and every drop of water we drink, every breath we take, everything is from ocean. So ocean is the lifeblood of earth. So ocean is salty like in our body, in our blood, sweat and tears. So we will celebrate this. We are celebrating this wonderful day as a World Water Day. Of course, father of my research, mangrove expert member, international mangrove scientist, Professor Kandasamy Kadiresan. He is a mangrove man. He is my guru. So I did my MPhil and PhD under his guidance. And then I worked in this lot of projects under his supervision. So really, he made me like a statue. Just I was in the mud only, okay, in the clay, okay. So he only made me as a man. So in this time, I think this is the right time for acknowledging my guru. Wherever I used to go for any presentation or any invited lectures or whatever it may be, almost, of course, I visited 13 countries in India, except 4 states. I visited almost all these places. Wherever I used to go for invited lectures, I used to salute my guru. Without his assistance, without his efforts, the prefix will not be there in my name. So doctor, he only gave me this one. So here, ocean is a biodiversity rich, and then you know very well, from the nano-organisms to mammals, you know very well. This is the value of coastal and marine ecosystem services of India. Here we can see the mangroves are having ecological values, medicinal values, and then economic values. So everything is there. But here, due to lack of time, I will rush up. And then here, Every year we used to celebrate World Wetland Day, which is being celebrated on 2nd of Feb. And this time, see the theme of that Wetland Day, wetlands and traditional knowledge, celebrating cultural heritage. Here I used to say, actually in my research, I am focusing on two aspects in research. Number one, coastal floral diversity and conservation part. I surveyed from Kanyakumari to West Bengal what are the plants are available from that respective places. We documented that information, and then we maintained that nursery, then transplantation work also. And second one is ethnopharmacology work, ethnopharmacology for drug research. So that is the main one. This part already, yesterday onwards, you know very well, everything is going on. So already I told you these, we surveyed the plants from Kanyakumari to West Bengal, and then till Mumbai I surveyed the plants, especially coastal flora. In the coastal vegetation, which includes that is sandy shore plants, salt marsh plants, then sand dune plants, then mangroves. After that, coastal associated flora also there. So this is a ethnopharmacology work actually. Here this fisherman community, they only helped for us for doing that research. They have a lot of data, lot of traditional knowledge. The fisherman community, especially old fisherwoman community, they are having rich knowledge about the uses of the plants. Not only the plants, animals also. Even the starfish, the starfish, the traditional knowledge, there is a vital role in our country. But see, in that starfish, those who are having bald head, they are applying in their bald area, and then hair growths are there. Okay, on Ehime University, Japan person, I visited him, I visited that in that area, and then he showed that record wise, and then her photo also. Like that, lot of traditional knowledges are there. Dear young students, dear scholars, research scholars as well as PG students, please take this task, and then you please focus on this aspect. Okay, even for World Wetland Day also the same theme, traditional knowledge. Even for, especially for women in science. Recently we celebrated that February 28th, National Science Day. The theme was, what is this? Women in science, right? So you have that plenty of opportunities. So now our government is motivating like anything, especially for the women. So you please focus on this aspect. So I think this is a right time for saluting this old fisherwoman community. So these are my gurus. They only provided that data for me. Ram, this plant, for example, Acanthus ilicifolius, it is used for snake bite. Like that, in each and every plants, they are having that rich knowledge. So I documented the information. In those days, we didn't have mobile and all. One Jolna bag, I used to carry one Jolna bag, and then with the tape recorder, and then in each hut, morning 6 o'clock onwards, I used to visit their houses, and then I sit there, and then I got that recording voices, and then I came to my lab, and then I noted that record and the data. Okay, see, really, they are the real teachers. But here, during that tsunami, these old people, they wiped off. Nearly in our place, I will show that slide also. So these, without them, I can't stand before you. Okay. So they are having the traditional knowledge. We documented that information, and of course we published monographs and all. So as a researcher, we should do that scientific validation. That's our duty. So like that, we are doing that scientific validation in terms of marine pharmacology studies by using the albino rats. For example, Rhizopora micronata, the plant is having anti-diabetic effect. The fishermen people, they are using that one. So those who are having that foot ulcer, the diabetic patients, they are facing that foot ulcer, So for that one, the Rhizopora leaves, they are using that one. So automatically the wound healing property, it is having excellent wound healing property. And also the sugar level will be reduced, right? So like that we documented that one, and then we found that compound also, and then recently we patented that one, and then two were approved. Okay, so two herbal products from these mangroves. Yeah, these all the data what I am showing you, I didn't copy from any website. Okay, these are purely my data. I only collected this data. So these are the purely traditional knowledge, and I collected this information from the fisherwoman community only. See the toxins in almost all marine animals, particularly this conus toxin. It is having, see that 10 into more. See that much of poisonous one, and then but it is having analgesic effect, painkiller. It is having painkilling activities, right? That is analgesic properties. It is having anti zinconotide chemical compound is there. And then another one is, see, another traditional knowledge, easy child delivery using a spine from the ray fish. Ray fish, what they are doing, especially the fisherwoman, those who are having the pregnancy, they are using that ray fish spine. They are tying in that area, in that hip area, especially after 7th month to 10th month, till their delivery, they are using that that one, and then they got that normal delivery, not in cesarean. See the fisherman women's, see the traditional knowledge. So lot of knowledges are there. You please in future, you please go, you please approach that old fisherwoman community. Not only fisherwoman, at least your grandma, grandpa should be there, right? Hereafter, tomorrow onwards, you will keep your own diary, and then you will sit with your grandma or grandpa. What are the traditional knowledge are there, at least for dandruff or something else? What they are giving the tips, health tips. You please note down, and then you please follow that thing, right? Yes. See, dinosaur and mangroves. But now dinosaurs are disappeared, not mangroves, right? Still, it is growing luxuriantly in all over the India with the assistance of Ministry of Environment Forest. Really hats up to the Ministry of Environment Forest people, and then our especially our Guru. Pardon? Yeah, Naga sir. Yeah, or Nagaraj sir. Such a wonderful personality. He's a practical man. Even in this age, we couldn't enter in that field and all. See, he's actually his job is in Coimbatore. Novi, it is related with that seashore area. He stayed in Pichavaram area. He stayed for 5 to 6 years, and then he made it excellent survey and all, and then he developed on his own things. So really, hats off to you, sir. Yeah, because what is the uniqueness of these mangroves? The mangroves are having the rhizoporaceae. Already some of our mangrove experts, you know very well, they are having the supporting roots. Okay. In Tamil, one guy is there, one comedy person, Vadivel. If you are hitting anyone, automatically he won't fell down. Okay, automatically he will balance like this because it is having that supporting roots. Like that, in Avicennia plant, they are having that nematophores. It's like it is nothing but respiratory roots. In that respiratory roots, if you will do that TS section, transverse section of these roots, you can get that. You can observe that lenticels. So such a wonderful, unique in nature. And then this is another interesting plant. That is Rhizopora micronata, you know very well. These propagules, they used to attach with the mother plant. The young one is attached with the mother plant. Whenever the maturity of the propagules, after getting the maturity of the seedlings, then it will be fall down in that water, and then it will be floating in that water, and then wherever favorable conditions will be there, it will be settled down in that place, and then it will grow as a new plant. Okay, so that kind of uniqueness is there. Like Gangaru, okay. Even our young minds, youngsters knows very well. till their marriage, always he used to attach with his mother. After getting marriage, what will happen? Then ulta, right? Like that, this fellow always till it is maturity, it is attaching with the mother plant, right? Yeah, see. This is a salt excretion. In the leaves adaptation, you know very well. Salt exclusion, salt excretion, and salt accumulation. So three kinds of adaptations are in that mangrove leaves, right? So here, optimum level of that water, it is observing. They are growing in that estuarine region or backwater region. The mangroves are growing in the backwater region. They are observing the water. Okay, like these girls, if I may take lecture 3 hours, 4 hours, what will happen? If I may lock the door, what will happen? 4 or 5 members, you will come and then you will hit, right? Because they all are having their optimum level, right? Like that, these fellows, these rhizopora fellows, they are observing that water, that there is a saturation point. So excess of the water will be vomiting. That is a vomiting leaves. Okay, they are vomiting through the leaves, right? This one is a salt crystals. Yeah. Now this fisherman's livelihood options. What are the livelihood options are there? One by one, I am showing you. I show you that this how they are catching the fishes, and then how they are doing that marketing, and then 1% mangrove. If you may lost that 1% of that mangrove forest, see 2% of fishes will be lost. Fish community population will be reduced. Yeah, this is another method for catching the fishes. 3 techniques are there. This is one of the technique. Just we can keep that poles, and then in that pole itself we can keep that mangrove leaves. The fishes will be coming like this. Okay, it will be like jalebi, rasagulla, like that, right? Because it is having that much of nutritious in that leaves. So they use this is attraction. This is the one method for catching the fishes. We can catch more fishes from that respective place. In the another one is hand picking method. Some of the people must be observing in that seashore area. The fisherwoman people, they used to bite one gunny bag, and then they used to walk in that water itself during that low tide, and then they are catching that fishes and prawns, and then they used to keep it in that bag. That is a hand picking method, right? So like that, our fishermen people are doing that day-to-day activities. And then crab fattening also there. Then seaweed culture, you know very well. And this one is IFS, integrated farming system. That is see here. ऊपर में goat है ना, sorry. And then here fishes. The excretion of these goats will be coming down, and then these fishes will be taking these things. And then in the side we can grow that mangroves also. So like that we can do that. We can give some suggestions to the fisherman community for the alternate livelihood option. These are the seaweed culture. Our people only grown these seaweeds, and then after processing of these seaweeds, the PepsiCo company, they used to come to our department, and then they will collect that dried one. They will collect these dried seaweeds, and then they will use for that Pepsi, no. Then they are having that nutraceutical values. Even recently, 2 of my students worked on this aspect. Especially this Avicennia plant, they are having that for like Pond's, Pond's anti-aging cream, face wash, like that. He prepared that one. Recently, we submitted for patenting, and then mangrove soap also we produced from this Avicennia plant. Like that, nearly even candy also. Candy, okay, some chocolates also from mangroves. Like that, nearly 13 species, 13 products we we submitted for patenting. Yeah, in that abroad, how they are, the water force, how it is reducing like that. And then this one is, you know very well, we should save the mangroves in soil erosion, no? If soil erosion may be there, we can't see that mangroves. Actually, 6 years back, Tamil Nadu government, Tamil Nadu Forest Department, especially Gombart, Gulf of Mannar Biosphere Reserve, they gave the fund for me for establishing these mangroves. I think in that Gulf of Mannar region, Rameshwaram area, islands are there. Slowly the islands are disappearing. Soil erosions are very much affected, because that's why the forest officials, they suggested me to grow these plants, and then we made it. I will show that slide also. So in future, you please grow these mangroves, otherwise like this bald head, no? Yeah, already I told you, economic and medicinal values are there. So mangroves are having highly medicinal values, and then because they are having their bioactive compounds. So these are the products which are developed by my team. Mangrove repellent, and then tablets for diabetes, foot ulcer cream for diabetic patients, pickle from salt marsh plants, especially these Gurudevan and Satyavani. After completion of the degree, they went to Canada. During that COVID time, no, what are the vaccine you have made it? You have utilized it. Covaxin, Covishield, right? In US, which one? In US. In US, Canada. Huh? Pfizer, yeah. So in the Pfizer, no, the vaccine discovery, among 20 research team members, among 20, two of them from my lab, these two guys, okay. So our governor as well as president also sent that appreciation letter to me, okay. So in the Pfizer, I think this is the right time for acknowledging my students. Without my students, I can't stand before you. They are my pillars. See, in these mangroves, in front of our faculty, we established a separate, artificially we developed these mangroves, nearly 12 plots, we made it during 1995, and then after that we established this one. So from this one, our tourism department, they took charge, and then they established this water sports complex in front of our faculty, and then we only supported. Still we are giving that school, that is, what is that? All the boats and all. Nearly 14 boats are here, there. So SHE group requested me, and then the sub-collector and the collector, they sent the letter to me. We will do MOU with this CS in marine biology. You please help that self-help group. That's an alternate livelihood option, no? So like that, we gave that thing, and then kayaking facilities are there. We have 18 kayaking are there, and then they are using that one. They are minting money, that's all. So tourism itself, tourism department can do, they can thinking like they can develop this kind of new ideas. Even that night time also, the luminescent bacteria are there in the mangrove ecosystem. So they are observing our researchers are there observing that thing, and then they are documenting that bioluminescent bacteria from that mangrove ecosystem. They are doing the comparative studies also from Avicennia plant, and then Rhizopora plant, and then Cereus, and then Aegiceros, like that. They are observing that one, and then recently they published their papers also. And then from these mangroves, honeybee collection, and then even Sundarban mangroves, you know very well. They are producing lot of honeybee products. Then blue carbon ecosystem. So from this coastal area, we have that lot of barren area. So in that area, we can develop this coastal agriculture. Coastal agriculture in terms of we can use that not only that mangrove associated plants, salt marsh plants and other associated plants like aloe vera, then vetiver, Sesuvium portulacastrum, Salicornia brachiata, Pongamia pinnata, that is an associated plant only, then Calophyllum inophyllum. So we have that plenty of area, but wasteland area. No one utilized that place. So instead of that, we can give this idea to the fisherman community. So they can use these things. Even recently, two of the UG students came from Cochin for doing their internship. And then I gave the work, especially the salt marsh plants and all. They prepared a pickle and then chutney and all. See, they established separately in Mahi coast, and then now actually they established in 4 states. In the pickle industry, they started their own company, pickle industry from this one, and they don't have that, no need to get the permission and all. In the seashore area itself, it's growing everything. So they are collecting easily, they are collecting that salt marsh plant, and then they are doing the processing and all, and then they are doing that marketing also. So in 4 states they are having, right now they are having that 48 staff members. Okay, they gave that recruitment for that guys, okay, unemployed students. Why I am telling you, actually that guys, they didn't want to attend that Viva and all. I arranged one RESC meeting. At the time, sir, I don't come, sir, like that they told. Just simply you will come. It may not be relevant for you. Another guys from Kufos. So they told me, sir, it's not relevant for me, sir. Why should I attend this one? At least you please attend. At least you can get some sparkling, and then you can do anything else like that. So they attended. Now they are doing that. They are extracting that fishes. They are doing that salmon oil, no. So they are doing the salmon fishes, and then they are doing that processing and all. Now they are exporting to Dubai and all. Dubai and what is that? Singapore also. Yeah, Singapore. His own brother is there. These are the vertical and urban farming. So here in this climate change, so we should face this issue. So Lord Nataraja only knows. In this hand, see the fires, and then for mitigation, that is the strategies are there for conserving our environment. This is the right time, and then this one is adaptation. Another one is stopping that CO2 emission, right? This is only one plant, that is a Exocaria agolocha. This is a mangrove plant. This is only one plant which is worshipping in the temple of Lord Nataraja all over the world. So this is a eye blending plant. The milky latex it is there, no? But it is having excellent anti-leprosy activity. In those days, most of the North Indian Rajus in those days, they faced that leprosy issues. Those who are having that leprosy issues, they came to Chidambaram. They stayed there. They prayed Lord Nataraja and Lord Nataraja. Then they got that solution. All the leprosy was cured. That kind of faith was there, right? But as a researcher, this is a scientific background. The milky latex, it is used for leprosy. So scientifically, we have proved with by using that rabbit. Okay. So here the seagrass, see, 50% of that blue carbon ecosystem. Now carbon sequestration, you know very well, and that is a need of the hour. Even in Delhi, also those who are visited our Pichavaram area also, they used to collect that Ram. May you please give some plants. I want to keep it in my house like that in Delhi, because that kind of you know very well, that kind of pollution, heavy pollution. Even that West Delhi and the North Delhi, they are the two, that is transport department. They give the Paka instructions. You should take vehicle weekly 3 days. In this side, Monday, Wednesday, Thursday, like that. They allotted like that. Okay, so that kind of pollution is there. So this is the need of the work for doing this one. We should develop these mangroves for these, especially this carbon sequestration. The blue economy is a need of the hour. And then these are the EESCP, already you know very well, in the Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change. They are promoting these things, yes, in the life programs. Basic things should be taught to the school children. That's why here in our place, we are most of the government school children, they used to come to our faculty, and then they are visiting museum, as well as we are giving that awareness program to these, what is a life and all. Basic needs, they should know it. Of course, in this environmental awareness, after COVID, after meeting our Nagaraj sir only, I got a very good idea. I wanted to do research on environmental education. In fact, I think this is the right time for thank him. As of now, he don't know that thing. That is a second PhD. I registered a second PhD in environmental education after his involvement, because he invited me for, actually another person, Pichavaram Ranger was there. 2 times I stayed there, and then it was very much impressed, and then I registered my second PhD, and then successfully I submitted that second PhD on February 12th. So this is the right time for acknowledging sir. Yeah, these are the temple waste flowers into incense sticks. Even in that water hyacinth and all, they can do on their own thing, handicrafts and all. We gave that training to the students and local women, those who are housewife, so we gave that training to that people, and then now nearly now 18 ladies, they are visiting, they are conducting the training program in totally 22 villages. In 22 villages they are going, and then they are giving the training. So trainers, okay, training, then they came to trainers. Now they are increasing that thing. Even this 90% of water from urine can be extracted. So lot of ideas are there. Young minds, you please take these kind of works. Waste from, especially the fish waste or there, fish waste from product like that. You can think it. See this. Yeah, this is a Sundarban mangrove forest, you know very well. Whenever we are entering to the Sundarban mangrove forest, we used to pray in this Bana Bibi temple. Then only we can enter into the forest. This is the Lord Nataraja temple. So lot of medicinal values are there. That is mangrove tea. Mangrove tea, we prepared it, and then we gave to that Kallur collectorate office also. At least just 25 days back, we supplied 120 herbal teas for that meeting and all. And then it is having excellent anti-cancer effect. I got a JSPS fellowship, and then I went to Ehime University, Japan, and then we found this one, and also anti-HIV activity also there. Our publications are very much available. You can Google it. Already I told you this one. See that blinding tree, already I told you, Exocaria aglocha. This is a Sweda plant. So especially the tourist people, they are not aware of the importance of this plant. If they may cut that leaf in any part of that plant, the milky latex will be oozed out, right? And then it will be affecting their eyes. Immediately they can collect that Sweda plant, and then they can crush in that eye, and then it will be diluted. See the nature's gift, right? Wherever the problems are arising, there will be a solution, right? So medicinal plant is there, and then there is a solution also there. So my dear young research scholars, you please focus on marine products. Okay, marine scientists and those who are working on marine pharmacological research, especially marine products, marine scientists are very minimal. Those who are working on marine drug research, okay, natural products, marine natural products, 0.5% of the products are natural products only, natural sources are only utilizing, right? So rest of that thing, see, 99.5% of the natural sources of this marine environment, we didn't utilize that thing for producing drugs. Okay, you please in future, you please focus on this aspect. So here coastal vegetation we are classified into 4 types. Already I told you: mangrove, salt marsh, sand dune, and the sandy shore. So these are the animal models which we have utilized in our laboratory. So from this one we found this one. This is another one, conservation part. The mangrove nursery techniques were developed in our campus, and then nearly we are supplying these plants to Virudhunagar Forest Department, Trichy, and then our Pichavaram area also. Our rangers, they used to ask us for getting these plants, the saplings. Of course, when I was doing PhD, at the time we established this mangrove area, this Vellar Eshwari, in front of our faculty. See here, after see that luxurious growth of mangroves. After 20 years, luxurious growth of mangroves are there. So fish resources are increasing. Then prawns are 115 times are increasing, especially in that marine, in that mangrove area. Then crabs by 3 times, then fish by 2 times in 5 years. Then we conducted that on mangrove planting for that fisherman community, especially in that roadside area. No, behind their house itself, we planted that thing. They at the time they didn't aware of this importance of these mangroves. Whenever we are doing that plantation, no, next day we couldn't see that sticks, the bamboo poles and all. They used to take it for firewood purpose. So again and again we conducted that awareness program. Even see that 10th and 11th of December 2004, we conducted that one. The student plantation. See, December 26, 2004, we faced this issue, tsunami issue. On the day morning 8:30, when we are entering that area, that old person also, they came to us and then they touched our feet, leg. Sir, you only saved our life, sir. Now only we are realizing about this importance of these mangroves. We saved, sir, because of these mangroves. Now only we are realizing this thing. So like that is a Nobel Prize for us. Okay. So anyhow, they realized that part. So after that again and again voluntarily they came to us. Sir, I want to plant, sir. I want to plant these mangroves, like that. Not only they came, and then we found that new area also in the study area, in the Nagapattinam area, and then Puliket area. Then in that Kodekarai area, Vedaranyam near Kodekarai, nearly 6 plots, 6 study areas we made it, and then separately we established it because of these people only. Okay, with the help of these fishermen people only, we established these mangroves. So really, thanks to that people, they realized that thing. Yeah, this is our area only during the tsunami area. See, that is a jetty, boat jetty, concrete, no? It is made up of concrete structure. It's broken, see, broken into pieces, okay? But not these mangroves, okay? And see that thing. Because what is the special here in mangroves? They are having the supporting roads. They are having the supporting roads. Yeah, this is the area which I told you earlier. Mangroves saved about 1,000 people living behind. So after that, Pondicherry government gave the fund for establishing these mangroves in the Ariyangopam area, and then we developed these mangroves in Ariyangopam also. And then in the what is the solution for developing these mangroves? No, direct plantations number one. Second one, nursery raised seedling plantation. Then vegetative propagation methods. Then lab to land program. In vegetative propagation, air layering, cutting, and grafting, you know very well. This is a gombat. Already I told you, that in the Thailand it is slowly disappearing. That's why the gombat, the Gulf of Mannar Biosphere Reserve, asked us for developing these mangroves. That's why we developed this, especially this. See, in that area, we made this air layering and all, air layering techniques and all. By using these techniques, we developed these mangroves, and then we planted in that whole island area, in the border of this area. We maintained this MP Sajidullah in nursery, especially in the Tamil Nadu Forest Department, Mandavam area. I should thank the ranger of Mandavam area. He only permitted us for growing this, for maintaining this nursery. So after that, we transferred these saplings from boat to Kursade Island. So we planted. Still we are maintaining that plants. Now that soil erosion was reduced, this is another method already you know very well, plant tissue culture method. AC room condition and then normal room temperature. Then we should maintain that hardening, for maintaining the hardening. Then nursery, after that transplantation. So four steps are there for doing this PTC, plant tissue culture work. This is tissue culture work, micropropagation, and then we established separate coastal floral gene bank in our campus. So these plants which are developed by plant tissue culture only, by using this plant tissue culture only. I didn't collect from some other places. All the plants which we developed from this plant tissue culture only. These are the nursery we maintained in our campus. And then we used to organize a mangrove awareness program. Even Professor Kadrisan sir, under the supervision of Professor Kadrisan, 16 programs, 16 years we conducted a UNU sponsored program. United Nations program, international training course on mangrove ecosystem, which was organized by our people only. So 16 years. So all the international people, all the international participants should attend, and then they developed on their own in their countries. This is a nursery development. Even simply we are not maintaining that seedlings. Just pouring the water and then we will transplant it like that. Nothing. So all the students, I used to give some assignments. They will do that experimental studies in each and every parameters. Different parameters I used to give that thing, like soil salinity parameter, different salinity, and then light intensity, then biofertilizers, like that. In each and every plots we have arranged, and then they made it successfully. That is for their publications. This one I told you. With the different concentration of this one. For example, biofertilizer means azospirillum, pasobacterium. Azospirillum 1 gram, 5 gram, 10 gram, like that. Then pasobacterium 1 gram, 5 gram, 10 gram. Then combined together 1 gram, 1 plus 5, 1 plus 10, like that. This is a mangrove field. Recently we established this one. After retirement of my professor, I am following his footprints for developing these mangroves. We prepared the biofertilizers, and then fish waste. We prepared that biofertilizers from fish waste. Especially in that coastal area, we can find out that a lot of dead cells and shells and all, dead fishes, and then crabs, everything will be there. So my students, they used to collect that one, and then they used to prepare that fertilizer, and then they will pour in that plants. So this is the uniqueness of our campus. Already I told you. So these are the awareness and outreach activities which are done by our faculty members. So total number of programs 18, and then total number of participants 5,124 participants were participated for these different activities. These are the programs. Even in fact, for TNFA also, Tamil Nadu Forest Academy, those who are getting that position as a forester, ranger, no. So for training program, I used to go for giving that lecture for that forest officials. This is a Sea Turtle Day, and then International Yoga Day, then Mangrove Conservation Program. We used to join with our Tamil Nadu Forest Department as well as Fisheries Department also. This is the outreach program. E-Waste Day, World Fisheries Day, Seagrass Day, World Wildlife Day. We used to conduct that different competitions for the school children. Yes, in Akashvani, Puducherry, All India Radio, they joined together. They wanted to conduct this program, and then they telecasted in the radio also, all the competitions. This is the Science Day celebrations. These are the outreach activities. This is the life already I told you by EACP programs. This is the mission life programs. So we gave the training to the fisherwoman community, how to make that, how to establish the nursery, how to do that, how to make the packets, what are the ingredients are there in the soil, like that. We gave the training to that fisherwoman community, and then they are establishing the separate nursery. So NGO people and then forest officials. So still that we have that list of SHA group, and then what are the nearby complete list of that local public. Okay, what is the name, age, and then what are the activities they involved in our faculty. Like that we have that one, and then we are following that thing. Not only for conducting that programs, we should monitor the. Okay, we are giving the training. So after that, what will they do? Whether they are following or not, we should do it. No? So we are following that. People. With the help of Rotary International, we established a separate mangrove area. Ecotourism. So let us take a pledge to conserve our mangrove ecosystem. Let us have a vision to see, vigor to act, heart to care, Mother Nature. So my sincere thanks to the authorities of my university and authorities of Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change, Port Blair region, and my dear research scholars, my research team, and then beautiful and bountiful young participants, and then legends. So thank you one and all. And one more thing, with this brief, my dear students, just you can take a pledge, right? Practice organic farming. Practice organic farming. Protect natural wealth. Protect natural wealth. Ensure safe food for consumption. Ensure safe food for consumption. Flag up human health security. Flag up human health security. Strive for national prosperity. Strive for national prosperity. So let us appreciate and conserve this nature gift to mankind. Let us all join hands in conserving our nature's wealth for human health. Thank you one and all. If you have any clarification or anything else, you please suggest me. Pardon? Panel discussion. Okay. Thank you one and all.
Thank you, sir, for the enlightening and engaging session. Now, I would like to invite Ms. Nesnas, EA from Fisheries Department, Andaman and Administration, to present on blood clam fishery and of Andaman and Nicobar Islands, ecological and economic significance. Please take the stage.
This is for next.
Good afternoon. Myself, Nesnas, working as Assistant Director of Fisheries, Zonal Fisheries Office, South Andaman. First of all, I would like to extend my gratitude to our Secretary Fisheries and Director of Fisheries for giving me this opportunity to present some information about blood clam fishery of Andaman Nicobar Islands and its present status of utilization. This session is more like, I am not suggesting any research findings or research output. This session is more like a research question, research. I want to discuss with you regarding to touch this livelihood aspect as well as the researchable aspects. So this will be like existing existing procedures what we are following for utilization of blood clam will be explained, and what more we can do by taking examples of other fishery, other clam fisheries, other molluscan fisheries prevailing in India. And as you all know, this is general introduction, and blood clams coming under the category of mollusk, which is second largest animal phylum, and which is coming in the class Bivalvia and order Archida and family Archidae. And previously it was known as Anadara granosa, then the name was changed to Tagillarca granosa. And as you know, the major difference between the clams, other clams, is they are having hemoglobin instead of hemocyanin. And hemocyanin, as you know, that is copper based, and hemoglobin is like iron based. And the richness of hemoglobin helps them to be in the muddy bottom in hypoxic condition. That is the major advantage of being a hemoglobin carried species. And you can see the radial ribs. For easy identification, there will be that radial ribs are there, 15 to 20. Normally 15 to 20 radial ribs are there, and generally, as you see the anatomy, there are gills. Tenids commonly called as tenids, gills are there. Then there is muscular foods and mantle. Mantle is basically for all the bivalves. Mantle is basically for the calcium carbonate secretion. And stomach, kidney, as this is the major anatomic portions. And I want to explain one thing here in this image, which is the water flow. This is one of the main aspect of the bivalve, and this presentation also will be based on that only. This water flow, which is helping for biofiltration. Biofiltration, basically the food ingestion, food intake is little different from other species. There will be like this portion, there are two siphons you can see. This is inhalant siphon and this is exhalant siphon. And whenever these clams in water, they will be taking inside the water along with the phytoplankton, decomposed material inside the body, and it will be rotating through this position. Okay. So after reaching here, the gills, as you know, leaf-like gills are present in these gills. They will be absorbing the water, and it will go to the mouth portion. Mouth portion, there is a mucous membrane. That mucous membrane will be absorbing the nutrients, and the water will be coming back through the exhalant. So this is an example of excellent biofiltration, and that is the basis of my presentation also, and that is the major aspect which can relate this fishery to mangrove ecosystem. And as we know, there are a lot of commercial applications for blood clam, which is used as food and pharmaceuticals. And I told you this is about they are having filter feeding habit for taking the food. So next is like how the recruitment is happening. That is very important for clam, and they are we can call it as year-round breeders, and they will be like breeds in at least 4 seasons in a year, at least 4 seasons in a year, and lifespan is around 1 to 4 years, and they will grow up to the size of 8 centimeters length, and marketable size, as we can say, the marketable size is like 3 to 3.5 centimeters, and as per our recommendation, as per the recommendation of ICR Carry, we are promoting trade of at least 4 to 5 centimeter size to up to 8 centimeters. So we can call like at least the after 1 or 2 years, 1.5 years, they will be reaching to the size of around 4 centimeters. And how to identify the male and female, that is we have to open and see the gonads color, and the color of gonads for the female is orange to reddish color, and for the male it is like white because of the sperm. And as other bivalves, the larval stages are there, the various larval stages are there, and after morula stage of 3 to 4 hours, they will be directly going to a trochophore stage. That is a trochophore stage itself, that is a moving stage, that is just after 4 hours after breeding, and it can lay around 2 to 23 lakhs of eggs by one female, and the sex ratio is 1:1. Okay. So after that, it will be going through different larval stages till pediveliger stage, which is reaching by 16th day, and after 16 to 18 days, we can call it a spat, which can sink and which can attach to the muddy bottom, and it will be then growing as adult. This is the basic life stages of our blood clam. So these are the main nutritional benefits behind blood clam, which is having edible protein content of around 13% and 1.54% of fat. And major advantage is they are exceptionally having rich sources of iron because of the hemoglobin present, and that's why we call it as blood clam. And there is zinc of 89 milligram per kg, and calcium and phosphorus both are about 10 gram per kg. And overall, blood clam is considered as a storehouse of micro and micronutrients, and usually Southeast Asian countries prefer it in the form of boiled cooked format. So what is the relationship between why we are presenting blood clam here? That is basically that is related to mangrove density and recruitment of blood clam. The mangrove density and recruitment of blood clam is directly proportional, and even during the dense mangrove coverage time during the December and all, there will be there are abundance of spat in the muddy flats near to mangroves, and basically after becoming the spat will be settling near to the mangrove only. That period from that 20 days, 16 to 20 days to that 1 year is very critical for these blood clams, and that period, that area should be identified, and that area should be protected for a successful recruitment to the next generation of blood clam. And one more advantage and one more relation between blood clam and this mangrove is the presence of cellulase enzyme in the body of blood clam, which helps to decompose the cellulose complex substance that is present in the leaves, green leaves. So what is happening is this will be helping to break down the cellulose and break down the leaves which are near to the mangroves area and which will be like converting into the absorbable format. So about Andaman story, we have around, this is like, we have started very recently, Department of Fisheries have started very recently during 2020-24. We have started this clam fishery utilization. As per Andaman Nicobar Marine Fishing Rule, clam is also coming under the category of fish. So the department has is issuing permits for transportation of marine species, including clam. And for this purpose, we have already taken up with the Forest Department. We have ensured that which is not coming under Wildlife Protection Act 1972. And from 2000 and regarding the aspects of conservation, we have approached ICR CARI, and ICR CARI has suggested some conservation strategies. Basically, they suggested for limiting the minimum legal size of catch from 25 mm to 2.5 centimeters to 3 centimeters. And one thing is that in Andaman Nicobar Marine Fishing Rule, already there is a provision for closed season for shellfishes, which is from May to September in each year. So which is strictly monitoring, and here there is this season which was identified generally for the clams, generally for the molluscan species shellfishes. Okay, so what we are doing is from May to September, considering the breeding time of major shellfishes, we are restricting the activities related to catching of blood clam during this period. And we are also thinking about reviewing the utilization, reviewing the stock which is available in Andaman Nicobar Islands after 1 year period. And we have already suggested for catch quota limit for per trader, which is like 1000 kg for export. And this is the data we are having till December 2025. We have already transported 5,45,973 kilogram of blood clam to mainland India, and which is basically going to Vietnam and all. We have some fishermen working in the northern middle Andaman to collect it through their traditional boats. They will be giving to the traders in the Port Blair. The traders, some traders, 2 to 3 traders of Port Blair, they are registered as merchant exporter through Embada, and they will be like directly connecting these clams to foreign countries, especially to Southeast Asia. And regarding collection, the intertidal mudflats of northern middle Andaman is rich in blood clam, and especially Kadamtala, Rangat, Mayabandar and Tiglipur area is very abundant. And around 300 fishermen are associated with this fishery and for their livelihood activities, and around 80 fishing boats are engaged. 18, mostly it is traditional fishing boats. They are engaged in this activity. And nearly 20 traders, active traders are there at present who are involved in this blood clam export. And what we are proposing now, that is like, till now we have discussed about what we are doing, how much we are utilizing from the resource, how much and where it is going, and what is the minimum legal size we are proposing. And this is a continuous process. Every year it will be like harvesting. So we have some proposal for the researchers here, for the scientists here, for the officers here, to put forth for the better management of that fishery, addressing livelihood as well as the biodiversity. So first of all, the data is very poor regarding the availability of blood clam resources in Andaman Nicobar Islands. Their stock assessment has not been studied till now. So GIS-based mapping of mangrove mudflats and natural clam beds is a priority area to be addressed. Then we have to estimate the population density in individual based, then biomass based, and size frequency distribution. This whole data that data strengthening is very important. Then next is harvest control measures. We have to again fix the minimum legal size towards 50, at least towards 5 centimeters to 6 centimeters, and seasonal closure during peak spawning season months. I was mentioning some seasons May to September for the closure, but what is happening is there is no such studies that I told you about the breeding season. There is like 4 yearly. They will be breeds in 4 times. So there should be study which should identify the peak breeding season so that we can adjust the this ban accordingly, ban of collection accordingly, which is based on this is fixed based during 2024 while we are establishing this. And I will just show you some things. And regarding Andaman Nicobar Islands, we have around procurement price of the blood clam is 80 rupees and export cost is 150 per kg, and export market price is around 290 kilogram per kg approximately, and they're getting around 120 to 140 as a profit per kg. And I have to just explain the core area. One is hatchery development and ranching program. That is very important. In this regard, ICAR CMFRI has already standardized the breeding protocol for this blood clam. And what we are suggesting is parallelly, while we are exploiting the resources, parallelly we have to think about establishing a separate hatchery for this blood clam for the sea ranching program. 2024, ICAR CMFRI successfully done a sea ranching program in Ashtamudi Lake for the Ashtamudi clam. And they have ranched around 3 million seeds, and after some few months they have seen the recovery also, and it is showing very good result in case of recovery. This is one of the aspects we can think of. And the second is this is the core thing I want to discuss is Marine Stewardship Council certification. As you know, in India, the first marine stewardship certified fishery is also a clam. That is called Paphia malabarica Ashtamudi clam. That is a basic, most successful model we can adopt in the case of blood clam also. So basically, we have to have some baseline studies. We have to, in Ashtamudi Lake, it was conducted by WWF and ICAR CMFRI jointly during the year of 2014. And they have conducted a study of 9 months, and they have applied through WWF, and which was then granted with the Marine Stewardship Certification, eco-labeling. This is the first fishery in India which got eco-labeling. So the same thing we are proposing to implement here. For that, baseline studies, as I discussed, regarding the data collection should be strengthened, minimum legal sites to be revised, and then again we have to revise the closed breeding season as per the peak season of breeding. And other thing is, again, we have to 300 fishermen is engaged. In Ashtamudi Lake itself, it is like 3,000 fishermen are involved in this. In Andaman, as a beginning, we have 300 fishermen is involved in this process. So we have to have a good data on the socioeconomics also. This data collection, by engaging some third parties like research institutes, especially CMFRI, CARI has to be engaged for conducting such studies to apply for Marine Stewardship Council. The main advantage of getting Marine Stewardship Council certification is they will be getting a premium international seafood price, as well as they will be having a the same time there will be it will address the biodiversity aspects of the clam also. Thank you so much. Thank you for the time. As a general conclusion, what we are suggesting is the livelihood also to be addressed in the same line where we are addressing the conservation. For that purpose, we are suggesting for Marine Stewardship Council certification. And as in National Coastal Mission project, sir, we have already, the Department of Fisheries has already submitted a project also for the Marine Stewardship Council certification procedure. And if we could find some fund in that project, we can engage some research institute for the same purpose, and which will help the sustainable utilization of these blood clam resources. Thank you so much for hearing me. Thank you.
Thank you for your informative presentation. Sustainable use of mangroves ensures both ecological balance and economic growth. I now invite Mr. Pankaj Arvind from Botanical Survey of India to present on mangroves in Andaman and Nicobar Islands, a sustainable coastal zone. Sir, please take the stage.
So good evening to all of you, honorable respected dignitaries, reporter of the session, or dear friends, students. So today I am going to present on the mangroves of Andaman Nicobar Islands. Actually, this is not a sort of research article. This is just a awareness presentation. So before what to conserve, how to conserve, we must know what to conserve. So जितना भी यहाँ पर एमएससी का स्टूडेंट्स है उनको ये पता होना चाहिए कि कौन सा मैंग्रोव्स हमारे अंडमान में है. So see, I am skipping this introduction as we know that we are running out of time. So I earlier told that for general public only and large audience I prepared a presentation. So I bilingual मैंने बनाया था. So phytodiversity of the Andaman Nicobar Island, it consists of 3,410 plant species with angiosperm, gymnosperm, pteridophyte, bryophyte, lichen and algae. And they are distributed in tropical evergreen forest, semi-evergreen forest, littoral forest and mangrove forest. Among these, mangrove ecosystem is the very important ecosystem in the island because this is protecting the entire forest from the tsunami, all these kinds of sort of things. In most of the areas, these dominant species are Bruguera, Cereopsis, Rhizopora, Sonacea can be observed. And in Andaman Nicobar Islands, we can find nearly 37 species. So this archipelago is not geologically significant, but also ecologically it is highly sensitive, and it plays important role in maintaining the balance of marine ecosystem. So latest FSI report shows the total mangrove area under cover is 616 kilometers square, which contributes to 12.13 of total mangrove cover in the country. All of us knows that largest mangrove cover is found in the West Bengal. After that, Gujarat, and Andaman Nicobar is the third position for the mangroves cover. So in Andaman, nearly 614 kilometer there is a mangrove vegetation, and Nicobar there is very less, 2.03 kilometer. So a lot of work already done regarding a documentation of the mangroves, but debate is still continue. What are the true mangroves? What are the facultative mangroves? What are the false mangroves? There is a small line between the true mangroves and the mangrove associates. So there's lot of work already done in the Andaman Islands, but still ecological work is very less. Ethnobotanical work is very less. Documentation also regarding the uses of the mangroves is very less. So these are the different ecosystems in the island. We can find the photographs from South Andaman, North Andaman, Middle Andaman, Madhuban area. So this is how we are conducting the field tours and different areas of the Andaman Nicobar Islands. So we can see out of the 37 plants, 3 are the Acanthus members, 2 pteridophytes, and this is Rhizoporaceae, then Heliteria. This is a list, and I will show the photographs also. So आपको अच्छे से उसमें ध्यान में आएगा क्या क्या मैंग्रोव्स यहाँ पर होते हैं. So this is Acanthus ebracteatus. Forest Department did an excellent job. They have did the display outside. So it will be very easy to the students to understand what kind of mangroves are growing in our areas. This is Acanthus evacuatus, Avicennia officinalis, Bruguera cylindrica, Bruguera gymnorrhiza, Cereopsis tagal, Heritaria littoralis, local known as Sundari. This is the fruit of this Helitoria. This is Lumnida racemosa, Lumnida retoria, very beautiful flowers. Pempis acidula, Phoenix paludosa. This is Rhizophora stylosa, Naipa fruticans, local known as dhani. And very rare nowadays because of the anthropogenic pressure, the habitat is day by day shrinking. So this Nipa fruticans also nowadays बहुत कम होता जा रहा है. Soneria ovata, Xylocarpus granatum. So this is a very important criteria. All of us knows that vivipary and cryptovivipary. So these mangroves adapted themselves in such a way that it's very difficult to sustain in a salty water. But this is with the help of vivipary, जिसे हम हिंदी में जरायुष्टा कहते हैं, उस विविपेरी की वजह से देखिए ये प्लांट्स अभी ग्रो कर रहे हैं और ग्रोइंग लाइक अच्छा ग्रो कर रहे हैं अंडमान निकोबार आइलैंड्स में. At the same time, there is a competitive escalation principle. See, no two species. अगर सेम स्पीसीज होगा तो वो एक जगह पर कभी भी ग्रोथ ठीक से नहीं करता है. फॉर एग्जाम्पल, दिस इज लुमनेजरा racemosa and Lumnezera littoria. In Shahid Dweep, you will find Neil Island. This Lumnezera racemosa is growing nicely everywhere, but you will not find Lumnezera littoria. The reason is this competitive escalation principle. क्योंकि दोनों भी स्पेसीज एक जगह पे बढ़िया से ग्रो नहीं करता. अभी दिस इज Lumnezera littoria. इट इज़ वेरी कॉमन इन स्वराज द्वीप, मीन्स हैवलॉक आइलैंड में ये बहुत कॉमन आपको दिखेगा. So I am skipping these key regulatory measures. These programs by our ministry. So in Andaman Nicobar Islands, 35 taxa, out of which 2 angiosperm, 35 angiosperm, 2 are pteridophytes. And the largest genus is Soneria with 6 taxa, Acanthus by 3. Largest family is Rhizophoriaceae with 11 taxa and Litheraceae with 6 taxa. So this is graphical presentation of the diversity of the mangroves of Andaman Nicobar Island. How many shrubs are there, how many trees are there. So 3 herbs, 8 shrubs and 26 trees. So like other parts of the country, Andaman Nicobar Islands also required, although the cover is good, but still because of anthropogenic pressure, there is कई कुछ जगह पर जो है मैंग्रोव्स अभी कंस्टेंट होता जा रहा है, स्पेशली इन फ्रंट ऑफ द रिसोर्ट्स. टू गिव द सी व्यू they are cutting the mangroves or sorting the mangroves. So I think this is a great threat for the mangroves. And but forest department is doing nicely. They have good nurseries, and this is the acknowledgement. Thanks to the director of Botanical Survey of India and forest department. They are providing us logistic supports for these works. These are references. Thanks. Any question is there you can ask regarding taxonomy, because we are the custodian. We have a lot of herbarium identification also we can help. So any question is there regarding identifications, so we can answer for that. So no question. Okay, sir.
Thank you, sir, for your informative presentation. Awareness and education are the roots of conservation. Now, I invite Mr. A. Gopal, Project Officer, CPR Environmental Education Center, to present on mangrove conservation through education in Andaman and Nicobar Islands.
Thank you, ma'am. Respected Chairman, dignitaries, different department officials, students. My name is A. Gopal from CPR Environmental Education Center, Chennai, but field station here. We are working here since 1994 for the purpose of environmental education for school students and college students and teachers. This presentation, mangrove conservation through education in the Andaman and Nicobar Islands, strengthening awareness, community participation and sustainable coastal management. Yes, since yesterday, all the discussions about the mangroves, mangrove ecosystem, coastal ecosystem in tropical region and all those things are discussed, then directly we will go for importance also discuss so many presentations. Total forest cover 6,724 square kilometer in represent 81.51%. Very dense forest 3,761 square kilometer, moderately 2,416 square kilometer. Open forest 547 square kilometer. Recorded forest area 86.93. Main important role in the carbon sequestration that littoral and swamp forest is like mangroves. Why we need for the conservation major threats? Now our islands, we are having a lot of area in mangrove cover. If you are seeing South Andaman, Middle Andaman, North Andaman, everywhere, but knows the community. But we are the educated people, we knows what are the importance, how we can protect, then what are the uses, how the mangroves protect us, we knows. But the community people, if the people are, they are earning from the mangroves like fishermen and other tourism, but practically they don't know why the mangroves are very important. The mainland people, foreigners, those people are they are coming for seeing the aesthetic nature sceneries, but our local community not experiencing the importance. Is now we can see the plastic pollution, for example in Mayabandar, then South Andaman in Caribbean School, like is some places a lot of plastic waste they are dumping in mangrove areas, that also disturbing the coastal development, mangrove cutting, climate change and lack of awareness. So that's why need role of education, why education matters. So if anyway, if you are giving knowledge is formal or informal, the education is very important. If anyway, if you are giving the awareness about AIDS or any, nowadays we are celebrating Brothers' Day, Father's Day, Mother's Day, each and every day we are celebrating. Why means we are remembering that in the quick fast timing, we are forgetting those things. So every day we need to remember that. Will the environmental awareness promotes responsible behavior, encourages youth participation, supports sustainable conservation. The main objectives is assess the awareness among the students and teachers, identify knowledge source, understand perceived threats, evaluate role of education, suggest improvements. We are selected for all islands, Andaman and Nicobar Islands. Is just we are prepared in a Google form. Is a set of questions prepared and we are circulated through WhatsApp. In that we have received 935 responses received. In that nearly 111 duplicates and final responses are 824. But in that content covered awareness, knowledge, threats, participation. In that 96% students and teachers 4%, age group 12 to 15 years 51%, and 16 to 18 years 29%, third others 20%. Findings, if awareness 92% is everybody, means most of the students they are having good knowledge in regarding the mangroves, but in that ecosystem, in that not aware is only 8%. Ecosystem knowledge, coastal protection, biodiversity habitat, flood control, fisheries support, climate regulation, these all they know 73% recognize multiple benefits. Source, they are got the knowledge from school textbooks, teachers, awareness programs, internet and TV, field visits. Participation gaps, awareness is very high, but practical involvement is very low. Stakeholders, what are the stakeholders' role? Is the student, more than 70% of the students believe that stakeholders, all those government, schools, communities, NGOs, youths are very important. Then what we need to give is now the students is having a lot of knowledge, is sometimes they are reading, studying for exams. They are by guarding. If a teacher is giving notes, they will read the means by guard, and they wrote the exam, then afterwards vomit it. So then it is very important, if we want to conserve the mangroves, if in the younger minds we have to give practical observations, hands-on trainings, experiential learnings, improves understanding, builds responsibility, encourages action. Then field learnings, restorations, mangrove identification walk, if possibility, if we are having 208 middle, secondary and senior secondary schools are there, nearly 39,000 students, around figure 40,000 students are there. If in South Andaman and Middle Andaman and North Andaman, we can conduct a small observation if carefully, if we are facing already human and crocodile conflict, but carefully we can have a mangrove identification walk. In that time we can show the different types of leaves, how the mangrove fruits are there, roots are there, how is that, and different types of roots, how the mangrove is how different from other trees and plants. The differentiate we can give that. If any forest department is organizing plantation, mangrove plantation programs, yeah, nursery development program, that time the department can intimate to school students, they can come and see. That time they can know what are the importance, how, why we can learn the mangrove conservation. Then field-based experiential learnings that I told, concept learning, food chain role play is, I know Sri Sanchal Singha Roy sir is here. Is most of the activities, hands-on play games, so many things, and we are having one project, Earthian, in sustainability education programs, in that sustainability and water, sustainability and biodiversity conservation, and sustainability waste management. In that, in the project, so many hands-on activities are there. In that biodiversity activity, in Sanchal Singha is done so many hands-on activities. So like that, that food chain role play and root model making is like in the school activities, they can make in carton boxes, like how is the roots are there, different types of roots, knee roots, aerial roots, so many things. The nematodes are how it is working. If we can give the information, pictures, and the students can make it. How they, then whenever they will make the practically doing, that time they will know how the roots are there. Then observation, already told, is observation and ecosystem mapping is how is the plants are there, in that how many small fishes are there, butterflies, other animals, fishes, crabs, the shrimps, what are the things they can silently observe. scientific actions. If sometimes in school they are testing the water, soil is experimental activities, that time they can take the history, soil, that water, salinity water, and then clean up campaigns if whatever possibility is there. Whenever the place is very safe for the students, that time they can have a clean up campaigns also. Then creative learnings, photography, poster competitions gives awareness through creativity. Then if the teachers can make a story, then they can explain. Then how during the tsunami period, means earthquake, it was happened the 2004 December 26, the tsunami. That time wherever the mangroves, they lost their mangroves life, but some places the mangroves protected us. So like that, any the teachers can make a story and they can tell. Then the teacher can communicate the students. Then how can make the stories along with community and mangroves and other life forms. Then adopt mangrove programs to field visits. This also we are conducted for college students, teacher trainees and other college students or teacher trainees or B.Ed college students. Then if some safety measures, if the students or the teachers organizing any campaigns or clean up campaign, that time some precautions is always conduct activities in a group, never alone. Ensure adult supervision, a trained teacher along with forest department officials. Site selection, select designated safe zones for activities, avoid non-crocodile habitats, nesting areas, look for warning signboards and local alerts, take guidance from local community fishermen, behavior near water bodies, maintain safe distance from water edges, do not enter or wade into mangrove creeks or water channels, avoid splashing, swimming or washing hands, feed water, never feed animals or throw food waste. So because of we are facing the human and crocodile conflict, then avoid never feed, vigilance monitoring, keep constant watch on surroundings, assign a safety monitor, teacher for the group, watch for sign like movement in water, crocodile slides, tracks, nest or disturbed mud. These are then we have to instruct the students wherever we are going to field trips or any parks, any wildlife sanctuaries. In that time, we instruct the students, we don't pluck any plants, don't disturb any animals, don't disturb anywhere in the protected areas. Conclusion, education is key for conserve key insights. High awareness level is 92% already told. Good understanding of ecosystem services 73, reflects effective environmental education. Schools play a central role in knowledge dissemination. Critical gaps, limited participation in practical conservation activities. Increasing threats, plastic pollution, coastal development, climate change. Way forward, strengthen hands-on experimental learning, promote student-led conservation initiative, enhance community and stakeholder collaboration, improve waste management practices. Final statement, integrating education with action is the key to sustainable mangrove conservation and resilient coastal ecosystem. This is the conclusion. Is further, I would like to request to all, each and everyone, is myself also, whenever we are giving the waste to waste collector, that is very important. Waste collector, that time we have to segregate and properly hand over, and to not through here and there. So that's why we are seeing in Carvinsko and their Sol Bay and Sipicard is wherever possibility that trains are coming to the sea mouth, that time we are looking there, so many plastics, clothes, so many things are there. Is outside our foreign products also is coming like Little Andaman, Campbell Bay and Neil and Mother Pod, that is different, is coming from foreign countries, Myanmar, Malaysia, Singapore, Japan, that you can watch in their labelings are there. So please, our local people, yeah, is any mainland also, don't throw the any single plastics here and there. Thank you.
Thank you for your valuable presentation. Local action leads to global impact when it comes to conservation. Finally, I invite Mr. Chanchal, GTT Science, Directorate of Education, Andaman and Nicobar Administration, to present on mangrove conservation through place-based education. So please take the stage.
Okay. Namaskar. Respected dignitaries of Forest Department present here, all the department presenters, my dear students, teachers, and officials of Forest Department. Finally, a teacher on the dais and share my story of my journey, 35 years journey for the conservation and protection of coastal biodiversity of Andaman Nicobar Island. One thing I would like to clear here, I am not representing my department here. I am directly applied for this presentation, and thanks once again to the Forest Department for selecting me. And I am presenting an experiential model of mangrove conservation through place-based education. It's my brainchild, place-based education, and I am very much inspired by Rabindranath Tagore and great philosopher J. Krishnamurti. As you know, why I select this and why this thing came in my mind, because we are in UT, and here we are following the national curriculum NCRT. So we have very limited scope to know our surrounding, okay? So, but fortunately, the new education policy, the experiential learning is included and give much importance about that. Basically, the students are living this biodiversity, very rich biodiversity, but due to this academic or side or from our side, we ignored our surrounding. So I think it's the best time when I was posted in Havelock before tsunami and after tsunami, 2003 to 2008. So I decided why not. So being a teacher is not inside, only the teacher's duty not inside the classroom. So beyond the classroom, why not we make a mangrove biodiversity a living classroom. The next, this one. Okay. No, I have to change my slide. Okay. See this concept, this eco-pedagogical transformation of nature-embedded learning and living laboratory approach, because the education should be real life experiences and students should observe, explore and connect with the nature. As you know, basically I selected the students of middle secondary and the senior secondary level, and my this initiative, the Coastal Green Zone, based on how to connect the students' observation skill and what are their sense observation, and they have to feel it, and by learning by doing, they have to learn their surrounding. Now, why I choose the mangrove? As per my observation, mangrove is the smartest creature of this world. Smartest creature because of his adaptability character, his the versatile character, and his tolerance, his capacity, and also the productivity. You can't compare with any other creature of this world with the mangrove under this character which I shared with you. And for me, the mangrove is a godfather because by this initiative, the 35 years I run this initiative in different parts of Andaman Nicobar Island, I got National Award from President of India in 2017. Thank you. And under my guidance, the students of Kadamtala Senior Secondary School received 3-time Wipro Arthian National Award. And I get immense support from the Forest Department. The forest official, one forest official is presented here, another Mr. Singh and Mr. Roy, and all other community and the farmers and from the all stakeholder. I got lot of opportunity and their support because it is a journey, it is a teamwork. With their support, it is not possible to achieve this recognition and the awards. Next is the coastal bioshield. I think a lot of our speaker already spoke about the role of mangrove to protect the bioshield and climate buffer system. As you know, that the student of Andaman Nicobar Island directly and indirectly depend on the coastal biodiversity and the mangrove forest. The students, those who are from North Andaman, Hud Bay, all enter Andaman Nicobar Island, their livelihood, their parents' profession, all are directly, indirectly is depend on the mangrove forest. So it is our duty, our responsibility to protect this rich biodiversity of Andaman and Nicobar Island. Next, educational approach. It is the picture of Kalipur. It's a long back in 2012. And how that during Sunday and other holidays, the students of Kalipur and the other areas, villages, they voluntarily doing this work in different part of mangrove forest. So, what are the key activities? Key activities are engage the young mind. How we engage the young mind. तो मैंने पहले क्या किया? During this place-based education, I prepared an biodiversity map by the student. They should know what are the resources present in their surrounding. मैं एक एग्जाम्पल आपको बताना चाहता हूँ. I don't have any data or I don't do any research work. One day I told all the students, bring lunch with fish. घर से माँ को बोलो आज फिश बना के आप लंच पे लेके आ जाओ. And when they are in school, I told them आप फिश का नाम लिखो, क्या फिश आपने लाया है. और मैं उनको फिर शिशोर लेके गया और जो फिशरमैन है उनको हमने बताया कि आप बताओ ये फिश कहाँ से आता, आप कहाँ से इसको कैच किया. And these all are surrounded by this mangrove biodiversity. So मैंने रियल लाइफ जो एजुकेशन है उनके साथ बच्चों को कनेक्ट करने का कोशिश किया. So जब उनके अंदर ये सेंस ग्रो हो जाता है कि मेरे आज जो टिफिन में जो फिश है मेरे फादर ने या फिशरमैन ने में कैच किया, इट्स ओनली बिकॉज ऑफ दिस मैंग्रोव बायोडाइवर्सिटी, तो उनका अंदर एक सेंस ऑफ रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी ग्रो होता है. एनीवे वी हैव टू प्रोटेक्ट इट, अदरवाइज कल मेरे टिफिन बॉक्स में फिश नहीं होगा. These are all very practical way, connected the young mind with place-based education. And the key activities are community engagement, and with the help of forest department and local panchayat, जो चाय पे चर्चा, and the local community people, local panchayat, जो ग्राम सभा organize होता है every month, they give me the opportunity to share. क्योंकि बच्चे को माइंड को आप इजीली डाइवर्ट कर सकते हैं, बट उनके जो पेरेंट्स हैं उनका बहुत स्ट्रॉन्ग थिंकिंग होता है, उनको समझाना बहुत मुश्किल हो जाता है, बिकॉज एज यू नो मैंग्रोव को काटने से जल जाता है. सो फॉर देम इन ईजी वे टू यूज दिस रिसोर्सेज, बस एक सस्टेनेबल वे में समझाना इज वेरी टफ. सो थ्रू चाय पे चर्चा, थ्रू ग्राम पंचायत उनके साथ स्टोरी शेयर करके, I like to motivate them and connect it with the what are the issues we are facing. So, so learning impact is the enhance the ecological literacy. So we are talking about only the literacy. So I connect the ecological literacy and try to motivate the students and teachers and their parents and other stakeholders how we become a responsible citizen and to protect all these elements of the biodiversity. And the stewardship mind, so it is our responsibility being a teacher to make them stewardship. They should know what their role and what their future and how we protect it. आज मैनग्रोव है तो हम हैं, अगर मैनग्रोव नहीं होगा तो हम नहीं होगा. And I am also, during my summer holidays, I am also doing work in the Sundarban. Sundarban is my second home. So it's helped me to share the examples and stories of Sundarbans to the students of Andaman and share the stories of Andaman fishermen and what they are doing. The students share their place. So these exchange stories help me a lot to develop the stewardship among the young mind. And the tagline is from classroom to coastline, from learner to environmental stewardship, and connect. So first point is to connect, और connect के साथ जब awareness add हो जाता है तो कहीं ना कहीं बच्चों के अंदर एक सेंस ऑफ रेस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी ग्रो होता है एंड कॉन्शियसनेस. दिस इज द मेन थिंग टू डेवलप द कॉन्शियसनेस अमंग द यूथ एंड द स्टूडेंट्स. See, students are written the poem. So when we are going from outdoor activities, first they observe the mangrove ecosystem. After that, they note down what they absorb. And then we connect all their observation. And then finally, any conclusion. Some of the students, they have very weak writing skill. So for them, I told them to capture the photographs of the crustaceans, what are the nematophores, or the breathing root, what are the animals and plants are founding around their ecosystem. So one student who collect and who capture the sounds of crabs, जब ड्राई लीव्स के अंदर क्रैब्स का जब मूवमेंट होता है, इट्स क्रिएट ए वेरी ब्यूटीफुल साउंड एंड ही एडिट इट, और वो काफ़ी इंटेलिजेंट था एंड मेक ए ब्यूटीफुल वीडियो. तो दिस आर द वे टू कनेक्ट not only through the classroom teaching or PowerPoint presentation, through playway method, through जो child centered हो, बच्चे जिसमें खुश हो, उस मेथड से मैंने कनेक्ट करने के लिए कोशिश किया ड्यूरिंग माय 35 years of journey. And conclusion is sustainability. And last week I was in Kolkata. There one organization, they presented a beautiful program, the Smoke Parliament, Mangrove Parliament, and I was witness that program. And on that parliament, the stakeholders are there, and opposition, all this fisherman community and the farmers are there, and the role play, the owl, the crocodile, and the mud steeper, the butterfly, honeybee, they share their role and what are the challenges they faces. So these are the way we can connect and through the place-based education. And youth lead conservation movement, I think ecological integrity is need of the hour to motivate the youth, and climate responsiveness and interconnection, because mangrove ecosystem is not alone. Lot of things are connected. This pond, sweet pond water inside the village is also connected with the mangrove biodiversity. And the coexistence is a lot of young students and participants are present here. I request you just inculcate this value among the youth, the stewardship, the coexistent, interconnection, and the ecological integrity. Integrity, हम कोई भी anyway we have don't lose this integrity जो ecological matters से. So it's my journey of in a 15 minutes. I would like to share my journey of 35 years in different places of Andaman Nicobar Island. Mr. Singh, he is sitting here. He helped me a lot, as I shared during my tenure in Kadamtala. And under my guidance, student won 3 times Wipro Arthia National Award. Mr. Gopal is also, thanks Mr. Gopal, you share my reference here. So Mr. Singh, I learned from him, and he helped a lot to motivate the students, community, and also help during this Kadamtala, my tenure. There's a conflict between human and the crocodile. And during that period, he played a crucial role, and because it is a Bengali area, and I helped him to translate his thought in Bengali with the community. And I hope my journey is not possible without your support. Thank you, especially the Panchayat and the Forest Department, and my department also give me the permission to this work. Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir, for your inspiring presentation. We will now move to the final session of panel discussion. May I request our esteemed panelists, Dr. S. Dinesh Kannan, IFS, Chief Conservator of Forest Research and Working Plan, Dr. B. Nagarajan, Scientist G, IFGTB, Coimbatore, and Dr. T. Ramanathan, Director, Center of Advanced Studies in Marine Biology, and Annamala University, to kindly come forward and join us on the dais, please.
Good evening, all. It's almost time towards the conclusion session, and there were some very fine presentations here on practical relevance of education, some on eco-reaching, which is a very important subject throughout the world. And with those few words, I thought that the floor is open for discussion. And if you have any specific questions, please, you could raise.
Good evening, sir. I, Arita from Pondicherry University. Sir, you maintained a mangrove nursery through tissue culture. Sir, how do you maintain the hypoxic condition? Because mangroves require different conditions as compared to terrestrial plants, sir.
Yeah, it's a nice question. Actually, we have maintained that mangrove associated plants, especially Sveda maritima, Sveda monica, Sivum portulacastrum, and then Acanthus helicifolius.
Yes, sir.
Okay, Acanthus helicifolius we maintained there, and then we made it in plant tissue culture. Then we shifted for hardening, then nursery, then transplantation. How?
Is it right or
Sir,
did you get it?
actually, like in plant tissue culture, sir, there are a lot of contaminations and there
Is
are
exactly.
lot of conditions are required. So, sir, as compared to terrestrial plants, na, sir, mangrove required hypoxic condition, mangrove require a different condition. So, when these are in test tubes, sir, how do you maintain that, sir? I wanted to know.
Yeah, exactly. If you tried in rhizopora leaves, no, the red color it will be oozed out. No, red color will be there. So phenolic compounds are there. So you can use the charcoal.
Okay, sir.
You can use the charcoal and then IAA, that is 2 mg. I will send that combination of that hormones and then you can do it. Try it. Okay. Yes, but comparatively with this rhizopora species, that is very difficult to get that good result. So you can do in that Avicennia as well as Cereus. You can try it. And then Acanthus also. Acanthus, we got that excellent result in that Acanthus illicifolius.
Okay, sir, I have another question. Sir, when you were manufacturing drugs, na, sir, like you took some drugs, like you made some drugs. Sir, what portion of mangrove you targeted? Bark or leaves or something, sir?
Yeah, that's depends on the plants. If you are trying in that just pickle, no?
Yes, sir.
That is a Sesivum portulacastrum, just we can collect that leaves and then you can prepare that pickle, right? Then Sveda monica also, okay? You can prepare that chutney. And then for regarding this other, that is soap and all, no? Just leaves are excellent one.
Okay, sir.
Yeah, we prepared from that Avicennia leaves.
Okay, sir. Sir, last is not a question, it is just an observation from my side.
Yeah.
Sir, you talked about mangroves and SDGs. Sir, a mangrove is enough for fulfilling all SDGs. Sir, I will list you. No poverty, sir, you said that livelihood can be generated, like you generated drugs, soaps, etc. Good health, you focused on the traditional medicines, the good health. Life below water, sir, mud skippers,
Yeah.
crabs, and last life on land, like mangroves can prevent soil erosion, sir. So it was like really interesting and it was indeed like I gained a
Yes,
lot
of course. Mangroves are act as a nursery ground for the fishes, crabs, and everything,
sir.
especially the marine bioresources. Okay, right. Wish all the best.
Sir, I have a doubt regarding yesterday's your some of the presentations. So yesterday's presentation, I came to know understand that our Andaman we have a rich diversity in the mangroves as well as with high densities also there, but floristic density is there. But we are behind that Sundarban and Gujarat. Why that even though we have that much diversity and density, everything is there, why you are running behind? Any because of any administrative reason or ecological reason or area limited area something because of the
That is mainly because of the spread of area. Area is more in West Bengal, that's why Sundarban is having most of area-wise mangrove is more, and in Gujarat also area is more. If you see the density and the quality, Andaman is always on the highest. Okay. Right.
If the question conclude the session and proceed to the final part of the program. Thank you, Doctor.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you to all our esteemed panelists for such an engaging and insightful discussion. Your perspectives have truly enriched our understanding of mangrove conservation, coastal protection and climate action. Yes. I would also like to thank the audience for their attentive participation. With this, we have come to an end of this final session of the 2 days workshop. As we conclude the 2-day workshop, I extend my sincere gratitude on behalf of the Department of Environment and Forest and Andaman Nicobar Administration to all the esteemed speakers, scientists and research scholars for sharing their valuable knowledge and insights. Your contribution has strengthened our understanding and commitment towards mangrove conservation. Let us continue working together to protect all these vital ecosystems for future generations. Thank you. I'd like to inform that we'll have a valedictory function for the closing of this 2-day workshop in 10 minutes. I request you all to please reassemble on time. Thank you.
So there will be a 10 minutes break. So if you just want to refresh, this is the time for that. So again, we will assemble at 4 o'clock. One more announcement. In the conference hit, you have been provided with a pen. So actually, it is a pen drive cum pen. So please note that it is having a pen drive also. It is not just pen. It is having a pen drive and also associated with a pen. So please make it note.
Ladies and gentlemen, good evening. May I request all the participants to please occupy their seats. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. As every meaningful journey gently draws to a close, it leaves behind not an end, but a deeper sense of purpose. It is with this sense of fulfillment and quiet pride that I welcome you all to this valedictory function of the two-day Mangrove workshop. May I request all the participants outside, if any left out, to kindly take their seats as we are about to begin the valedictory function shortly. Guard the mangroves and the islands will guard your life. Over the past 2 days, we have not merely attended sessions, we have shared ideas, we have explored perspectives and strengthened our collective commitment towards conserving these silent guardians, the mangroves. As this enriching journey draws to a close, and as we gather here, the serene charm of our islands, we come together not merely to conclude a workshop, but to celebrate a shared vision, a collective commitment towards conserving and understanding our mangroves. Ladies and gentlemen, what began as a vision has today transformed. We are privileged and deeply honored to have our Honorable Chief Guest, Sri Sanjay Kumar Sinha, IFS, PCCF, Andaman and Nicobar Islands, arriving at the venue to this valedictory function of the two-day workshop. May I request everyone to kindly rise and join me in extending a warm and gracious welcome. Thank you. May I request Sri Jojo P. Alapat, IFS, to kindly escort the chief guest and the dignitaries to the dais. Sir, please. A very warm welcome to one and all. On behalf of the Department of Environment and Forest, Andaman and Nicobar Administration, it is a privilege to welcome this distinguished gathering. As we come together for this valedictory session, the movement carries a gentle duality, a sense of closure, as these 2 enriching days of learning, exchange, and connection comes to an end, and a sense of fulfillment as we carry forward new insights, meaningful experiences, and a strengthened commitment conserving our mangroves it has gifted us. On this very note, and at the very outset of this August function, may I request Ms. Priyanka to present a bouquet to our chief guest of the occasion, Sri Sanjay Kumar Sinha, IFS, Principal Chief Conservator of Forest, Andaman and Nicobar Islands. I request Ms. Rashmi to present a bouquet welcoming our guest of honor, Shri Nagarajan Sir from IFGTB Coimbatore. I request Ms. Priyanka to present a bouquet welcoming Dr. S. Dinesh Kannan, IFS, Chief Conservator of Forest. We'll have our traditional auspicious lamp lighting ceremony as a tribute to the goddess of knowledge by our Honorable Chief Guest, Sri Sanjay Kumar Sinha, IFS, Principal Chief Conservator of Forest, Andaman Nicobar Islands. May I request all the honored on the dais to please join in for the lamp lighting. May I also request all senior officers on the front seats to also please join in for the lamp lighting. Sir, please. Goddess, we pray for your blessings with all humility. Give us wisdom to make this world a better place. May all human beings live in harmony with nature and other forms of life. May the truth prevail. May the darkness of ignorance be swept away by the dawn of self-realization. Thank you, sirs. Looking deep into nature, only then you understand everything better. With these words of Albert Einstein, may I now request Shri Jojo P. Alapat, IFS, Deputy Conservator of Forest, Working Plan, to kindly deliver the welcome address, report presentation of this workshop and bestow us with his words. Sir, please.
Respected Chief Guest, Guest of Honor, distinguished dignitaries, esteemed guest speakers, teachers, research scholars, ladies and gentlemen, a very good evening to one and all present over here. It is indeed a great moment of pleasure and satisfaction for me to warmly welcome all of you present here to the valedictory function of this 2 days mangrove workshop organized by Department of Environment and Forest. Yesterday marked a remarkable beginning to this workshop. We are truly honored as the inaugural session was graced by our Chief Secretary of Andaman Nicobar Islands, whose presence added great significance to the event. We also had the privilege of listening to eminent speakers from the mainland as well as from the island who delivered insightful sessions. I feel greatly honored to welcome our Chief Guest, Sri Sanjay Kumar Sir, Sinha Sir, IFS PCC of Andaman Nicobar Islands and Chief Wildlife Warden. Sir, you are always an inspiration to us which helped in the successful conduct of this workshop. I cordially welcome our guest of honor, Dr. Nagarajan, Scientist and Group Coordinator Research, Institute of Forest Genetics and Tree Breeding, Coimbatore. Despite of your special commitments, you have agreed upon to come over here, sir, and to part of this mangrove workshop. I cordially welcome Dr. Ramanathan, who is the Director of Center of Advanced Studies in Marine Biology, Parinkipatti, Annamalai University, who, despite of his commitment, official busy work schedule, has agreed to come over here and lastly joined with us. Thank you, sir. I wholeheartedly welcome you. I would like to accord my heartfelt welcome to Sri Rajkumar sir, Additional PCCF, Department of Environment and Forest, for his constant support and guidance. Sir, welcome you for this valedictory function, sir. I also extend my welcome to Dr. Anil Kumar, IFS Chief Conservator of Forest Territorial, for encouragement and support. A warm welcome to sir. I am deeply honored to welcome Dr. S. Dinesh Kannan, IFS Chief Conservator of Forest. His continuous guidance and support in organizing this workshop is worth mentioning, sir. My cordial welcome to all guest speakers and resource persons who have joined us for this valedictory function. Apart from Nagarajan sir, we have Nehru Prabhakaran, scientist from Wildlife Institute of India, Dr. Shiva Peruman, Officer in Charge and Deputy Director, Zoological Survey of India. I wholeheartedly welcome you all, sir, for this valedictory function. I take this opportunity to welcome all senior officers from Forest Department, DFOs and DCFs and ACFs and range officers. I warmly welcome the subject experts, research scholars who joined this program. Last but not least, I extend my wholehearted welcome to all the teachers from various schools, college students, research scholars to this valedictory function of the workshop. Let us continue this journey of learning with curiosity and commitment. Thank you, and I wish everyone a productive and insightful day ahead. Thank you. This 2 days busy workshop went in a successful manner, and we, the whole organizing team, is very proud of conducting such a workshop in a meticulous way. The 2 days workshop on mangroves was successfully organized by this department and Environment and Forest, Andaman Nicobar Islands, on 21st and 22nd March. The workshop aimed at create awareness and enhance knowledge about the ecological, economic and environmental significance of mangrove and coastal ecosystem. The workshop commenced with an inaugural ceremony graced by the Honorable Chief Secretary of Andaman Nicobar Island, followed by an address by the Principal Chief Conservator of Forest and Chief Wildlife Warden, who highlighted the importance of mangrove conservation in the islands. The Honorable Chief Secretary delivered the inaugural address emphasizing the sustainable management of protection of mangrove resources. The introductory session was conducted by the Deputy Conservator of Forest Wildlife Working Plan, who provided a comprehensive overview of mangrove and threatened species, covering the distribution, diversity, and threat status of species available here. The session laid a strong foundation for the technical discussion that followed. The entire 2 days workshop was focused upon 5 different themes related to mangrove conservation and management, like role of mangroves in coastal protection and climate change, scope of ecotourism in mangrove forests, mangrove restoration techniques and best practices, mangrove biodiversity and associated marine life, community participation and livelihood potentials linked to mangroves. The first technical session featured Dr. B. Nagarajan, who elaborated on the crucial role of mangroves in coastal protection and climate change mitigation. His session highlighted the mangroves act as a natural barrier against coastal erosion and extreme weather events. This was followed by 3 paper presentation sessions, each lasting for 15 minutes. The panel discussion with the interactive question and answer session was followed, where participants' queries were addressed by Dr. Nagarajan, Dr. Dinesh Kannan, and Joju Pialapad, providing valuable, significant contributions made by the speakers as well as the presenters. The second technical session was delivered by Mr. Sanjay Kumar Srivastava, retired PCCF from Tamil Nadu Forest Department, who spoke on mangrove ecotourism and its potential for sustainable development. He emphasized balancing conservation with the tourism to benefit local communities. This session was followed by another round of paper presentation with 4 speakers presenting their research for 10 minutes each. The session concluded at 2:10 p.m. followed by a question and answer session that continued till 2:50. Following, participants engaged actively with the experts. In the post-lunch session, all the participants proceeded for a field visit to Mahatma Gandhi Marine National Park, Vandoor, for an on-site study of mangrove ecosystem. The field visit provided a practical exposure to the concepts discussed during the technical sessions and helped participants understand mangrove biodiversity and adaptations in their natural habitat. The field session day was concluded with the address by DCA Working Plan, who briefed the participants on the mangroves of Marine National Park, Vandoor. The second day of the workshop began with a technical presentation by Dr. Nehru Prabhakaran, Wildlife Institute of India, on the topic of mangrove restoration and best practices. The session emphasized the importance of restoring degraded mangrove ecosystems, discussed various restoration techniques, and highlighted their role in maintaining coastal ecological balance. This was followed by 4 presentations. The fourth session was led by Dr. Shiva Periman, scientist, head of office from ZSI. This presentation was followed by 4 presentations by the different research scholars. This session was also followed by a panel discussion where the panelists were answered for the different queries and doubts which were arrived from the participants. After the lunch break today, the 5th session was started. The theme presentation was done by Dr. Ramanathan, Director, Center of Advanced Studies in Marine Biology, Annamalai University. This session was also focused upon the community participation and community involvement in the mangrove conservation. This session included 4 paper presentations. And now we are at the concluding session of this 2 days workshop of mangroves. The workshop found a huge response from students and research community, NGOs, public and tourists. Altogether, 65 participants attended the workshop in 2 days program. There are 15 students from Jawaharlal Nehru Rajamohdi Vidyalaya attended the program. Similarly, 19 students of marine biology attended the entire program. Further, research scholars of Marine Biology, Department of Ocean Studies, Pondicherry University also attended the entire program. 5 teachers were also joined for the 2 days mangrove workshop. Similarly, 5 faculty members representing the various colleges also joined us for this 2 days mangroves workshop. Further, NGOs, officers and staff from other departments also participated in this 2-day long mangrove workshop. Overall, the workshop provided and proved to be highly informative and beneficial, fostering awareness and encouraging active participation in mangrove conservation efforts. Thank you once again, thank you.
Thank you, sir, for those warm and gracious words. Conservation is most powerful when it is guided by knowledge and experience. On this note, may I have the privilege of inviting Dr. Dinesh Kannan, IFS, Chief Conservator of Forest, Research and Working Plan, to kindly deliver his address and lend the occasion the warmth of his words. Sir, please.
Thank you. Respected Chief Guest of this valedictory function, Sri Sanjay Kumar Sinha sir, Principal Chief Conservator and Chief Wildlife Warden, Department of Environment and Forest, Andaman and Nicobar Islands. Dr. B. Nagaraj, scientist from IFGTP, Coimbatore, Tamil Nadu. Senior officers from the Department of Environment and Forest. Expert speakers for this 2 days workshop, and also the officials, research scholars who presented their views during the workshop, the participants of the workshop, delegate participants from college students to teachers, and the participants from different departments. Good evening to everyone. Now I have nothing to add up because Jojo has briefed elaborately about the happenings, what happened in the past 2 days in the mangrove workshop. However, I'll take this opportunity to appreciate Jojo P. Allapat for conducting this 2-day mangrove workshop in a grand way. Conducting any program is tough. Conducting a technical workshop is really tough. Only people, those who are into the scheme will know it. But Jojo P. Allapat, he took personal interest. His personal interest is evidently seen from the way he exhibited the herbarium in the entrance and also the fruits and plants exhibited outside. From that point onwards, he personally spoke with all the expert speakers, and I understand that today the speaker who joined from Annamalai University, initially he had his opinion not to come over here because of Jojo's insistence only he came. So that much personal effort he put for bringing everyone for this mangrove workshop, and also he spoke with the people outside also. So the way he conducted the workshop, it is really a great one. Kudos to Jojo P. Allapat. And also I take this opportunity to appreciate the expert speakers and the presenters for the past 2 days. Everyone, they put their personal interest and effort to communicate the message with the participants, because the participants are students, college students and teachers. So they know the target audience is teachers and students. So they put their personal effort to put their information into their mind. In that way, I would like to appreciate the expert speakers and the presenters. And equally, I would like to appreciate the participants also. They were very eager, and they were raising the questions whenever it is required. And also, as suggested by Jojo, yesterday during lunch time, I was expecting that at 2:10 the second session was concluded. I was expecting that immediately everyone will proceed to lunch, but the discussion went 30 to 35 minutes afterwards also. So that's the way they put their interest on the subject, on the mangrove workshop. For the past 2 days, we have covered a variety of subjects from the mangrove availability in our country and also in the world to the community participation. As suggested in the inaugural day by our Chief Secretary, the technical session, technical workshop that we conducted for the past 2 days, it should not be restricted only with the workshop. It has to be translated. Whatever is happening here, it has to be translated in the form of a way actionable outcome, and also it should help the forest managers to do something effectively in the field for the managemental interventions that should be effectively be translated. And I take this opportunity to assure to all of you from the Department of Environment and Forest, whatever happened for the past 2 days, we will try to compile it and we will try to come up with the actionable points that will help for you as well as for the Department of Environment and Forest also. And again, I want to urge the participants, students as well as the teachers and also the presenters whomsoever here as of now. You take, because for the past 2 days we had a deliberations in detail about mangroves, whatever the activities are being happening. Personally also I can say that many issues was a surprising one. Such kind of research is happening in Andaman, and the two people from WA have conducted such a research. It was really new information for me. For many of you also, it might be an information. That's what we are conducting workshop for, sharing the knowledge. Whatever they knew, that is being shared with you. Whatever we knew, that we are sharing with you. So the sharing of knowledge has to be continued in future also. And my personal request to every one of you, including the research institute, is whenever you are communicating, you are conducting such research, maybe from your department fund, from the ministry fund, when it is being published, kindly give a copy to the department also. But you are giving acknowledgement in the research paper. I do agree with it. Acknowledgement, first line will be to the Department of Environment and Forest, Andaman and Nicobar, for providing all the support. That is there always. But we are not getting the copy of it, and you make it a point that whenever the paper is being published, try to give a hard copy or the soft copy to the department so that we can have the compilation of the same. So with these few words, I would like to congratulate Dr. Jojo once again, and we hope that such workshop will be continued on annual basis. We will start it from the International Day of Forest and we will end it on the World Water Day. So we hope to meet again in the next year. Thank you very much. Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir, for this thoughtful and encouraging address. Ladies and gentlemen, knowledge shared is knowledge multiplied. We have been fortunate to be guided by our experts who have generously shared their time, wisdom, and experience with us. As a small token of our deep appreciation and grateful, we are like to present a souvenir to our esteemed speakers. May I request our Honorable Chief Guest to kindly present the souvenirs to our respected speakers. Ladies and gentlemen, I also request you to put our hands together as a gesture of our sincere appreciation. May I invite Dr. T. Ramanathan, Director, Center of Advanced Study, Annamalai University, to please come up on stage, sir. May I now invite Dr. Shivaparuman, Additional Director, ZSI, to please come up on stage, sir. May I invite Dr. Nehru Prabhakaran, Scientist, Wildlife Institute of India, Dehradun, to please come up on stage. Thank you, sir. Please be seated, sir. Teachers are torchbearers of knowledge. They shape the future minds, selflessly providing value to the nation and the nature in progress. Today, the department takes this opportunity to recognize and appreciate the dedication of the teachers who have been part of this workshop. May I request our chief guest, Shri Sanjay Kumar Sinha sir, PCC of Andaman and Nicobar Islands, to kindly do the honors. May I first request Miss Rekha Rani from Khalsa Public Senior Secondary School to please come up on stage to receive the certificate as a token of appreciation. Ma'am, please. May I request Miss Sheija Thomas from Kamraj English Medium School to please come up on stage. May I now request Miss Preeti Katara from St. Mary's School. Ma'am, please. Thank you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, the most beautiful part of any workshop is not just the program. It is the participants, it is the memories and experiences they carry back with them and the perspectives they share. I would like to invite our esteemed participants to share their experience, reflections and learnings from this workshop. May I please invite Ms. Pratiksha Pandey, postgraduate student, JNRM, to please come on stage.
A very warm good evening, everyone, respected dignitaries, research scholars, and my fellow friends. On the behalf of JNRM, I, Pratiksha Pandey, MSc Botany final year student, I am very much privileged for the opportunity to be as a participant of this 2 days mangrove workshop by Department of Environment and Forest, Andaman and Nicobar Administration. First of all, I like to thank Dr. Jojo P. Alapas Sir, IFS, for giving an opportunity to the students of JNRM. And I also want to thank Dr. Dipan Sama Sir, head of our department, for encouraging us to participate in this wonderful workshop. I am standing here to share my beautiful experience in this 2 days mangrove workshop, and it was really eye-opening. We usually just see them as a tree in the water, but seeing marvelous root system and how they protect our coastline during the storms shows how guidance they are to us. The last day at Vandu for sightseeing, it was pretty intense that lot of sightseeing mangroves through the Mars and identifying many species and many islands like Grip Island, Alexander Islands, etc. I was really amazed that how much life was packed in those ponds. This workshop made me realize how much we still have to learn about our own backyard. I am definitely looking forward to apply some of this to my botany studies. We are incredibly grateful to the Forest of Department sharing their expertise. Finally, we leave this workshop not just with more knowledge, but with a deeper sense of responsibility towards our island unique flora. Thank you.
May I now invite Ms. Suchitra. She is a research scholar from Pondicherry University. Ma'am, please.
Good evening, everyone. Respected dignitaries, esteemed experts, scientists, scholars, and students. First of all, I would like to thank, above all, our God for giving me this opportunity to stand up and speak in front of all the experts. One thing I forgot to mention, I thank you to all the officers and supporting staffs. And behind these workshops, I thank you all for organizing such a wonderful workshop. And I stand here on behalf of all the scholars, Pondicherry University, Port Blair campus. And I'm truly grateful and honored to stand here and speak of all the experts and everyone present here. And first of all, secondly, I would like to thank the Department of Environment and Forest, Andaman and Nicobar administrations for conducting such wonderful workshops. Little did I know about mangroves before I came to Andaman. I've learned a lot about mangrove in these 2 days. So regarding my research, I have a keen interest on researching more on mangroves. So thank you everyone, thank you all the departments for sharing all the knowledge and guiding us and helping us for future perspectives. And this workshop has not only enhanced my knowledge, but also encouraged us to think more critically about the balance between the development, sustainable, and environmental conservation. And I sincerely thank all for your valuable insights and knowledge. And with this, I would like to conclude. Thank you all.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Now may I request Sri Manas, postgraduate student from Pondicherry University, to please share his experience.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Manav Salunke from Mumbai, currently pursuing MSc Marine Biology from Pondicherry University. It was my privilege to attend this mangrove workshop organized by the Forest Department of Andaman and Nicobar Islands. And first and foremost, I would like to express my sincere gratitude towards Honorable Chief Conservator of Forest Department, our esteemed Chief Guest, Dr. Sanjay Kumar Sinha, Dr. Nagarajan, Dr. Shiva Parman, and all our officers from the Forest Department, and the students and professors of Pondicherry University and Jainaram College, and all the researchers, research scholars for sharing their valuable knowledge and insights on mangrove ecosystem and expertise. Your expertise has not only enriched our understanding but also inspired us to think more critically about conservation and sustainable management. The research papers presented in these 2 days reflected dedication, scientific rigor, and a deep concern for our mangroves and our coastal ecosystem and environments. Your contribution have made these workshops intellectually stimulating, meaningful, and knowledgeable for us. Like, I'm from Mumbai, so in Marathi we commonly say ज्ञान वाटल्याने वाढतं. That means knowledge increases the more you share it with others. So I hope we get to see more of these kind of workshops from our forest department. And most importantly, these kind of workshops help us students to connect with the scientific community and get to know about the recent advancement and ongoing projects that are going on within various different NGOs and other organizations. And it helps us to get in touch with like-minded people and how we can contribute as individual towards their project. So I hope we'll see more kind of these workshops in future. Thank you.
Thank you, Manas, for these good words. May I now request Shri Feroz Khan, manager from the IPNT department. Sir, please.
Good evening to all, respected Chief Guest, Manu Sinha sir, Dinesh Kannan sir, Dr. Nagarajan sir, students, scholars and others. I am from Tourism Department. It is very grateful to the Forest Department that they invite us to attend this workshop. When there is pristine beaches, mangroves and other species are there, there is an opportunity for the Tourism Department and the tourists to come and see. We have to redefine the things in a better manner. The mangrove tourism, mangrove walk and mangrove sites, these are also coming up in this nowadays. Okay, like other ecotourism, sustainable tourism. Now mangrove is also a subject that people can get interested in this site. The tourists can come and see the mangroves. I have seen since last 40 years lot of mangrove sites like Kalighat, Bharata and others. Mangroves are coming after tsunami. Many areas are damaging. Now they are coming up. So it is a better opportunity for the tourism. When there is something to show, then the tourists will come. Okay. Mangrove is also another part of the most expensive. I think so. like others, beaches and all, this marine life and water sports, others. Mangrove tourism is also coming up, and people are interested in mangroves. Okay. Thanks Forest Department for calling us to here. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Feroz sir. Last experience, I would like to invite Dr. K.A. Jairaj, Assistant Professor, Pondicherry University. Sir, please.
Good afternoon, respected dignitaries on the dais, my research scholars, students, faculties, and all the ladies and gentlemen. It is my pleasure to stand in front of you to share my experience. First of all, I congratulate Department of Environment and Forest to conduct such a wonderful event, and they have selected a very nice day also, International Forest Day for as to conducting this program. And I hope it is the first time they are conducting this type of workshop. And even though it is a first time they are conducting, very meticulously they have conducted the program, systematically arranged the programs, and invited a lot of experienced speakers to deliver the lectures. And during all these 2 days program, we could understood about the importance of the mangroves. And as our Ramanathan sir told that if you increase our forest mangrove cover, we can increase our fishes. And the Chanjal sir also told that if you have the mangroves, you will have the fish in your lunch box tomorrow also. So we have to protect our mangrove environment. You should know what is the importance of this mangrove environment, and we should transfer this knowledge to the next generation also. So it is my request to all the people, we have to protect our mangrove environment and all the marine and all the ecosystem. Now we know that it is all the ecosystem is facing problems, degradation, biodiversity loss, and pollution from plastic. All the problems we are facing. So it is our responsibility to protect our environment, and as it is a request to the youngsters, you should take the lead role to transform this knowledge, and you should also take care of our environment and all the activities whatever the Forest Department is doing. I also offered Dinesh Kannan sir that we will be giving all the support to you all your future programs. So next time also I hope the department will conduct more good programs, informative programs, this type of programs. So all the best for this this Department of Environment and Forest too, and thank you for giving me the opportunity to share my knowledge. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jairaj sir. Thank you all the participants for those honest and heartfelt reflections. Your words have added depth to this workshop, and your presence has made it truly memorable. Vision inspires, but leadership transforms this vision into action. On this note, may I take the privilege and honor to invite and request our chief guest of the occasion, Shri Sanjay Kumar Sinha, IFS Principal Chief Conservator of Forest, Andaman and Nicobar Island, to enlighten the distinguished gathering with his worthy words. Sir, please.
Respected dignitaries on the dais, esteemed scientists and experts, officers of Forest Department, distinguished delegates, and dear participants. Good evening to all of you. It is honored to be present here today at valedictory function of this 2-day mangrove workshop in Andaman and Nicobar Islands. I extend my sincere appreciation to the organizers for conceptualizing and successfully conducting this workshop, bringing together a diverse group of stakeholders committed to the conservation and management of mangrove ecosystems. Over the past 2 days, this workshop has served as a vital platform for knowledge exchange, scientific deliberation, and policy dialogue. This workshop has also underscored the challenges confronting mangrove ecosystems, anthropogenic pressures, unplanned developmental activities, pollution, and the growing impact of climate change, such as sea level rise and salinity intrusion, posing serious threats. In the context of the Andaman and Nicobar Islands, these challenges are further compounded by fragile nature of island ecosystems. I am particularly encouraged by the technical sessions, field level insights, and community based conservation approaches shared during this workshop, which proved to be the need of the hour and relevant. One of the key takeaways from this workshop is that conservation simply cannot happen in isolation. It needs all of us, from government agencies and researchers to civil society, but also importantly local communities whose traditional knowledge and active participation are truly indispensable. The integration of traditional ecological knowledge with modern scientific tools offers a holistic pathways for sustainable mangrove management. These workshops serve as a reminder to emphasize the need for strengthening research and long-term monitoring. Continuous deliberation and discussion on scientific inquiry is essential as it helps us to understand better conservation, better ecosystem dynamics, assess the impact of climate change, and develop adaptive management strategies. Institutions and experts present here have a crucial role to play in formulating evidence-based policy decisions. As we conclude this workshop, it is important that the deliberations and recommendations do not remain confined merely to submission of reports. They must translate into actionable strategies and on-ground interventions. I urge the concerned authorities and stakeholders to take forward the insights gained here and integrate them into planning and policy framework. This was the first workshop of mangrove here in these islands, and I hope this becomes annual feature. It served as a valuable learning platform for all of us, and I hope next year we can organize it on a much larger scale with more wider participation. I once again commend the organizers, speakers, and participants for their dedication and contributions. Your collective effort over the past 2 days reflect a strong commitment to environmental stewardship and sustainable development. I am especially very happy to see the participation of students. They bring fresh perspective and great enthusiasm to the initiative, turning this from just a workshop topic into a movement for real behavioral change, and with them as the torch bearers of this important issue. Let us move forward and with renewed determination and a shared vision to protect and preserve our mangrove, the nature's guardians of the coast. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We are really obliged to you for enduing us with your visionary words, guidance, and motivating words. Research and paper presentations are the backbone of academic and professional growth. They represent not just information, but dedication, field experience, and passion to contribute to the society. Let us mention here that even every paper that has been presented has truly added the value to each session of our workshop, as every idea matters and have contributed to the success of this workshop. Prizes may be limited, but appreciation is not. The department truly values the effort, research, and dedication of all the papers which has been presented in this workshop. A few papers have been selected by the department and are being formally acknowledged for their excellence of presentation during the workshop, and they have been done in three categories. One is the papers presented by the faculty. The second category is the research papers which has been physically presented here, and the third category is the presenters who have done their presentations online. May I take the privilege to request our chief guest, Shri Sanjay Kumar Sinha, IFS, Principal Chief Conservator of Forest, Andaman and Nicobar Islands, to kindly do the honors. Sir, please. May I request Shri Dipon Sharma, HOD JNRM, to please come on stage and receive this token of appreciation. This appreciation is under the category of faculties. May I request Dr. K.A. Jairaj, Assistant Professor, Pondicherry University, to please come on stage, sir. Thank you, sir. Dr. Harsha Sheelam, Department of Management Studies, Pondicherry University. Please, ma'am. Under the category of research scholars who have presented their papers, under the category of research scholars who have presented their papers physically, may I invite Ms. Kangla Maheshwari, a research scholar from BNHS. May I request Ms. Vellur Yamini, she is a research scholar from the Department of Ocean Studies, Pondicherry University. The next category is the online presentations. We'll not be able to give the prizes now, but then we'll be sending it. But the person who had won is Shri Per Arivalan. He's a research scholar from the Wildlife Institute of India, Dehradun. Thank you, sir. Programs may have winners. Please be seated, sir. Programs may have winners, but the workshop like this have contributors. And today, every presenter here is a contributor to knowledge, and every participant is a learned individual. We appreciate and congratulate all of you. On this note, may I now move and request Ms. S. Simi, Assistant Conservator of Forest, Working Plan, to kindly propose the vote of thanks.
Respected chief guest of the occasion, the Principal Chief Conservator of Forests, cum Chief Wildlife Warden, Shri Sanjay Kumar Sinha, IFS, Dr. B. Nagarajan, Scientist, Group Coordinator, Research, Institute of Forest Genetics and Tree Breeding, Additional Principal Chief Conservator of Forest, Shri M. Rajkumar, Chief Conservator of Forest, Research and Working Plan, Dr. S. Dinesh Kannan, Chief Conservator of Forest Territorial, Dr. Anil Kumar, esteemed senior officers of the Department of Environment and Forest, eminent scientists, dedicated researchers, respected teachers, dear students, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. A warm good evening to one and all. I feel highly honored to stand before you during the concluding session of this first ever national level mangrove workshop organized by the Department of Environment and Forests. Mangroves are a crucial ecosystem, often referred to as the roots of the sea, and vital blue carbon sinks playing an essential role in maintaining ecological balance. On behalf of the Department of Environment and Forests, Andaman and Nicobar Administration, I take this opportunity to express my sincere gratitude to the Chief Secretary of Andaman and Nicobar Islands for gracing the inaugural session. His visionary approach towards sustainable development of the islands, along with his emphasis on creating awareness about the fragile mangrove ecosystem among students, teachers, and stakeholders, has been instrumental in conceptualizing this workshop. This platform has enabled meaningful discussions and exchange of ideas on recent trends in mangrove conservation and management. I extend my heartfelt thanks to the Chief guest of today's occasion, the Principal Chief Conservator of Forests cum Chief Wildlife Warden, Shri Sanjay Kumar Sinha, whose constant guidance, support and encouragement made the successful organization of this workshop possible. I also express my deep gratitude to the Additional Principal Chief Conservator of Forests, Shri M. Rajkumar, for his continuous support and cooperation in making this event a remarkable one. My special thanks to Chief Conservator of Forests, Research and Working Plan for his personal involvement, meticulous planning, unwavering support, and valuable guidance in organizing every aspect of this workshop. I sincerely thank the Chief Conservator of Forest Territorial for his constant motivation and support. A heartfelt appreciation to all our 5 eminent speakers, Shri Sanjay Srivastava, retired ex-PCC of Chennai, Tamil Nadu, Dr. B. Nagarajan, Scientist, Group Coordinator Research, Institute of Forest Genetics and Tree Breeding, IFGTB, Dr. Nehru Prabhakaran, Scientist D, Wildlife Institute of India, Dehradun, Dr. T. Ramanathan, Director, Scientist of Advanced Study in Marine Biology, Annamala University, Tamil Nadu, Dr. Shiva Peruman, Scientist and Additional Director, Andaman and Nicobar Regional Center, Zoological Survey of India, Shri Vijayapuram. Your insightful presentations on various aspects of mangroves have not only enriched our knowledge, but have also inspired students, teachers, and participants from different departments. I also extend my gratitude to the research scholars from Pondicherry University, students from Pondicherry University and JNRM, secretaries and senior officers of Andaman and Nicobar Administration and Forest Department, assistant directors from other departments, Principal JNRM and HOD for Marine Biology, Pondicherry University for nominating the students for participating in the workshop, Directorate of Education for nominating the teachers, the building blocks of our nation, and research scholars across the country. I express my heartfelt thanks to all ACFs and DFOs for sparing their valuable time and extending all help and support. A special note of thanks to all the executive staff, ministerial staff and workers of DCF Working Plan for their relentless efforts and commitment towards the workshop. I would also like to thank all the students for their active participation and enthusiastic involvement in discussions. Your interest reflects a strong sense of responsibility as future citizens committed to conserving these invaluable ecosystems, the true green guardians of our islands. I am deeply indebted
to the entire team of executive staff and workers of the CCF Research and Working Plan Circle for their tireless efforts behind the scenes, assuring the smooth conduct of technical sessions and field visits. I extend my sincere thanks to Srimati Meera Nambiar Asia for anchoring and meticulously coordinating the entire technical sessions of the two-day workshop. I extend my sincere thanks to DCF Silviculture, DCF Mill Division, DFO Forest Extension and Publicity, and DFO South Andaman for providing manpower and logistic support for the successful execution of this workshop. I'd like to acknowledge the media for covering this workshop and helping us spread awareness to a wider audience. Last but not the least, I thank the DCF Working Plan for playing a pivotal role in organizing the workshop, efficiently handling the responsibilities, and ensuring its overall success. Once again, I express my sincere thanks to each and everyone present here for your valuable presence and contribution. Thank you. One more request is there. Sir, I request CCF Research and Working Plan to offer a memento to Srimati Meera Nambiar ACF as a token of appreciation for her meticulous anchoring and excellent voice modulation. Thank you, one and all.
Thank you, ma'am, for those heartfelt acknowledgements. Finally, to mark the end of this glorious inaugural ceremony, I request all of you to please stand up to intone the national anthem.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे.
Thank you. Please be seated. As this beautiful evening concludes, may we carry with us not just memories of these beautiful islands, but a deeper understanding of the mangroves that protect and sustain them. Let us leave with a stronger sense of purpose. With this, we formally conclude the valedictory function of the two-day workshop. On this note, may I invite all the esteemed guests to kindly join the dignitaries for the high tea. Sir, please. Thank you all for being part of this journey of learning, reflection, and commitment towards our mangroves. Wishing you all a safe journey and a continued commitment of protecting our precious mangrove. Thank you, one and all. Thank you, sir.